Letter CXXVI, Mrs. Walmer to Mrs. Orb. If you had been kind enough to have stayed with us as long as we desired, you would have had the pleasure of embracing your friend before your departure. He came hither the day before yesterday and wanted to visit you today, but the fatigue of his journey confines him to his room, and this morning he was let blood. Besides, I was fully determined, in order to punish you, not to let him go so soon, and unless you will come hither, I promise you that it will be a long time before you shall see him. You know it would be very improper to let him see the inseparables asunder. In truth, Clara, I cannot tell what idle apprehensions bewitch my mind with respect to his coming hither, and I am ashamed to have opposed it with such obstinacy. As much as I dreaded the sight of him, I should now be sorry not to have seen him, for his presence has banished those fears which yet disturbed me, and which, by fixing my attention constantly on him, might at length have given me just cause of uneasiness. I am so far from being apprehensive of the affection I feel for him, that I believe I should mistrust myself more was he less dear to me. But I love him as tenderly as ever, though my love is of a different nature. It is by comparing my present sensations with those which his presence formerly occasioned, that I derive my security, and the difference of such opposite sentiments is perceived in proportion to their vivacity. With regard to him, though I knew him at the first glance, he nevertheless appeared to be greatly altered, and what I should formerly have thought impossible, he seems, in many respects, to be changed for the better. On the first day, he discovered many symptoms of perplexity, and it was with great difficulty that I concealed mine from him. But it was not long before he recovered that free deportment and openness of manner which becomes his character. I had always seen him timid and bashful. The fear of offending me, and perhaps the secret shame of acting a part unbecoming a man of honor, gave him an air of meanness and servility before me, which you have more than once very justly ridiculed. Instead of the submission of a slave, at present he has the respectful behavior of a friend, who knows how to honor the object of his esteem. He now communicates his sentiments with freedom and honesty. He is not afraid lest his severe maxims of virtue should clash with his interest. He is not apprehensive of injuring himself or affecting me, by praising what is commendable in itself, and one may perceive in all that he says the confidence of an honest man who can depend upon himself, and who derives that approbation from his own conscience, which he formerly sought for only in my looks. I find also that experience has cured him of that dogmatical and peremptory air which men are apt to contract in their closets, that he is less forward to judge of mankind, since he has observed them more, that he is less ready to establish general propositions, since he has seen so many exceptions, and that in general the love of truth has banished the spirit of system, so that he has become less brilliant, but more rational. And one receives much more information from him, now that he does not affect to be so wise. His figure likewise is altered, but nevertheless not for the worse. His countenance is more open, his deportment more stately. He has contracted a kind of martial air in his travels, which becomes him the better, as the lively and spirited gesture he used to express when he was in earnest is now turned into a more grave and sober demeanor. He is a seaman, whose appearance is cold and phlegmatic, but whose discourse is fiery and impetuous. Though he is turned of 30, he has the look of a young man, and joins all the spirit of youth to the dignity of manhood. His complexion is entirely altered. He is as black as a Negro, and very much marked with the smallpox. My dear, I must own the truth. I am uneasy whenever I view those marks, and I catch myself looking at them very often in spite of me. I think I can discover that if I am curious in examining him, he is not less attentive in viewing me. After so long an absence, it is natural to contemplate each other with a kind of curiosity, but if this curiosity may be thought to retain anything of our former eagerness, yet what difference is there in the manner as well as the motive of it? If our looks do not meet so often, we nevertheless view each other with more freedom. We seem to examine each other alternately by a kind of tacit agreement. Each perceives, as it were, when it is the other's turn, and looks a different way to give the other an opportunity. Though free from the emotions I formerly felt, yet how is it possible to behold with indifference one who inspired the tenderest passion, and who, to this hour, is the object of the purest affection? Who knows whether self-love does not endeavor to justify past errors? Who knows whether, though no longer blinded by passion, we do not both flatter ourselves by secretly approving our former choice. Be it as it may, I repeat it without a blush, that I feel a most tender affection for him, which will endure to the end of my life. I am so far from reproaching myself for harboring these sentiments that I think they deserve applause. I should blush not to perceive them, and consider it as a defect in my character and the symptom of a bad disposition. With respect to him, I dare believe that next to virtue, he loves me beyond anything in the world. I perceive that he thinks himself honored by my esteem. I in my turn will regard his in the same light, and will merit its continuance. Ah, if you saw with what tenderness he caresses my children, if you knew what pleasure he takes in talking of you, you would find, Clara, that I am still dear to him. What increases my confidence in the opinion we both entertain of him is that Mr. Walmer joins with us, and since he has seen him, believes, from his own observation, all that we have reported to his advantage. He has talked of him much these 2 evenings past, congratulating himself on account of the measures he has taken, and rallying me for my opposition. No, said he yesterday, we will not suffer so worthy a man to mistrust himself. We will teach him to have more confidence in his own virtue, and perhaps we may one day or other reap the fruits of our present endeavors with more advantage than you imagine. For the present, I must tell you that I am pleased with his character, and that I esteem him particularly for one circumstance which he little suspects. That is, the reserve with which he behaves towards me. The less friendship he expresses for me, the more he makes me his friend. I cannot tell you how much I dreaded lest he should load me with caresses. This was the first trial I prepared for him. There is yet another by which I intend to prove him, and after that I shall cease all farther examination. As to the circumstance you mentioned, said I, it only proves the frankness of his disposition, for he would never resolve to put on a pliant and submissive air before my father, though it was so much his interest, and I so often entreated him to do it. I saw with concern that his behavior deprived him of the only resource, and yet could not dislike him for not being able to play the hypocrite on any occasion. The case is very different, replied my husband. There is a natural antipathy between your father and him, founded on the opposition of their sentiments. With regard to myself, who have no symptoms or prejudices, I am certain that he can have no natural aversion to me. No one can hate me. A man without passions cannot inspire anyone with an aversion towards him, but I deprived him of the object of his wishes, which he will not readily forgive. He will, however, conceive the stronger affection for me when he is perfectly convinced that the injury I have done him does not prevent me from looking upon him with an eye of kindness. If he caressed me now, he would be a hypocrite. If he never caresses me, he will be a monster. Such, my dear Clara, is the situation we are in, and I begin to think that heaven will bless the integrity of our hearts and the kind intentions of my husband. But I am too kind to you in entering into all these details. You do not deserve that I should take such pleasure in conversing with you. But I am determined to tell you no more, and if you desire farther information, you must come hither to receive it. P.S. I must acquaint you nevertheless with what has passed with respect to the subject of this letter. You know with what indulgence Mr. Walmer received the late confession which our friend's unexpected return obliged me to make. You saw with what tenderness he endeavored to dry up my tears and dispel my shame. Whether, as you reasonably conjectured, I told him nothing new, or whether he was really affected by a proceeding which nothing but sincere repentance could dictate, he has not only continued to live with me as before, but he even seems to have increased his attention, his confidence, and esteem, as if he meant, by his kindness, to repay the confusion which my confession cost me. My dear Clara, you know my heart. Judge then what an impression such a conduct must make. As soon as I found that he was determined to let our old friend come hither, I resolved on my part to take the best precautions I could contrive against myself, which was to choose my husband himself for my confidant, to hold no particular conversation, which I did not communicate to him, and to write no letter which I did not show to him. I even made it a part of my duty to write every letter as if it was not intended for his inspection, and afterwards to show it to him. You will find an article in this which was penned on this principle. If while I was writing, I could not forbear thinking that he might read it, yet my conscience bears witness that I did not alter a single word on that account. But when I showed him my letter, he bantered me, and had not the civility to read it. I confess that I was somewhat piqued at his refusal, as if he had doubted my honor. My emotion did not escape his notice, and this most open and generous man soon removed my apprehensions. "Confess," said he, "that you have said less concerning me than usual in that letter." I owned it. Was it decent to say much of him, when I intended to show him what I had written? "Well," he replied with a smile, "I had rather that you would talk of me more, and not know what you say of me." Afterwards, he continued, in a more serious tone. "Marriage," said he, "is too grave and solemn a state to admit of that free communication which tender friendship allows. The latter connection often happily contributes to moderate the rigor of the former, and it may be reasonable in some cases for a virtuous and discreet woman to seek for that comfort, intelligence, and advice from a faithful confidant, which it might not be proper for her to desire of her husband. Though nothing passes between you but what you would choose to communicate, yet take care not to make it a duty, lest that duty should become a restraint upon you, and your correspondence grow less agreeable by being more diffusive. Believe me, the open-hearted sincerity of friendship is restrained by the presence of a witness, whoever it be. There are 1,000 secrets of which 3 friends ought to participate, but which cannot be communicated but between 2. You may impart the same things to your friend and to your husband, but you do not relate them in the same manner. And if you will confound these distinctions, the consequence will be that your letters will be addressed more to me than to her, and that you will not be free from restraint either with one or the other. It is as much for my own interest as for yours that I urge these reasons. Do not you perceive that you are already, with good reason, apprehensive of the indelicacy of praising me to my face? Why will you deprive yourself of the pleasure of acquainting your friend how tenderly you love your husband, and me of the satisfaction of supposing that in your most private intercourses you take delight in speaking well of me? Eloisa, Eloisa," he added, pressing my hand and looking at me with tenderness, "why will you demean yourself by taking precautions so unworthy of you, and will you never learn to make a true estimate of your own worth? My dear friend, it is impossible to tell you how this incomparable man behaves to me. I no longer blush in his presence. Spite of my frailty, he lifts me above myself, and by dint of reposing confidence in me, he teaches me to deserve it." Letter CXXV, answer. Impossible, our traveler returned, and have I not yet seen him at my feet, loaded with the spoils of America? But it is not him, I assure you, whom I accuse of this delay, for I am sensible it is as grievous to him as to me. But I find that he has not so thoroughly forgotten his former state of servility as you pretend, and I complain less of his neglect than of your tyranny. It is very droll in you indeed to desire such a prude as I am to make the first advances and run to salute a swarthy pock-fritten face which has passed 4 times under the line. But you make me smile to see you in such haste to scold, for fear I should begin first. I should be glad to know what pretense you have to make such an attempt. Quarreling is my talent. I take pleasure in it, I acquit myself to a miracle, and it becomes me well, but you, my dear cousin, are a mere novice at this work. If you did but know how graceful you appear in the act of confession, how lovely you look with a supplicating eye, and an air of confusion, instead of scolding you would spend your days in asking pardon, were it only out of coquetry. For the present, you must ask my pardon in every respect. A fine project truly, to choose a husband for a confidant, and a most obliging precaution indeed for a friendship so sacred as ours. Thou faithless friend and pusillanimous woman, on whom can you depend if you mistrust yourself and me? Can you, without offense to both, considering the sacred tie under which you live, suspect your own inclinations and my indulgence? I am amazed that the very idea of admitting a third person into the tittle-tattle secrets of 2 women did not disgust you. As for my part, I love to prattle with you at my ease, but if I thought that the eye of man ever pried into my letters, I should no longer have any pleasure in corresponding with you. Such a reserve would insensibly introduce a coldness between us, and we should have no more regard for each other than 2 indifferent women. To what inconveniences your silly distrust would have exposed us, if your husband had not been wiser than you. He acted very discreetly in not reading your letter. Perhaps he would have been less satisfied with it than you imagine, and less than I am myself, who am better capable of judging of your present condition, by the fate in which I have seen you formerly. All those contemplative sages who have passed their lives in the study of the human heart are less acquainted with the real symptoms of love than the most shallow woman, if she has any sensibility. Mr. Walmer would immediately have observed that our friend was the subject of your whole letter, and he would not have seen the postscript, in which you do not once mention him. If you had written this postscript 10 years ago, my dear, I cannot tell how you would have managed, but your friend would certainly have been crowded into some corner, especially as there was no husband to overlook it. Mr. Walmer would have observed farther with what attention you examined his guest, and the pleasure you take in describing his person, but he might devour Plato and Aristotle before he would know that we look at a lover, but do not examine him. All examination requires a degree of indifference, which we never feel when we behold the object of our passion. In short, he would imagine that all the alterations you remark might have escaped another, and I, on the contrary, was afraid of finding that they had escaped you. However your guest may be altered from what he would appear the same if your affections were not altered. You turn away your eyes whenever he looks at you. This is a very good symptom. You turn them away, cousin. You do not now cast them down. Surely you have not mistaken one word for another. Do you think that our philosopher would have perceived this distinction? There is another circumstance very likely to disturb a husband. It is a kind of tenderness and affection which still remains in your style, when you speak of the object who was once so dear to you. One who reads your letters, or hears you speak, ought to be well acquainted with you, not to be mistaken with regard to your sentiments. He ought to know that it is only a friend to whom you are speaking, or that you speak in the same manner of all your friends. But as to that, it is the natural effect of your disposition, with which your husband is too well acquainted to be alarmed. How is it possible but that, in a mind of such tenderness, pure friendship will bear some resemblance to love? Pray observe, my dear cousin, that all I say to you on this head ought to inspire you with fresh courage. Your conduct is discreet, and that is a great deal. I used to trust only to your virtue, but I begin now to rely on your reason. I consider your cure at present, though not perfect, yet as easily accomplished, and you have now made a sufficient progress to render you inexcusable if you do not complete it. Before I came to your postscript, I remarked the passage which you had the sincerity not to suppress or alter, though conscious that it would be open to your husband's inspection. I am certain that if he had read it, it would, if possible, have doubled his esteem for you. Nevertheless, it would have given him no great pleasure. Upon the whole, your letter was very well calculated to make him place an entire confidence in your conduct, but at the same time it tended to give him uneasiness with respect to your inclinations. I own those marks of the smallpox, which you view so much, give me some apprehensions. Love never yet contrived a more dangerous disguise. I know that this would be of no consequence to any other, but always remember, Eloisa, that she who was not to be reduced by the youth and fine figure of her lover was lost when she reflected on the sufferings he had endured for her. Providence no doubt intended that he should retain the marks of that distemper, to exercise your virtue, and that you should be free from them, in order to put his to the proof. I come now to the principal subject of your letter. You know that on the receipt of our friend S, I flew to you immediately. It was a matter of importance. But at present, if you knew in what difficulties that short absence has involved me, and how many things I have to do at once, you would be sensible how impossible it is for me to leave my house again, without exposing myself to fresh inconveniencies, and putting myself under a necessity of passing the winter here again, which is neither for your interest or mine. Is it not better to deprive ourselves of the pleasure of a hasty interview of 2 or 3 days, that we may be together for 6 months? I imagine likewise that it would not be improper for me to have a little particular and private conversation with our philosopher, partly to found his inclinations and confirm his mind, partly to give him some useful advice with regard to the conduct he should observe towards your husband, and even towards you. For I do not suppose that you can talk to him with freedom on that subject, and I can perceive, even from your letter, that he has need of counsel. We have been so long used to govern him, that we are in conscience responsible for his behavior. Until he has regained the free use of his reason, we must supply the deficiency. For my own part, it is a charge I shall always undertake with pleasure, for he has paid such deference to my advice as I shall never forget, and since my husband is no more, there is not a man in the world whom I esteem and love so much as himself. I have likewise reserved for him the pleasure of doing me some little services here. I have a great many papers in confusion, which he will help me to regulate, and I have some troublesome affairs in hand, in which I shall have occasion for his diligence and understanding. As to the rest, I do not propose to detain him above 5 or 6 days at most, and perhaps I may send him to you the next day. For I have too much vanity to wait till he is seized with impatience to return, and I have too much discernment to be deceived in that case. Do not fail, therefore, as soon as he is recovered, to send him to me, that is, to let him come, or I shall give over all raillery. You know very well that if I laugh whilst I cry, and yet am not the less in affliction, so I laugh likewise at the same time that I scold, and yet am not the less in a passion. If you are discreet, and do things with a good grace, I promise you that I will send him back to you with a pretty little present, which will give you pleasure, and a great deal of pleasure. But if you suffer me to languish with impatience, I assure you that you shall have nothing. P.S. Apropos, tell me, does our seaman smoke? Does he swear? Does he drink brandy? Does he wear a great cutlass? Has he the look of a buccaneer? Oh, how I long to see what sort of an air a man has who comes from the Antipodes. Letter CXXVI, Clara to Eloisa. Here, take back your slave, my dear cousin. He has been mine for these 8 days past, and he bears his chains with so good a grace that he seems formed for captivity. Return me thanks that I did not keep him still 8 days longer, for without offense to you, if I had kept him till he began to grow tired of me, I should not have sent him back so soon. I therefore detained him without any scruple, but I was so scrupulous, however, that I durst not let him lodge in my house. I have sometimes perceived in myself that haughtiness of soul, which disdains servile ceremonies, and which is so confident with virtue. In this instance, however, I have been more reserved than usual, without knowing why, and all that I know for certain is that I am more disposed to censure than to applaud my reserve. But can you guess what induced our friend to stay here so patiently? First, he had the pleasure of my company, and I presume that circumstance alone was sufficient to make him patient. Then he saved me a great deal of confusion, and was of service to me in my business. A friend is never tired of such offices. A third reason, which you have probably conjectured, though you pretend not to know it, is that he talked to me about you. And if we subtract the time employed in this conversation from the whole time which he has passed here, you will find that there is very little remaining to be placed to my account. But what an odd whim, to leave you, in order to have the pleasure of talking of you. Not so odd as may be imagined. He is under constraint in your company. He must be continually upon his guard. The least indiscretion would become a crime, and in those dangerous moments, minds endued with sentiments of honor never fail to recollect their duty. But when we are remote from the object of our affections, we may indulge ourselves with feasting our imaginations. If we stifle an idea when it becomes criminal, why should we reproach ourselves for having entertained it when it was not so? Can the pleasing recollection of innocent pleasures ever be a crime? This, I imagine, is a way of reasoning which you will not acquiesce in, but which nevertheless may be admitted. He began, as I may say, to run over the whole course of his former affections. The days of his youth passed over a second time in our conversation. He renewed all his confidence in me. He recalled the happy time in which he was permitted to love you. He painted to my imagination all the charms of an innocent passion without doubt. He embellished them. He said little of his present condition with regard to you, and what he mentioned rather denoted respect and admiration than love, so that I have the pleasure to think that he will return, much more confident as to the nature of his affections than when he came hither. Not but that, when you are the subject, one may perceive at the bottom of that susceptible mind a certain tenderness, which friendship alone, though not less affecting, still expresses in a different manner. But I have long observed that it is impossible to see you or to think of you with indifference. And if to that general affection which the sight of you inspires, we add the more tender impression which an indelible recollection must have left upon his mind, we shall find that it is difficult and almost impossible that, with the most rigid virtue, he should be otherwise than he is. I have fully interrogated him, carefully observed him, and watched him narrowly. I have examined him with the utmost attention. I cannot read his inmost thoughts, nor do I believe them more intelligible to himself. But I can answer, at least, that he is struck with a sense of his duty and of yours, and that the idea of Eloisa abandoned and contemptible would be more horrible than his own annihilation. My dear cousin, I have but one piece of advice to give you, and I desire you to attend to it. Avoid any detail concerning what is past, and I will take upon me to answer for the future. With regard to the restitution which you mentioned, you must think no more of it. After having exhausted all the reasons I could suggest, I entreated him, pressed him, conjured him, but in vain. I pouted, I even kissed him, I took hold of both his hands, and would have fallen on my knees to him if he would have suffered me, but he would not so much as hear me. He carried the obstinacy of his humor so far as to swear that he would sooner consent never to see you again than part with your picture. At last, in a fit of passion, he made me feel it. It was next his heart. There, said he, with a sigh which almost stopped his breath, there is the picture, the only comfort I have left, and of which nevertheless you would deprive me. Be assured that it shall never be torn from me, but at the expense of my life. Believe me, Eloisa, we had better be discreet and suffer him to keep the picture. After all, where is the importance? His obstinacy will be his punishment. After he had thoroughly unburthened and eased his mind, he appeared so composed that I ventured to talk to him about his situation. I found that neither time nor reason had made any alteration in his system, and that he confined his whole ambition to the passing his life in the service of Lord B. I could not but approve such honorable intentions, so consistent with his character, and so becoming that gratitude which is due to such unexhausted kindness. He told me that you were of the same opinion, but that Mr. Walmer was silent. A sudden thought strikes me. From your husband's singular conduct and other symptoms, I suspect that he has some secret design upon our friend which he does not disclose. Let us leave him to himself and trust to his discretion. The manner in which he behaves sufficiently proves that, if my conjecture is right, he meditates nothing but what will be for the advantage of the person, about whom he has taken such uncommon pains. You gave a very just description of his figure and of his manners, which proves that you have observed him more attentively than I should have imagined. But don't you find that his continued anxieties have rendered his countenance more expressive than it used to be? Notwithstanding the account you gave me, I was afraid to find him tinctured with that affected politeness, those apish manners which people seldom fail to contract at Paris, and which, in the round of trifles which employ an indolent day, are vainly displayed under different modes. Whether it be that some minds are not susceptible of this polish, or whether the sea air entirely effaced it, I could not discover in him the least marks of affectation, and all the zeal he expressed for me seemed to flow entirely from the dictates of his heart. He talked to me about my poor husband, but instead of comforting me, he chose to join with me in bewailing him, and never once attempted to make any fine speeches on the subject. He caressed my daughter, but instead of admiring her as I do, he reproached me with her failings, and, like you, complained that I spoiled her. He entered into my concerns with great zeal, and was seldom of my opinion in any respect. Moreover, the wind might have blown my eyes out, before he would have thought of drawing a curtain. I might have been fatigued to death in going from one room to another, before he would have had gallantry enough to have stretched out his hand, covered with the skirt of his coat, to support me. My fan lay upon the ground yesterday for more than a second, and he did not fly from the bottom of the room, as if he was going to snatch it out of the fire. In the morning, before he came to visit me, he never once sent to inquire how I did. When we are walking together, he does not affect to have his hat nailed upon his head, to show that he knows the pink of the mode. At table, I frequently asked him for his snuff-box, which he always gave me in his hand, and never presented it upon a plate, like a fine gentleman, or rather like a footman. He did not fail to drink my health twice at least at dinner, and I will lay a wager that if he stays with us this winter, we shall see him sit round the fire with us, and warm himself like an old cit. You laugh, cousin, but show me one of our gallants newly arrived from Paris, who preserves the same manly deportment. As to the rest, I think you must allow that our philosopher is altered for the worse in one respect, which is that he takes rather more notice of people who speak to him, which he cannot do but to your prejudice. Nevertheless, I hope that I shall be able to reconcile him to Madame Ballon. For my part, I think him altered for the better, because he is more serious than ever. My dear, take great care of him till my arrival. He is just the man I could wish to have the pleasure of plaguing all day long. Admire my discretion. I have taken no notice yet of the present I send you, and which is an earnest of another to come. But you have received it before you open my letter, and you know how much, and with what reason I idolize it. You, whose avarice is so anxious about this present, you must acknowledge that I have performed more than I promised. Ah, the dear little creature. While you are reading this, she is already in your arms. She is happier than her mother. But in 2 months' time I shall be happier than she, for I shall be more sensible of my felicity. Alas! Dear cousin, do not you possess me wholly already? Where you and my daughter are, what part of me is wanting? There she is, the dear little infant, take her as your own. I give her up. I put her into your hands. I consign all maternal authority over to you, correct my failings, take that charge upon yourself of which I acquitted myself so little to your liking, henceforward be as a mother to her, who is one day to be your daughter-in-law, and to render her dearer to me still, make another Eloisa of her if possible. She is like you in the face already. As to her temper, I guess that she will be grave and thoughtful. When you have corrected those little caprices which I have been accused of encouraging, you will find that my daughter will give herself the airs of my cousin. But she will be happier than Eloisa in having less tears to shed and less struggles to encounter. Do you know that she can't be any longer without her little M, and that it is partly for that reason I send her back? I had a conversation with her yesterday, which made our friends ready to die with laughing. First, she leaves me without the least regret, I who am her humble servant all day long, and can deny her nothing she asks for. And you, of whom she is afraid, and who answer her no 20 times a day. You, by way of excellence, are her little mamma, whom she visits with pleasure, and whose denials she likes better than all my fine presents. When I told her that I was going to send her to you, she was transported, as you may imagine. But to perplex her, I told her that you, in return, was to send me little M in her stead, and that was not agreeable to her. She was quite at a nonplus and asked what I would do with him. I told her that I would take him to myself. She began to pout. Harriet, said I, won't you give up your little M to me? No, said she somewhat coldly. No, but if I won't give him up neither, who shall settle it between us? Mamma, my little mamma, shall settle it. Then I shall have the preference, for you know she will do whatever I desire. Oh, but mamma will do nothing but what's right. And do you think I should desire what's wrong? The sly little jade began to smile. But after all, I continued, for what reason should she refuse to give me little M? Because he is not fit for you. And why is he not fit for me? Another arch smile as full of meaning as the former. Tell me honestly, is it not because you think me too old for him? No, mamma, but he is too young for you. This from a child but 7 years old. I amused myself with piquing her still farther. My dear Henriette, said I, assuming a serious air, I assure you that he is not fit for you neither. Why so? She cried as if she had been suddenly alarmed, because he is too giddy for you. Oh, mamma, is that all? I will make him wise. But if unfortunately he should make you foolish, then, mamma, I should be like you. Like me, impertinence. Yes, mamma, you are saying all day that you are foolishly fond of me. Well then, I will be foolishly fond of him, that's all. I know you don't approve of this pretty prattle, and that you will soon know how to check it. Neither will I justify it, though I own it delights me. But I only mention it to convince you that my daughter is already in love with her little M, and that if he is 2 years younger than her, she is not unworthy of that authority, which she may claim by right of seniority. I perceive likewise, by opposing your example and my own to that of your poor mother's, that where the woman governs, the house is not the worse managed. Farewell, my dear friend, farewell, my constant companion. The time is approaching, and the vintage shall not be gathered without me. Letter CX6, to Lord B. What pleasures too late enjoyed, alas, enjoyed too late, have I tasted these 3 weeks past. How delightful to pass one day in the bosom of calm friendship, secure from the tempests of impetuous passion. What a pleasing and affecting scene, my lord, is a plain and well-regulated family, where order, peace, and innocence reign throughout, where, without pomp or retinue, everything is assembled which can contribute to the real felicity of mankind. The country, the retirement, the season, the vast body of water which opens to my view, the wild prospect of the mountains, everything conspires to recall to my mind the delightful island of Tinian. I flatter myself that the earnest prayers, which I there so often repeated, are now accomplished. I live here agreeably to my taste, and enjoy society suitable to my liking. I only want the company of 2 persons to complete my happiness, and I hope to see them here soon. In the meantime, till you and Mrs. Orb come to perfect those charming and innocent pleasures, which I begin to relish here, I will endeavor, by way of detail, to give you an idea of that domestic economy, which proclaims the happiness of the master and mistress and communicates their felicity to everyone under their roof. I hope that my reflections may one day be of use to you, with respect to the project you have in view, and this hope encourages me to pursue them. I need not give you a description of Claren's house. You know it. You can tell how delightful it is, what interesting recollections it presents to my mind. You can judge how dear it must be to me, both on account of the present scenes it exhibits and of those which it recalls to my mind. Mrs. Walmer, with good reason, prefers this abode to that of Etange, a superb and magnificent castle, but old, inconvenient, and gloomy, its situation being far inferior to the country round Clarens. Since Mr. and Mrs. Walmer have fixed their residence here, they have converted to use everything which served only for ornament. It is no longer a house for show, but for convenience. They have shut up a long sweep of rooms to alter the inconvenient situation of the doors. They have cut off some oversized rooms that the apartments might be better distributed. Instead of rich and antique furniture, they have substituted what is neat and convenient. Everything here is pleasant and agreeable. Everything breathes an air of plenty and propriety without any appearance of pomp and luxury. There is not a single room in which you do not immediately recollect that you are in the country, but in which, nevertheless, you will find all the conveniences you meet with in town. The same alterations are observable without doors. The yard has been enlarged at the expense of the coach houses. Instead of an old tattered billiard table, they have made a fine press, and the spot which used to be filled with screaming peacocks, which they have parted with, is converted into a dairy. The kitchen garden was too small for the kitchen. They have made another out of a flower garden, but so convenient and so well laid out that the spot, thus transformed, looks more agreeable to the eye than before. Instead of the mournful yews which covered the wall, they have planted good fruit trees. In the room of the useless Indian blackberry, fine young mulberry trees now begin to shade the yard, and they have planted 2 rows of walnut trees quite to the road, in the place of some old linden trees which bordered the avenue. They have throughout substituted the useful in the room of the agreeable, and yet the agreeable has gained by the alteration. For my own part, at least, I think that the noise of the yard, the crowing of the cocks, the lowing of the cattle, the harness of the carts, the rural repasts, the return of the husbandmen, and all the train of rustic economy, give the house a more rural, more lively, animated, and gay appearance than it had in its former state of mournful dignity. Their estate is not out upon lease, but they are their own farmers, and the cultivation of it employs a great deal of their time and makes a great part both of their pleasure and profit. The manor of Etange is nothing but meadow, pasture, and wood, but the produce of Clarens consists of vineyards, which are considerable objects, and in which the difference of culture produces more sensible effects than in corn, which is a farther reason why, in point of economy, they should prefer the latter as a place of residence. Nevertheless, they generally go to Etange every year at harvest time, and Mr. Walmer visits it frequently. It is a maxim with them to cultivate their lands to the utmost they will produce, not for the sake of extraordinary profit, but as a means of employing more hands. Mr. Walmer maintains that the produce of the earth is in proportion to the number of hands employed. The better it is tilled, the more it yields, and the surplus of its produce furnishes the means of cultivating it still farther. The more it is stocked with men and cattle, the greater abundance it yields for their support. No one can tell, says he, where this continual and reciprocal increase of produce and of labor may end. On the contrary, land neglected loses its fertility. The less men a country produces, the less provisions it furnishes. The scarcity of inhabitants is the reason why it is insufficient to maintain the few it has, and in every country which tends to depopulation, the people will sooner or later die of famine. Therefore, having a great deal of land, which they cultivate with the utmost industry, they require, besides the servants in the yard, a great number of day laborers, which procures them the pleasure of maintaining a great number of people without any inconvenience to themselves. In the choice of their laborers, they always prefer neighbors and those of the same place, to strangers and foreigners. Though by this means they may sometimes be losers in not choosing the most robust, yet this loss is soon made up by the affection which this preference inspires in those whom they choose, by the advantage likewise of having them always about them, and of being able to depend on them at all times, though they keep them in pay but part of the year. They always make 2 prices with these laborers. One is a strict payment of right, the current price of the country, which they engage to pay them when they hire them. The other, which is more liberal, is a payment of generosity. It is bestowed only as they are found to deserve it, and it seldom happens that they do not earn the surplus. For Mr. Walmer is just and strict, and never suffers institutions of grace and favor to degenerate into custom and abuse. Over these laborers there are overseers, who watch and encourage them. These overseers work along with the rest, and are interested in their labor, by a little augmentation which is made to their wages, for every advantage that is reaped from their industry. Besides, Mr. Walmer visits them almost every day himself, sometimes often in a day, and his wife loves to take these walks with him. In times of extraordinary business, Eloisa every week bestows some little gratifications to such of the laborers or other servants, as, in the judgment of their master, shall have been most industrious for 8 days past. All these means of promoting emulation, though seemingly expensive, when used with justice and discretion, insensibly make people laborious and diligent, and in the end bring in more than is dispersed. But as they turn to no profit, but by time and perseverance, few people know anything of them, or are willing to make use of them. But the most effectual method of all, which is peculiar to Mrs. Walmer, and which they who are bent on economy seldom think of, is that of gaining the hearts of those good people, by making them the objects of her affection. She does not think it sufficient to reward their industry by giving them money, but she thinks herself bound to do farther services to those who have contributed to hers. Laborers, domestics, all who serve her, if it be but for a day, become her children. She takes part in their pleasures, their cares, and their fortune. She inquires into their affairs and makes their interests her own. She engages in 1,000 concerns for them. She gives them her advice. She composes their differences and does not show the affability of her disposition in smooth and fruitless speeches, but in real services and continual acts of benevolence. They on their parts leave everything to serve her on the least motion. They fly when she speaks to them, her look alone animates their zeal, in her presence they are contented, in her absence they talk of her and are eager to be employed. Her charms and her manner of conversing do a great deal, but her gentleness and her virtues do more. Ah, my lord, what a powerful and adorable empire is that of benevolent beauty. With respect to their personal attendants, they have within doors 8 servants, 3 women and 5 men, without reckoning the baron's valet de chamber or the servants in the outhouses. It seldom happens that people, who have but few domestics, are ill served. But from the uncommon zeal of these servants, one would conclude that each thought himself charged with the business of the other 7, and from the harmony among them, one would imagine that the whole business was done by one man. You never see them in the outhouses idle and unemployed, or playing in the courtyard, but always about some useful employment. They help in the yard, in the cellar, and in the kitchen. The gardener has nobody under him but them, and what is most agreeable, you see them do all this cheerfully and with pleasure. They take them young in order to form them to their minds. They do not follow the maxim here, which prevails at Paris and London, of choosing domestics ready-formed, that is to say, complete rascals, runners of quality, who in every family they go through, catch the failings both of master and man, and make a trade of serving everybody without being attached to anyone. There can be neither honesty, fidelity, or zeal among such fellows, and this collection of rabble serves to ruin the masters and corrupt the children in all wealthy families. Here, the choice of domestics is considered as an article of importance. They do not regard them merely as mercenaries, from whom they only require a stipulated service, but as members of a family, which, should they be ill chosen, might be ruined by that means. The first thing they require of them is to be honest, the next is to love their master, and the third to serve him to his liking. But where a master is reasonable and servant intelligent, the third is the consequence of the 2 first. Therefore they do not take them from town, but from the country. This is the first place they live in, and it will assuredly be the last if they are good for anything. They take them out of some numerous family overstocked with children, whose parents come to offer them of their own accord. They choose them young, well-made, healthy, and of a pleasant countenance. Mr. Walmer interrogates and examines them, and then presents them to his wife. If they prove agreeable to both, they are received at first upon trial. Afterwards they are admitted among the number of servants, or more properly the children of the family, and they employ some days in teaching their duty with a great deal of care and patience. The service is so simple, so equal and uniform. The master and mistress are so little subject to whims and caprice, and the servants so soon conceive an affection for them, that their business is soon learned. Their condition is agreeable. They find conveniences which they had not at home, but they are not suffered to be enervated by idleness, the parent of all vice. They do not allow them to become gentlemen and to grow proud in their service. They continue to work as they did with their own family. In fact, they do but change their father and mother and get more wealthy parents. They do not therefore hold their old rustic employments in contempt. Whenever they leave this place, there is not one of them who had not rather turn peasant than take any other employment. In short, I never saw a family where every one acquits himself so well in his service and thinks so little of the trouble of servitude. Thus, by training up their servants themselves in this discreet manner, they guard against the objection which is so very trifling and so frequently made, viz., I shall only bring them up for the service of others. Train them properly, one might answer, and they will never serve anyone else. If in bringing them up you solely regard your own benefit, they have a right to consult their own interest in quitting you, but if you seem to consider their advantage, they will remain constantly attached to you. It is the intention alone which constitutes the obligation, and he who is indirectly benefited by an act of kindness, wherein I meant to serve myself only, owes me no obligation whatever. As a double preventive against this inconvenience, Mr. and Mrs. Walmer take another method, which appears to me extremely prudent. At the first establishment of their household, they calculated what number of servants their fortune would allow them to keep, and they found it to amount to 15 or 16. In order to be better served, they made a reduction of half that number, so that with less retinue, their service is more exactly attended. To be more effectually served still, they have made it the interest of their servants to continue with them a long time. When a domestic first enters into their service, he receives the common wages, but those wages are augmented every year by a 20th part, so that at the end of 20 years they will be more than doubled, and the charge of keeping these servants will be nearly the same in proportion to the master's circumstances. But there is no need of being a deep algebraist to discover that the expense of this augmentation is more in appearance than reality, that there will be but few to whom double wages will be paid, and that if they were paid to all the servants, yet the benefit of having been well served for 20 years past would more than compensate the extraordinary expense. You perceive, my lord, that this is a certain expedient of making servants grow continually more and more careful, and of attaching them to you by attaching yourself to them. There is not only prudence, but justice in such a provision. Is it reasonable that a newcomer, who has no affection for you, and who is perhaps an unworthy object, should receive the same salary, at his first entrance into the family, as an old servant, whose zeal and fidelity have been tried in a long course of services, and who besides, being grown in years, draws near the time when he will be incapable of providing for himself? The latter reason, however, must not be brought into the account, and you may easily imagine that such a benevolent master and mistress do not fail to discharge that duty, which many, who are devoid of charity, fulfill out of ostentation. And you may suppose that they do not abandon those whose infirmities or old age render them incapable of service. I can give you a very striking instance of their attention to this duty. The Baron d'Ettinge, being desirous to recompense the long services of his valet de chambre by procuring him an honorable retreat, had the interest to obtain for him the LSE, an easy and lucrative post. Eloisa has just now received a most affecting letter from this old servant, in which he entreats her to get him excused from accepting this employment. I am in years, says he, I have lost all my family. I have no relations but my master and his family. All my hope is to end my days quietly in the house where I have passed the greatest part of them. Often, dear madam, as I have held you in my arms when but an infant, I prayed to heaven that I might one day hold your little ones in the same manner. My prayers have been heard. Do not deny me the happiness of seeing them grow and prosper like you. I who have been accustomed to a quiet family, where shall I find such another place of rest in my old age? Be so kind to write to the Baron in my behalf. If he is dissatisfied with me, let him turn me off and give me no employment. But if I have served him faithfully for these 40 years past, let him allow me to end my days in his service and yours. he cannot reward me better. It is needless to inquire whether Eloisa wrote to the Baron or not. I perceive that she would be as unwilling to part with this good man as he would be to leave her. Am I wrong, my lord, when I compare a master and mistress, thus beloved, to good parents and their servants to obedient children? You find that they consider themselves in this light. There is not a single instance in this family of a servant's giving warning. It is even very seldom that they are threatened with a dismission. A menace of this kind alarms them in proportion as their service is pleasant and agreeable. The best subjects are always the soonest alarmed, and there is never any occasion to come to extremities but with such as are not worth regretting. They have likewise a rule in this respect. When Mr. Walmer says, "I discharge you," they may then implore Mrs. Walmer to intercede for them, and through her intercession may be restored. But if she gives them warning, it is irrevocable, and they have no favor to expect. This agreement between them is very well calculated both to moderate the extreme confidence which her gentleness might beget in them, and the violent apprehensions they might conceive from his inflexibility. Such a warning, nevertheless, is excessively dreaded from a just and dispassionate master, for besides that they are not certain of obtaining favor, and that the same person is never pardoned twice, they forfeit the right which they acquire from their long service, by having had warning given, and when they are restored, they begin a new service, as it were. This prevents the old servants from growing insolent, and makes them more circumspect, in proportion as they have more to lose. The three maidservants are the chambermaid, the governess, and the cook. The latter is a country girl, very proper and well qualified for the place, whom Mrs. Walmer has instructed in cookery. For in this country, which is as yet in some measure in a state of simplicity, young ladies learn to do that business themselves, that when they keep house, they may be able to direct their servants, and consequently are less liable to be imposed upon by them. B is no longer the chambermaid. They have sent her back to Étanges, where she was born. They have again entrusted her with the care of the castle, and the superintendence of the receipts, which makes her in some degree comptroller of the household. Mr. Walmer entreated his wife to make this regulation, but it was a long time before she could resolve to part with an old servant of her mother, though she had more than one reason to be displeased with her. But after their last conference, she gave her consent, and B is gone. This girl is handy and honest, but babbling and indiscreet. I suspect that she has, more than once, betrayed the secrets of her mistress, that Mr. Walmer is sensible of it, and to prevent her being guilty of the same indiscretion with respect to a stranger, he has prudently taken this method to avail himself of her good qualities, without running any hazard from her imperfections. She who is taken in her room is that same Fanny, of whom you have often heard me speak with so much pleasure, notwithstanding Eloisa's prediction, her favors, her father's kindness, and yours. This deserving and discreet woman has not been happy in her connection. Claude Annett, who endured adversity so bravely, could not support a more prosperous state. When he found himself at ease, he neglected his business, and his affairs being quite embarrassed, he fled the country, leaving his wife with an infant whom she has since lost. Eloisa, having taken her home, instructed her in the business of a chambermaid, and I was never more agreeably surprised than to find her settled in her employment, the first day of my arrival. Mr. Walmer pays great regard to her, and they have both entrusted her with the charge of superintending their children, and of having an eye likewise over their governess, who is a simple, credulous country lass, but attentive, patient, and tractable, so that, in short, they have omitted no precaution to prevent the vices of the town from creeping into a family, where the master and mistress are strangers to them, and will not suffer them under their roof. Though there is but one table among all the servants, yet there is but little communication between the men and women, and this they consider as a point of great importance. Mr. Walmer is not of the same opinion with those masters, who are indifferent to everything which does not immediately concern their interests, and who only desire to be well served, without troubling themselves about what their servants do beside. He thinks, on the contrary, that they who regard nothing but their own service cannot be well served. Too close a connection between the two sexes frequently occasions mischief. The disorders of most families arise from the rendezvous which are held in the chambermaid's apartment. If there is one whom the steward happens to be fond of, he does not fail to seduce her at the expense of his master. A good understanding among the men, or among the women, is not alone sufficiently firm to produce any material consequences, but it is always between the men and the women that those secret monopolies are established, which in the end ruin the most wealthy families. They pay a particular attention, therefore, to the discretion and modesty of the women, not only from principles of honesty and morality, but from well-judged motives of interest. For whatever some may pretend, no one who does not love his duty can discharge it as he ought, and none ever loved their duty who were devoid of honor. They do not, to prevent any dangerous intimacy between the two sexes, restrain them by positive rules which they might be tempted to violate in secret, but without any seeming intention, they establish good customs, which are more powerful than authority itself. They do not forbid any intercourse between them, but tease contrived in such a manner that they have no occasion or inclination to see each other. This is effectuated by making their business, their habits, their tastes, and their pleasures entirely different. To maintain the admirable order which they have established, they are sensible that in a well-regulated family there should be as little correspondence as possible between the two sexes. They who would accuse their master of caprice, was he to enforce such a rule by way of injunction, submit, without regret, to a manner of life which is not positively prescribed to them, but which they themselves conceive to be the best and most natural. Eloisa insists that it must be so in fact. She maintains that neither love nor conjugal union is the result of a continual commerce between the sexes. In her opinion, husband and wife were designed to live together, but not to live in the same manner. They ought to act in concert, but not to do the same things. The kind of life, says she, which would delight the one would be insupportable to the other. The inclinations which nature has given them are as different as the occupations she has assigned them. They differ in their amusements as much as in their duties. In a word, each contributes to the common good by different ways, and the proper distribution of their several cares and employments is the strongest tie that cements their union. For my own part, I confess that my observations are much in favor of this maxim. In fact, is it not the general practice, except among the French and those who imitate them, for the men and women to live separately? If they see each other, it is rather by short interviews, and as it were by stealth, as the Spartans visited their wives, than by an indiscreet and constant intercourse, sufficient to confound and destroy the wisest bounds of distinction which nature has set between them. We do not, even among the savages, see men and women intermingle indiscriminately. In the evening, the family meet together. Everyone passes the night with his wife. When the day begins, they separate again, and the two sexes enjoy nothing in common but their meals at most. This is the order which, from its universality, appears to be most natural, and even in those countries where it is perverted, we may perceive some vestiges of it remaining. In France, where the men have submitted to live after the fashion of the women, and to be continually shut up in a room with them, you may perceive from their involuntary motions that they are under confinement. While the ladies sit quietly or loll upon their couch, you may perceive the men get up, go, come, and sit down again, perpetually restless, as if a kind of mechanical instinct continually counteracted the restraint they suffered, and prompted them, in their own respite, to that active and laborious life for which nature intended them. They are the only people in the world where the men stand at the theater, as if they went into the pit to relieve themselves of the fatigue of having been sitting all day in a dining room. In short, they are too sensible of the irksomeness of this effeminate and sedentary indolence, that in order to checker it with some degree of activity at least, they yield their places at home to strangers, and go to other men's wives in order to alleviate their disgust. The example of Mrs. Walmer's family contributes greatly to support the maxim she establishes. Everyone, as it were, being confined to their proper sex, the women there live in a great measure apart from the men. In order to prevent any suspicious connections between them, her great secret is to keep both one and the other constantly employed, for their occupations are so different that nothing but idleness can bring them together. In the morning, each apply to their proper business, and no one is at leisure to interrupt the other. After dinner, the men are employed in the garden, the yard, or in some other rural occupation. The women are busy in the nursery till the hour comes at which they take a walk with the children, and sometimes indeed with the mistress, which is very agreeable to them, as it is the only time in which they take the air. The men, being sufficiently tired with their day's work, have seldom any inclination to walk, and therefore rest themselves within doors. Every Sunday, after evening service, the women meet again in the nursery, with some friend or relation whom they invite in their turns by Mrs. Walmer's consent. There, they have a little collation prepared for them by Eloisa's direction, and she permits them to chat, sing, run, or play at some little game of skill, fit to please children, and such as they may bear a part in themselves. The entertainment is composed of syllabubs, cream, and different kinds of cakes, with such other little viands as suit the taste of women and children. Wine is almost excluded, and the men, who are rarely admitted of this little female party, never are present at this collation, which Eloisa seldom misses. I am the only man who has obtained this privilege. Last Sunday, with great importunity, I got leave to attend her there. She took great pains to make me consider it as a very singular favor. She told me aloud that she granted it for that once only, and that she had even refused Mr. Walmer himself. You may imagine whether this difficulty of admission does not flatter female vanity a little, and whether a footman would be a welcome visitor, where his master was excluded. I made a most delicious repast with them. Where will you find such cream cakes as we have here? Imagine what they must be, made in a dairy where Eloisa presides and eaten in her company. Fanny presented me with some cream, some seed cake, and other little comfits. All was gone in an instant. Eloisa smiled at my appetite. I find, said she, giving me another plate of cream, that your appetite does you credit everywhere, and that you make as good a figure among a club of females as you do among the Valesians. But I do not, answered I, make the repast with more impunity. The one may be attended with intoxication as well as the other, and reason may be as much distracted in a nursery as in a wine cellar. She cast her eyes down without making any reply, blushed, and began to play with her children. This was enough to sting me with remorse. This, my lord, was my first indiscretion, and I hope it will be the last. There was a certain air of primitive simplicity in this assembly, which affected me very sensibly. I perceived the same cheerfulness in every countenance, and perhaps more openness than if there had been men in company. The familiarity which was observable between the mistress and her servants, being founded on sincere attachment and confidence, only served to establish respect and authority, and the services rendered and received appeared like so many testimonies of reciprocal friendship. There was nothing, even to the very choice of the collation, but what contributed to make this assembly engaging. Milk and sugar are naturally adapted to the taste of the fair sex, and may be deemed the symbols of innocence and sweetness, which are their most becoming ornaments. Men, on the contrary, are fond of high flavors and strong liquors, a kind of nourishment more suitable to the active and laborious life for which nature has designed them. And when these different tastes come to be blended, it is an infallible sign that the distinction between the two sexes is inordinately confounded. In fact, I have observed that in France, where the women constantly intermix with the men, they have entirely lost their relish for milk meats, and the men have in some measure lost their taste for wine. And in England, where the two sexes are better distinguished, the proper taste of each is better preserved. In general, I am of opinion that you may very often form some judgment of people's disposition from their choice of food. The Italians, who live a great deal on vegetables, are soft and effeminate. You Englishmen, who are great eaters of meat, have something harsh in your rigid virtue, and which favors of barbarism. The Swiss, who is naturally of a calm, gentle, and cold constitution, but hot and violent when in a passion, is fond both of one and the other, and drinks milk and wine indiscriminately. The Frenchman, who is pliant and changeable, lives upon all kinds of food, and conforms himself to every taste. Eloisa herself may serve as an instance, for though she makes her meals with a keen appetite, yet she does not love meat, ragouts, or salt, and never yet tasted wine by itself. Some excellent roots, eggs, cream, and fruit compose her ordinary diet, and was it not for fish, of which she is likewise very fond, she would be a thorough Pythagorean. To keep the women in order would signify nothing, if the men were not likewise under proper regulations. And this branch of domestic economy, which is not of less importance, is still more difficult. For the attack is generally more lively than the defense. The guardian of human nature intended it so. In the Commonwealth, citizens are kept in order by principles of morality and virtue. But how are we to keep servants and mercenaries under proper regulations, otherwise than by force and restraint? The art of a master consists in disguising this restraint under the veil of pleasure and interest, that what they are obliged to do may seem the result of their own inclination. Sunday being a day of idleness, and servants having a right of going where they please, when business does not require their duty at home, that one day often destroys all the good examples and lessons of the other 6. The habit of frequenting public houses, the converse and maxims of their comrades, the company of loose women, soon render them unserviceable to their masters and unprofitable to themselves, and by teaching them 1,000 vices, make them unfit for servitude and unworthy of liberty. To remedy this inconvenience, they endeavor to keep them at home by the same motives which induce them to go abroad. Why do they go abroad? To drink and play at a public house. They drink and play at home. All the difference is that the wine costs them nothing, that they do not get drunk, and that there are some winners at play, without any losers. The following is the method taken for this purpose. Behind the house is a shady walk, where they have fixed the lifts. There, in the summertime, the livery servants and the men in the yard meet every Sunday after sermon time, to play in little detached parties, not for money, for it is not allowed, nor for wine, which is given them, but for a prize furnished by their master's generosity, which is generally some piece of goods or apparel fit for their use. The number of games is in proportion to the value of the prize, so that when the prize is somewhat considerable, as a pair of silver buckles, a neckcloth, a pair of silk stockings, a fine hat, or anything of that kind, they have generally several bouts to decide it. They are not confined to one particular game, but they change them, that one man who happens to excel in a particular game may not carry off all the prizes, and that they may grow stronger and more dexterous by a variety of exercises. At one time, the contest is who shall first reach a mark at the other end of the walk. At another time, it is who shall throw the same stone farthest. Then again, it is who shall carry the same weight longest. Sometimes they contend for a prize by shooting at a mark. Most of these games are attended with some little preparations, which serve to prolong them and render them entertaining. Their master and mistress often honor them with their presence. They sometimes take their children with them, nay, even strangers resort thither, excited by curiosity, and they desire nothing better than to bear a share in the sport. But none are ever admitted without Mr. Walmer's approbation and the consent of the players, who would not find their account in granting it readily. This custom has imperceptibly become a kind of show, in which the actors, being animated by the presence of the spectators, prefer the glory of applause to the lucre of the prize. As these exercises make them more active and vigorous, they set a greater value on themselves, and being accustomed to estimate their importance from their own intrinsic worth, rather than from their possessions, they prize honor, notwithstanding they are footmen, beyond money. It would be tedious to enumerate all the advantages which they derive from a practice so trifling in appearance, and which is always despised by little minds. But it is the prerogative of true genius to produce great effects by inconsiderable means. Mr. Walmer has assured me that these little institutions which his wife first suggested scarce stood him in 50 crowns a year. But said he, "How often do you think I am repaid this sum in my housekeeping and my affairs in general? By the vigilance and attention with which I am served by these faithful servants, who derive all their pleasures from their master, by the interest they take in a family which they consider as their own, by the advantage I reap, in their labors, from the vigor they acquire at their exercises, by the benefit of keeping them always in health, in preserving them from those exercises which are common to men in their station, and from those disorders which frequently attend such excesses, by securing them from any propensity to knavery, which is an infallible consequence of irregularity, and by confirming them in the practice of honesty. In short, by the pleasure of having such agreeable recreations within ourselves at such a trifling expense. If there are any among them, either man or woman, who do not care to conform to our regulations, but prefer the liberty of going where they please on various pretenses, we never refuse to give them leave. But we consider this licentious turn as a very suspicious symptom, and we are always ready to mistrust such dispositions. Thus these little amusements, which furnish us with good servants, serve also as a direction to us in the choice of them. I must confess, my lord, that, except in this family, I never saw the same men made good domestics for personal service, good husbandmen for tilling the ground, good soldiers for the defense of their country, and honest fellows in any station into which fortune may chance to throw them. In the winter, their pleasures vary as well as their labors. On a Sunday, all the servants in the family and even the neighbors, men and women indiscriminately, meet after service time in a hall where there is a good fire, some wine, fruits, cakes, and a fiddle to which they dance. Mrs. Walmer never fails to be present for some time at least, in order to preserve decorum and modesty by her presence, and it is not uncommon for her to dance herself, though among her own people. When I was first made acquainted with this custom, it appeared to me not quite conformable to the strictness of Protestant morals. I told Eloisa so, and she answered me to the following effect. Pure morality is charged with so many severe duties, that if it is overburthened with forms which are in themselves indifferent, they will always be of prejudice to what is really essential. This is said to be the case with the monks in general, who being slaves to rules totally immaterial, are utter strangers to the meaning of honor and virtue. This defeat is less observable among us, though we are not wholly exempt from it. Our churchmen, who are as much superior to other priests in knowledge, as our religion is superior to all others in purity, do nevertheless maintain some maxims, which seem to be rather founded on prejudice than reason. Of this kind is that which condemns dancing and assemblies, as if there were more harm in dancing than singing, as if each of these amusements were not equally a propensity of nature, and as if it were a crime to divert ourselves publicly with an innocent and harmless recreation. For my own part, I think, on the contrary, that every time there is a concourse of the two sexes, every public diversion becomes innocent, by being public, whereas the most laudable employment becomes suspicious in a tete-a-tete party. Man and woman were formed for each other, their union by marriage is the end of nature. All false religion is at war with nature. Ours, which conforms to and rectifies natural propensity, proclaims a divine institution which is most suitable to mankind. Religion ought not to increase the embarrassment which civil regulations throw in the way of matrimony, by difficulties which the gospel does not create, and which are contrary to the true spirit of Christianity. Let anyone tell me which young people can have an opportunity of conceiving a mutual liking, and of seeing each other with more decorum and circumspection, than in an assembly where the eyes of the spectators being constantly upon them, oblige them to behave with peculiar caution. How can we offend God by an agreeable and wholesome exercise, suitable to the vivacity of youth, an exercise which consists in the art of presenting ourselves to each other with grace and elegance, and wherein the presence of the spectator imposes a decorum, which no one dares to violate? Can we conceive a more effectual method to avoid imposition with respect to person at least, by displaying ourselves with all our natural graces and defects before those whose interest it is to know us thoroughly, ere they oblige themselves to love us? Is not the obligation of reciprocal affection greater than that of self-love, and is it not an attention worthy of a pious and virtuous pair who propose to marry, thus to prepare their hearts for that mutual love which heaven prompts? What is the consequence, in those places where people are under a continual restraint, where the most innocent gaiety is punished as criminal, where the young people of different sexes dare not meet in public, and where the indiscreet severity of the pastor preaches nothing, in the name of God, but servile constraint, sadness, and melancholy? They find means to elude an insufferable tyranny, which nature and reason disavow. When gay and sprightly youth are debarred from lawful pleasures, they substitute others more dangerous in their stead. Tete-a-tete parties artfully concerted supply the place of public assemblies. By being obliged to concealment as if they were criminal, they at length become so in fact. Harmless joy loves to display itself in the face of the world, but vice is a friend to darkness, and innocence and secrecy never subsist long together. My dear friend, said she, grasping my hand, as if she meant to convey her repentance and communicate the purity of her own heart to mine. Who can be more sensible of the importance of this truth than ourselves? What sorrow and troubles, what tears and remorse we might have prevented for so many years past, if we could, but have foreseen how dangerous a tete-a-tete intercourse was to that virtue which we always loved. Besides, said Mrs. Walmer in a softer tone, it is not in a numerous assembly, where we are seen and heard by all the world, but in private parties, where secrecy and freedom is indulged, that our morals are in danger. It is from this principle that whenever my domestics meet, I am glad to see them all together. I even approve of their inviting such young people in the neighborhood whose company will not corrupt them, and I hear with pleasure that, when they mean to commend the morals of any of our young neighbors, they say he is admitted at Mr. Walmer's. We have a farther view in this. Our men servants are all very young, and among the women, the governess is yet single. It is not reasonable that the retired life they lead with us should debar them of an opportunity of forming an honest connection. We endeavor, therefore, in these little meetings, to give them this opportunity, under our inspection, that we may assist them in their choice. And thus, by endeavoring to make happy families, we increase the felicity of our own. I ought now to justify myself for dancing with these good people, but I rather choose to pass sentence on myself in this respect, and I frankly confess that my chief motive is the pleasure I take in the exercise. You know that I always resembled my cousin in her passion for dancing, but after the death of my mother, I bade adieu to the ball and all public assemblies. I kept my resolution, even to the day of my marriage, and will keep it still, without thinking it any violation to dance now, and then in my own house with my guests and my domestics. It is an exercise very good for my health during the sedentary life which we are obliged to live here in winter. I find it an innocent amusement, for after a good dance, my conscience does not reproach me. It amuses Mr. Walmer likewise, and all my coquetry in this particular is only to please him. I am the occasion of his coming into the ballroom. The good people are best satisfied when they are honored with their master's presence, and they express a satisfaction when they see me amongst them. In short, I find that such occasional familiarity forms an agreeable connection and attachment between us, which approaches nearer the natural condition of mankind, by moderating the meanness of servitude and the rigor of authority. Such, my lord, are the sentiments of Eloisa, with respect to dancing, and I have often wondered how so much affability could consist with such a degree of subordination, and how she and her husband could so often stoop to level themselves with their servants, and yet the latter never be tempted to assume equality in their turn. I question if any Asiatic monarchs are attended in their palaces with more respect than Mr. and Mrs. Walmer are served in their own house. I never knew any commands less imperious than theirs or more readily executed. If they ask for anything, their servants fly. If they excuse their failings, they themselves are nevertheless sensible of their faults. I was never better convinced how much the force of what is said depends on the mode of expression. This has led me into a reflection on the affected gravity of masters, which is that it is rather to be imputed to their own failings than to the effects of their familiarity, that they are despised in their families, and that the insolence of servants is rather an indication of a vicious than of a weak master. For nothing gives them such assurance as the knowledge of his vices, and they consider all discoveries of that kind as so many dispensations, which free them from their obedience to a man whom they can no longer respect. Servants imitate their masters, and by copying them awkwardly, they render those defects more conspicuous in themselves, which the polish of education, in some measure, disguised in the others. At Paris, I used to judge of the ladies of my acquaintance by the air and manners of their waiting women, and this rule never deceived me. Besides that the lady's woman, when she becomes the confidant of her mistress's secrets, makes her buy her discretion at a dear rate, she likewise frames her conduct according to her lady's sentiments, and discloses all her maxims by an awkward imitation. In every instance, the master's example is more efficacious than his authority. It is not natural to suppose that their servants will be honester than themselves. It is to no purpose to make a noise, to swear, to abuse them, to turn them off, to get a new set. All this avails nothing towards making good servants. When they, who do not trouble themselves about being hated and despised by their domestics, nevertheless imagine that they are well served, the reason of their mistake is that they are contented with what they see, and satisfied with an appearance of diligence, without observing the thousand secret prejudices they suffer continually, and of which they cannot discover the source. But where is the man so devoid of honor as to be able to endure the contempt of everyone round him? Where is the woman so abandoned as not to be susceptible of insults? How many ladies, both at Paris and in London, who think themselves greatly respected, would burst into tears if they heard what was said of them in their antechambers? Happily for their peace, they comfort themselves by taking these arguses for weak creatures, and by flattering themselves that they are blind to those practices which they do not even deign to hide from them. They likewise in their turn discover, by their sullen obedience, the contempt they have for their mistresses. Masters and servants become mutually sensible that it is not worth their while to conciliate each other's esteem. The behavior of servants seems to me to be the most certain and nice proof of the master's virtue. And I remember, my lord, to have formed a good opinion of yours at valet without knowing you, purely because, though you spoke somewhat harshly to your attendants, they were not the less attached to you, and that they expressed as much respect for you in your absence, as if you had been within hearing. It has been said that no man is a hero in the eyes of his valet de chambre, perhaps not, but every worthy man will enjoy his servant's esteem, which sufficiently proves that heroism is only a vain phantom, and that nothing is solid but virtue. The power of its empire is particularly observable here in the lowest commendations of the servants. Commendations the less to be suspected, as they do not consist of vain eulogiums, but of an artless expression of their feelings. As they cannot suppose, from anything which they see, that other masters are not like theirs, they therefore do not commend them on account of those virtues which they conceive to be common to masters in general. But, in the simplicity of their hearts, they thank God for having sent the rich to make those under them happy, and to be a comfort to the poor. Servitude is a state so unnatural to mankind that it cannot subsist without some degree of discontent. Nevertheless, they respect their master and say nothing. If any murmurings escape them against their mistress, they are more to her honor than encomiums would be. No one complains that she is wanting in kindness to them, but that she pays so much regard to others. No one can endure that his zeal should be put in competition with that of his comrades, and as every one imagines himself foremost in attachment, he would be first in favor. This is their only complaint, and their greatest injustice. There is not only a proper subordination among those of inferior station, but a perfect harmony among those of equal rank. And this is not the least difficult part of domestic economy. Amidst the clashings of jealousy and self-interest, which makes continual divisions in families not more numerous than this, we seldom find servants united, but at the expense of their masters. If they agree, it is to rob in concert. If they are honest, everyone shows his importance at the expense of the rest. They must either be enemies or accomplices, and it is very difficult to find a way of guarding at the same time both against their knavery and their dissensions. The masters of families in general know no other method but that of choosing the alternative between these two inconveniencies. Some, preferring interest to honor, foment a quarrelsome disposition among their servants by means of private reports, and think it a masterpiece of prudence to make them superintendents and spies over each other. Others, of a more indolent nature, rather choose that their servants should rob them, and live peaceably among themselves. They pique themselves upon discountenancing any information which a faithful servant may give them out of pure zeal. Both are equally to blame. The first, by exciting continual disturbances in their families, which are incompatible with good order and regularity, get together a heap of knaves and informers, who are busy in betraying their fellow servants, that they may hereafter perhaps betray their masters. The second, by refusing all information with regard to what passes in their families, countenance combinations against themselves, encourage the wicked, dishearten the good, and only maintain a pack of arrogant and idle rascals at a great expense, who, agreeing together at their master's cost, look upon their service as a matter of favor, and their thefts as perquisites. It is a capital error in domestic as well as in civil economy to oppose one vice to another or to attempt an equilibrium between them, as if that which undermines the foundations of all order could ever tend to establish regularity. This mistaken policy only serves to unite every inconvenience. When particular vices are tolerated in a family, they do not reign alone. Let one take root, 1,000 will soon spring up. They presently ruin the servants who harbor them, undo the master who tolerates them, and corrupt or injure the children who remark them with attention. What father can be so unworthy as to put any advantage whatever in competition with this last inconvenience? What honest man would choose to be master of a family, if it was impossible for him to maintain peace and fidelity in his house at the same time, and if he must be obliged to purchase the attachment of his servants, at the expense of their mutual good understanding. Who does not see that in this family they have not even an idea of any such difficulty? So much does the union among the several members proceed from their attachment to the head. It is here we may perceive a striking instance, how impossible it is to have a sincere affection for a master without loving everything that belongs to him, a truth which is the real foundation of Christian charity. Is it not very natural that the children of the same father should live together like brethren? This is what they tell us every day at church without making us feel the sentiment, and this is what the domestics in this family feel without being told it. This disposition to good fellowship is owing to a choice of proper subjects. Mr. Walmer, when he hires his servants, does not examine whether they suit his wife and himself, but whether they suit each other, and if they were to discover a settled antipathy between two of the best servants, it would be sufficient for them to discharge one? For, says Eloisa, in so small a family where they never go abroad, but are constantly before each other, they ought to agree perfectly among themselves. They ought to consider it as their father's house, where all are of the same family. One, who happens to be disagreeable to the rest, is enough to make them hate the place, and that disagreeable object being constantly before their eyes, they would neither be easy themselves, nor suffer us to be quiet. After having made the best assortment in their power, they unite them, as it were, by the services which they oblige each to render the other. And they contrive that it shall be the real interest of every one to be beloved by his fellow servants. No one is so well received who solicits a favor for himself, as when he asks it for another, so that whoever has anything to request endeavors to engage another to intercede for him. And this they do with greater readiness, since, whether their master grants or refuses the favor requested, he never fails to acknowledge the merit of the person interceding. On the contrary, both he and Mrs. Walmer always reject the solicitations of those who only regard themselves. Why, say they, should I grant what is desired in your favor, who have never made me any request in favor of another? Is it reasonable that you should be more favored than your companions because they are more obliging than you? They do more. They engage them to serve each other in private, without any ostentation and without assuming any merit. This is the more easily accomplished, as they know that their master, who is witness of their discretion, will esteem them the more. Thus self-interest is a gainer, and self-love no loser. They are so convinced of this general disposition to oblige, and they have such confidence in each other, that when they have any favor to ask, they frequently mention it at table by way of conversation. Very often, without farther trouble, they find that the thing has been requested and granted, and as they do not know whom to thank, their obligation is to all. It is by this and such like methods that they beget an attachment among them, resulting from and subordinate to the zeal they have for their master. Thus, far from leaguing together to his prejudice, they are only united for his service. However it may be their interest to love each other, they have still stronger motives for pleasing him. Their zeal for his service gets the better of their mutual goodwill, and each considering himself as injured by losses which may make their master less able to recompense a faithful servant, they are all equally incapable of suffering any individual to do him wrong unnoticed. This principle of policy which is established in this family seems to have somewhat sublime in it, and I cannot sufficiently admire how Mr. and Mrs. Walmer have been able to transform the vile function of an informer into an office of zeal, integrity, and courage, as noble, or at least as praiseworthy, as it was among the Romans. They began by subverting, or rather by preventing, in a plain and perspicuous manner, and by effecting instances, that servile and criminal practice, that mutual toleration at the master's cost, which a worthless servant never fails to inculcate to a good one, under the mask of a charitable maxim. They made them understand that the precept which enjoins us to hide our neighbor's faults relates to those only which do injury to no one, that if they are witness to any injustice which injures a third person and do not discover it, they are guilty of it themselves, and that as nothing can oblige us to conceal such faults in others, but a consciousness of our own defects. Therefore no one would choose to countenance knaves if he was not a knave himself. Upon these principles, which are just in general, as between man and man, but more strictly so with respect to the close connection between master and servant, they hold it here as an incontestable truth, that whoever sees their master wronged without making a discovery is more guilty than he who did the wrong. For he suffers himself to be misled by the prospect of advantage, but the other in cool blood and without any view of interest can be induced to secrecy by no other motive than a thorough disregard of justice, an indifference towards the welfare of the family he serves, and a hidden desire of copying the example he conceals. Therefore, even where the fault is considerable, the guilty party may nevertheless sometimes hope for pardon, but the witness who conceals the fact is infallibly dismissed as a man of a bad disposition. In return, they receive no accusation which may be suspected to proceed from injustice and calumny. That is to say, they admit of none in the absence of the accused. If anyone comes to make a report against his fellow servant, or to prefer a personal complaint against him, they ask him whether he is sufficiently informed, that is to say, whether he has entered into any previous inquiry with the person whom he is going to accuse. If he answers in the negative, they ask him how he can judge of an action when he is not acquainted with the motives to it. The fact, say they, may depend on some circumstance to which you are a stranger. There may be some particulars which may serve to justify or excuse it, and which you know nothing of. How can you presume to condemn anyone's conduct before you know by what motives it is directed? One word of explanation would probably have rendered it justifiable in your eyes. Why then do you run the risk of condemning an action wrongfully and of exposing me to participate of your injustice? If he assures them that he has entered into a previous explanation with the accused, why then, say they, do you come without him, as if you was afraid that he would falsify what you are going to relate? By what right do you neglect taking the same precaution with respect to me, which you think proper to use with regard to yourself? Is it reasonable to desire me to judge of a fact from your report, of which you refuse to judge yourself by the testimony of your own eyes? And would not you be answerable for the partial judgment I might form, if I was to remain satisfied with your bare deposition? In the end, they direct them to summon the party accused. If they consent, the matter is soon decided. If they refuse, they dismiss them with a severe reprimand, but they keep the secret, and watch them both so narrowly that they are not long at a loss to know which is in fault. This rule is so well known and so well established that you never hear a servant in this family speak ill of his absent comrade, for they are all sensible that it is the way to pass for a liar and a coward. When any one of them accuses another, it is openly, frankly, and not only to his face, but in the presence of all his fellow servants, that they who are witnesses to their accusation may be vouchers of their integrity. In case of any personal disputes among them, the difference is generally made up by mediators without troubling Mr. and Mrs. Walmer. But when the interest of the master is at stake, the matter cannot remain a secret. The guilty party must either accuse himself or be accused. These little pleadings happen very seldom, and never but at table, in the rounds which Eloisa makes every day while her people are at dinner or supper, which Mr. Walmer pleasantly calls her general sessions. After having patiently attended to the accusation and the defense, if the affair regards her interest, she thanks the accuser for his zeal. "I am sensible," says she, "that you have a regard for your fellow servant, you have always spoken well of him, and I commend you because the love of your duty and of justice has prevailed over your private affections. It is thus that a faithful servant and an honest man ought to behave." If the party accused is not in fault, she always subjoins some compliment to her justification of his innocence. But if he is really guilty, she in some measure spares his shame before the rest. She supposes that he has something to communicate in his defense, which he does not choose to declare in public. She appoints an hour to hear him in private, and it is then that she or her husband talk to him as they think proper. What is very remarkable is that the most severe of the two is not most dreaded, and that they are less afraid of Mr. Walmer's solemn reprimand than of Eloisa's affecting reproaches. The former, speaking the language of truth and justice, humbles and confounds the guilty. The latter strikes them with the most cruel remorse, by convincing them with what regret she is forced to withdraw her kindness from them. She sometimes extorts tears of grief and shame from them, and it is not uncommon for her to be moved herself when she sees them repent, in hopes that she may not be obliged to abide by her word. They who judge of these concerns by what passes in their own families, or among their neighbors, would probably deem them frivolous or tiresome. But you, my lord, who have such high notions of the duties and enjoyments of a master of a family, and who are sensible what an ascendancy natural disposition and virtue have over the human heart, you perceive the importance of these minutiae, and know on what circumstances their success depends. Riches do not make a man rich, as is well observed in some romance. The wealth of a man is not in his coffers, but in the use he makes of what he draws out of them. For our possessions do not become our own, but by the uses to which we allot them, and abuses are always more inexhaustible than riches. Whence it happens that our enjoyments are not in proportion to our expenses, but depend on the just regulation of them. An idiot may toss ingots of gold into the sea, and say he has enjoyed them. But what comparison is there between such an extravagant enjoyment and that which a wise man would have derived from the least part of their value? Order and regularity, which multiply and perpetuate the use of riches, are alone capable of converting the enjoyment of them into felicity. But if real property arises from the relation which our possessions bear to us, if it is rather the use than the acquisition of riches which confers it, what can be more proper subjects of attention for a master of a family than domestic economy, and the prudent regulation of his household, in which the most perfect correspondences more immediately concern him, and where the happiness of every individual is an addition to the felicity of the head? Are the most wealthy the most happy? No. How then does wealth contribute to felicity? But every well-regulated family is emblematic of the master's mind. Gilded ceilings, luxury, and magnificence only serve to show the vanity of those who display such parade. Whereas, whenever you see order without melancholy, peace without slavery, plenty without profusion, you may say with confidence, the master of this house is a happy being. For my own part, I think the most certain sign of true content is a domestic and retired life, and that they who are continually resorting to others in quest of happiness do not enjoy it at home. A father of a family who amuses himself at home is rewarded for his continual attention to domestic concerns by the constant enjoyment of the most agreeable sensations of nature. He is the only one who can be properly said to be master of his own happiness, because, like heaven itself, he is happy in desiring nothing more than he enjoys. Like the Supreme Being, he does not wish to enlarge his possessions, but to make them really his own, under proper directions, and by using them conformably to the just relations of things. If he does not enrich himself by new acquisitions, he enriches himself by the true enjoyment of what he possesses. He once only enjoyed the income of his lands, he now enjoys the lands themselves, by overlooking their culture and surveying them from time to time. His servant was a stranger to him, he is now part of his enjoyment, his child, he makes him his own. Formerly, he had only power over his servant's actions, now he has authority over his inclinations. He was his master only by paying him wages, now he rules by the sacred dominion of benevolence and esteem. Though fortune spoils him of his wealth, she can never rob him of those affections which are attached to him. She cannot deprive a father of his children. All the difference is that he maintained them yesterday, and that they will support him tomorrow. It is thus that we may learn the true enjoyment of our riches, of our family, and of ourselves. It is thus that the minutiae of a family become agreeable to a worthy man who knows the value of them. It is thus that, far from considering these little duties as troublesome, he makes them a part of his happiness, and derives the glory and pleasure of human nature from these noble and affecting offices. If these precious advantages are despised or little known, and if the few who endeavor to acquire them seldom obtain them, the reason in both cases is the same. There are many simple and sublime duties, which few people can relish and fulfill. Such are those of the master of a family, for which the air and bustle of the world gives him a disgust, and which he never discharges properly when he is only inflamed by motives of avarice and interest. Some think themselves excellent masters, and are only careful economists. Their income may thrive, and their family nevertheless be in a bad condition. They ought to have more enlarged views to direct an administration of such importance so as to give it a happy issue. The first thing to be attended to in the due regulation of a family is to admit none but honest people, who will not have any secret intention to disturb that regularity. But are honesty and servitude so compatible that we may hope to find servants who are honest men? No, my lord, if we would have them, we must not inquire for them, but we must make them. and none who are not men of integrity themselves are capable of making others honest. It is to no purpose for a hypocrite to affect an air of virtue. He will never inspire anyone with an affection for it, and if he knew how to make virtue amiable, he would be in love with it himself. What do formal lessons avail, when daily example contradicts them, unless to make us suspect that the moralist means to sport with our credulity? What an absurdity are they guilty of who exhort us to do as they say, and not as they act themselves? He who does not act up to what he says never speaks to any effect, for the language of the heart is wanting, which alone is persuasive and affecting. I have sometimes heard conversations of this kind held, in a gross manner, before servants in order to read them lectures, as they do to children sometimes, in an indirect way. Far from having any reason to imagine that they were the dupes of such artifice, I have always observed them smile in secret at their master's folly, who must have taken them for blockheads, by making an awkward display of sentiments before them, which they knew were none of his own. All these idle subtleties are unknown in this family, and the grand art by which the master and mistress make their servants what they would desire them to be, is to appear themselves before them what they really are. Their behavior is always frank and open, because they are not in any fear lest their actions should belie their processions. As they themselves do not entertain principles of morality different from those which they inculcate to others, they have no occasion for any extraordinary circumspection in their discourse. A word blundered out unseasonably does not overthrow the principles they have labored to establish. They do not indiscreetly tell all their affairs, but they openly proclaim all their maxims. Whether at table or abroad, tete-a-tete or in public, their sentiments are still the same. They ingenuously deliver their opinions on every subject, and without their having any individual in view, everyone is instructed by their conversation. As their servants never see them do anything but what is just, reasonable, and equitable, they do not consider justice as a tax on the poor, as a yoke on the unhappy, and as one of the evils of their condition. The care they take never to let the laborers come in vain, and lose their day's work in seeking after their wages, teaches their servants to set a just value on time. When they see their master so careful of other men's time, each concludes that his own time must be of consequence, and therefore deems idleness the greatest crime he can be guilty of. The confidence which their servants have in their integrity gives that force to their regulations which makes them observed and prevents abuses. They are not afraid, when they come to receive their weekly gratuities, that their mistress should partially determine the youngest and most active to have been the most diligent. An old servant is not apprehensive lest they should start some quibble to save the promised augmentation to their wages. They can never hope to take advantage of any division between their master and mistress in order to make themselves of consequence and to obtain from one what the other has refused. They who are unmarried are not afraid lest they should oppose their settlement in order to detain them longer, and by that means make their service a prejudice to them. If a strange servant was to tell the domestics of this family that master and servants are in a state of war with each other, that when the latter do the former all the injury they can, they only make lawful reprisals, that masters being usurpers, liars, and knaves, there can consequently be no harm in using them as they use their prince, the people, or individuals, and in returning those injuries with dexterity, which they offer openly. One who should talk in this manner would not be attended to. They would not give themselves the trouble to controvert or obviate such sentiments. They who give rise to them are the only persons whose business it is to refute them. You never perceive any sullenness or mutiny in the discharge of their duty, because there is never any haughtiness or capriciousness in the orders they receive. Nothing is required of them but what is reasonable and expedient, and their master and mistress have too much respect for the dignity of human nature, even in a state of servitude, to put them upon any employment which may debase them. Moreover, nothing here is reckoned mean but vice, and whatever is reasonable and necessary is deemed honorable and becoming. They do not allow of any intrigues abroad, neither has anyone any inclinations of that kind. They are sensible that their fortune is most firmly attached to their masters, and that they shall never want anything while his family prospers. Therefore, in serving him, they take care of their own patrimony and increase it by making their service agreeable. This above all things is their interest. But this word is somewhat misapplied here, for I never knew any system of policy by which self-interest was so skillfully directed, and where at the same time it had less influence than in this family. They all act from a principle of attachment, and one would think that venal souls were purified as soon as they entered into this dwelling of wisdom and union. He would imagine that part of the master's intelligence and of the mistress's sensibility was conveyed to each of their servants. They seem so judicious, benevolent, honest, and so much above their station. Their greatest ambition is to do well, to be valued and esteemed, and they consider an obliging expression from their master or mistress in the light of a present. These, my lord, are the most material observations I have made on that part of the economy of this family, which regards the servants and laborers. As to Mr. and Mrs. Walmer's manner of living and the education of their children, each of these articles very well deserves a separate letter. You know with what view I began these remarks, but in truth the whole forms such an agreeable representation that we need only meditate upon it to advance it, and we require no other inducement than the pleasure it affords us. Letter CXXX to Lord B. No, my lord, I do not retract what I have said. In this family, the useful and agreeable are united throughout. But occupations of use are not confined to those pursuits which yield profit. They comprehend farther every innocent and harmless amusement which may serve to improve a relish for retirement, labor, and temperance, which may contribute to preserve the mind in a vigorous state, and to keep the heart free from the agitation of tumultuous passions. If inactive indolence begets nothing but melancholy and irksomeness, the delights of an agreeable leisure are the fruits of a laborious life. We only work to enjoy ourselves. This alternative of labor and recreation is our natural state. The repose which serves to refresh us after past labors and encourage us to renew them is not less necessary for us than labor itself. After having admired the good consequences attending the vigilance and attention of the prudent Eloisa in the conduct of her family, I was witness of the good effects of the recreation she uses in a retired place, where she takes her favorite walk, and which she calls her Elysium. I had often heard them talk of this Elysium, of which they made a mystery before me. Yesterday, however, the excessive heat being almost equally intolerable both within doors and without, Mr. Walmer proposed to his wife to make holiday that afternoon, and instead of going into the nursery towards evening as usual, to come and breathe the fresh air with us in the orchard. She consented, and thither we went. This place, though just close to the house, is hidden in such a manner by a shady walk which parts it from the house, that it is not visible from any point. The thick foliage with which it is environed renders it impervious to the eye, and it is always carefully locked up. I was scarce got within side, but the door being covered with alder and hazel trees, I could not find out which way I came in. When I turned back, and seeing no door, it seemed as if I had dropped from the clouds. On my entrance into this disguised orchard, I was seized with an agreeable sensation. The freshness of the thick foliage, the beautiful and lively verdure, the flowers scattered on each side, the murmuring of the purling stream, and the warbling of 1,000 birds, struck my imagination as powerfully as my senses. But at the same time, I thought myself in the most wild and solitary place in nature, and I appeared as if I had been the first mortal who had ever penetrated into this desert spot. Being seized with astonishment and transported at so unexpected a sight, I remained motionless for some time, and cried out in an involuntary fit of enthusiasm, "O Tinian! O Juan Fernandez! Eloisa, the world's end is at your threshold." "Many people," said she, with a smile, "think in the same manner, but 20 paces at most presently brings them back to Clarence. Let us see whether the charm will work longer upon you. This is the same orchard where you have walked formerly, and where you have played at romps with my cousin. You may remember that the grass was almost burned up, the trees thinly planted, affording very little umbrage, and that there was no water. You find that now it is fresh, verdant, cultivated, embellished with flowers, and well watered. What do you imagine it may have cost me to put it in the condition you see? For you must know that I am the superintendent, and that my husband leaves the entire management of it to me. In truth, said I, it has cost you nothing but inattention. It is indeed a delightful spot, but wild and rustic, and I can discover no marks of human industry. You have concealed the door, the water springs I know not whence. Nature alone has done all the rest, and even you could not have mended her work. "It is true," said she, "that nature has done everything, but under my direction, and you see nothing but what has been done under my orders." Guess once more. First, I replied, I cannot conceive how labor and expense can be made to supply the effects of time. The trees. As to them, said Mr. Walmer, you may observe that there are none very large, and they were here before. Besides, Eloisa began this work a long while before her marriage, and presently after her mother's death, when she used to come here with her father in quest of solitude. Well, said I, since you will have these large and massy bowers, these sloping tufts, these umbrageous thickets to be the growth of 7 or 8 years, and to be partly the work of art, I think you have been a good economist if you have done all within this vast circumference for 2,000 crowns. You have only guessed 2,000 crowns too much, says she, for it cost me nothing. How, nothing? No, nothing, unless you place a dozen days' work in the year to my gardener's account, as many to 2 or 3 of my people, and some to Mr. Walmer, who has sometimes condescended to officiate in my service as a gardener. I could not comprehend this riddle, but Eloisa, who had hitherto held me, said to me, letting me loose, go, and you will understand it. Farewell, Tinian, farewell, Juan Fernandez, farewell, all enchantment. In a few minutes you will find your way back from the end of the world. I began to wander over the orchard thus metamorphosed with a kind of ecstasy, and if I found no exotic plants, nor any of the products of the Indies, I found all those which were natural to the soil disposed and blended in such a manner as to produce the most cheerful and lively effect. The verdant turf, thick but short and close, was intermixed with wild thyme, balm, sweet marjoram, and other fragrant herbs. You might perceive 1,000 wild flowers dazzle your eyes, among which you would be surprised to discover some garden flowers, which seem to grow natural with the rest. I now and then met with shady tufts as impervious to the rays of the sun, as if they had been in a thick forest. These tufts were composed of trees of a very flexible nature, the branches of which they bend, till they hang on the ground, and take root, as I have seen some trees naturally do in America. In the more open spots, I saw here and there bushes of roses, raspberries, and gooseberries, little plantations of lilac, hazel trees, alders, faringa, broom, and trifolium, dispersed without any order or symmetry, and which embellished the ground at the same time that it gave it the appearance of being overgrown with weeds. I followed the track through irregular and serpentine walks, bordered by these flowery thickets, and covered with 1,000 garlands composed of vines, hops, roseweed, snakeweed, and other plants of that kind, with which honeysuckles and jessamine deigned to intertwine. These garlands seemed as if they were scattered carefully from one tree to another, and formed a kind of drapery over our heads which sheltered us from the sun, while underfoot we had smooth, agreeable, and dry walking upon a fine moss, without sand or grass or any rugged shoots. Then it was I first discovered, not without astonishment, that this verdant and bushy umbrage, which had deceived me so much at a distance, was composed of these luxuriant and creeping plants, which, running all along the trees, formed a thick foliage overhead, and afforded shade and freshness underfoot. I observed likewise that by means of common industry, they had made several of these plants take root in the trunks of the trees, so that they spread more, being nearer the top. You will readily conceive that the fruit is not the better for these additions. But this is the only spot where they have sacrificed the useful to the agreeable, and in the rest of their grounds they have taken such care of the trees that, without the orchard, the return of fruit is greater than it was formerly. If you do but consider how delightful it is to meet with wild fruit in the midst of a wood, and to refresh oneself with it, you will easily conceive what a pleasure it must be to meet with excellent and ripe fruit in this artificial desert, though it grows but here and there, and has not the best appearance, which gives one the pleasure of searching and selecting the best. All these little walks were bordered and crossed by a clear and limpid rivulet, which one while winded through the grass and flowers in streams scarce perceptible, at another, rushed in more copious floods upon a clear and speckled gravel, which rendered the water more transparent. You might perceive the springs rise and bubble out of the earth, and sometimes you might observe deep canals, in which the calm and gentle fluid served as a mirror to reflect the objects around. Now, said I to Eloisa, I comprehend all the rest, but these waters which I see on every side? They come from thence, she replied, pointing to that side where the terrace lies. It is the same stream which, at a vast expense, supplied the fountain in the flower garden for which nobody cares. Mr. Walmer will not destroy it, out of respect to my father who had it made. But with what pleasure we come here every day to see this water run through the orchard, which we never look at in the garden. The fountain plays for the entertainment of strangers. This little rivulet flows for our amusement. It is true that I have likewise brought hither the water from the public fountain, which emptied itself into the lake, through the highway, to the detriment of passengers, besides its running to waste without profit to anyone. It formed an elbow at the foot of the orchard between 2 rows of willows. I have taken them within my enclosure, and I bring the same water hither through different channels. I perceived then that all the contrivance consisted in managing these streams, so as to make them flow in meanders, by separating and uniting them at proper places, by making them run as little upon the slope as possible, in order to lengthen their course, and make the most of a few little murmuring cascades. A lay of earth, covered with some gravel from the lake, and strewed over with shells, forms a bed for these waters. The same streams running at proper distances under some large tiles covered with earth and turf, on a level with the ground, forms a kind of artificial springs where they issue forth. Some small streams spout through pipes on some rugged places and bubble as they fall. The ground thus refreshed and watered continually yields fresh flowers and keeps the grass always verdant and beautiful. The more I wandered over this delightful asylum, the more I found the agreeable sensation improve which I experienced at my first entrance. Nevertheless, my curiosity kept me in exercise. I was more eager to view the objects around me than to inquire into the cause of the impressions they made on me, and I chose to resign myself to that delightful contemplation, without taking the trouble of reflection. But Mrs. Walmer drew me out of my reverie by taking me under the arm. "All that you see," said she, "is nothing but vegetable and inanimate nature, which in spite of us always leaves behind it a melancholy idea of solitude. Come and view nature animated and more affecting. There you will discover some new charm every minute in the day." "You anticipate me," said I. "I hear a confused chirping noise, and I see but few birds. I suppose you have an aviary." "True," said she, "let us go to it." I durst not as yet declare what I thought of this aviary, but there was something in the idea of it which disgusted me, and did not seem to correspond with the rest. We went down, through 1,000 turnings, to the bottom of the orchard, where I found all the water collected in a fine rivulet, flowing gently between 2 rows of old willows, which had been frequently lopped. Their tops being hollow and half bare, formed a kind of vessel, from whence, by the contrivance I just now mentioned, grew several tufts of honeysuckles, of which one part intertwined among the branches, and the other dropped carelessly along the side of the rivulet. Near the extremity of the enclosure was a little basin, bordered with grass, bulrushes, and weeds, which served as a watering place to the aviary, and was the last use made of this water, so precious and so well husbanded. Somewhat beyond this basin was a platform, which was terminated, in an angle of the enclosure, by a hillock planted with a number of little trees of all kinds. The smallest stood towards the summit, and their size increased in proportion as the ground grew lower, which made their tops appear to be horizontal, or at least showed that they were one day intended to be so. In the front stood a dozen of trees, which were young as yet, but of a nature to grow very large, such as the beech, the elm, the ash, and the acacia. The groves on this side served as an asylum to that vast number of birds which I had heard chirping at a distance, and it was under the shade of this foliage, as under a large umbrella, that you might see them hop about, run, frisk, provoke each other, and fight as if they had not perceived us. They were so far from flying at our approach that, according to the notion with which I was prepossessed, I imagined them to have been enclosed within a wire. But when we came to the border of the basin, I saw several of them alight, and come towards us through a short walk which parted the platform in 2, and made a communication between the basin and the aviary. Mr. Walmer, then going round the basin, scattered 2 or 3 handfuls of mixed grain, which he had in his pocket, along the walk, and when he retired the birds flocked together and began to seed like so many chickens, with such an air of familiarity that I plainly perceived they had been trained up to it. "This is charming," said I. "Your using the word aviary surprised me at first, but I now see what it is. I perceive that you invite them as your guests, instead of confining them as your prisoners." "What do you mean by our guests?" replied Eloisa. "It is we who are theirs. They are masters here, and we pay them for being admitted sometimes." "Very well," said I, "but how did these masters get possession of this spot? How did you collect together so many voluntary inhabitants?" I never heard of any attempt of this kind, and I could not have believed that such a design could have succeeded if I had not evidence of it before my eyes. Time and patience, said Mr. Walmer, have worked this miracle. These are expedients which the rich scarce ever think of in their pleasures. Always in haste for enjoyment, force and money are the only instruments they know how to employ. They have birds in cage and friends at so much a mouth. If the servants ever came near this place, you would soon see the birds disappear, and if you perceive vast numbers of them at present, the reason is that this spot has always, in some degree, been a refuge for them. There is no bringing them together where there are none to invite them, but where there are some already, it is easy to increase their numbers by anticipating all their wants, by not frightening them, by suffering them to hatch with security, and by never disturbing the young ones in their nest. For by these means, such as are there, abide there, and those which come after them continue. This grove was already in being, though it was divided from the orchard. Eloisa has only enclosed it by a quickset hedge, removed that which parted it, and enlarged and adorned it with new designs. You see to the right and left of the walk which leads to it, 2 spaces filled with a confused mixture of grass, straw, and all sorts of plants. She orders them every year to be sown with corn, millet, turnsol, hempseed, vetch, and in general all sorts of grain which birds are fond of, and nothing is ever reaped. Besides this, almost every day she or I bring them something to eat, and when we neglect, Fanny supplies our place. They are supplied with water, as you see, very easily. Mrs. Walmer carries her attention so far as to provide for them, every spring, little heaps of hair straw, wool, moss, and other materials proper to build their nests. Thus, by their having materials at hand, provisions in abundance, and by the great care we take to secure them from their enemies, the uninterrupted tranquility they enjoy induces them to lay their eggs in this convenient place, where they want for nothing, and where nobody disturbs them. Thus the habitation of the fathers becomes the abode of the children, and the colony thrives and multiplies. Ah, said Eloisa, do you see nothing more? No one thinks beyond himself, but the affection of a constant pair, the zeal of their domestic concerns, paternal and maternal fondness, all this is lost upon you. Had you been here 2 months ago, you might have feasted your eyes with the most lovely sight, and have gratified your feelings with the most tender sensations in nature. Madam, said I, somewhat gravely, you are a wife and a mother. There are pleasures of which it becomes you to be susceptible. Mr. Walmer, then taking me cordially by the hand, said, you have friends, and those friends have children. How can you be a stranger to paternal affection? I looked at him, I looked at Eloisa, they looked at each other, and cast such an affecting eye upon me, that embracing them alternately, I said with tender emotion, they are as dear to me as to yourself. I do not know by what strange effect a single word can make such an alteration in our minds. But since that moment, Mr. Walmer appears to me quite another man, and I consider him less in the light of a husband to her whom I have so long adored, as in that of the father of 2 children for whom I would lay down my life. I was going to walk round the basin, in order to draw nearer to this delightful asylum and its little inhabitants, but Mrs. Walmer checked me. Nobody, says she, goes to disturb them in their dwelling, and you are the first of our guests whom I ever brought so far. There are 4 keys to this orchard, of which my father and we have each of us one. Fanny has the 4th, as superintendent, and to bring the children here now and then, the value of which favor is greatly enhanced by the extreme circumspection which is required of them while they are here. Even Guston never comes hither without one of the 4. When the 2 spring months are over in which his labors are useful, he scarce ever comes hither afterwards, and all the rest we do ourselves. Thus, said I, for fear of making our birds slaves to you, you make yourselves slaves to your birds. This, she replied, is exactly the sentiment of a tyrant, who never thinks that he enjoys liberty, but while he is disturbing the freedom of others. As we were coming back, Mr. Walmer threw a handful of barley into the basin, and on looking into it, I perceived some little fish. Ah, said I immediately, here are some prisoners nevertheless. Yes, said he, they are prisoners of war who have had their lives spared. Without doubt, added his wife. Some time since Fanny stole 2 perch out of the kitchen and brought them hither without my knowledge. I leave them here, for fear of offending her if I sent them to the lake, for it is better to confine the fish in too narrow a compass than to disoblige a worthy creature. You are in the right, said I, and the fish are not much to be pitied for having escaped from the frying pan into the water. Well, how does it appear to you? said she, as we were coming back. "Are you got to the end of the world yet?" "No," I replied, "I am quite out of the world, and you have in truth transported me into Elysium." "The pompous name she has given this orchard," said Mr. Walmer, "very well deserves that raillery. Be modest in your commendation of childish amusements, and be assured that they have never entrenched on the concerns of the mistress of a family." "I know it, I am sure of it," I replied, "and childish amusements please me more in this way than the labors of men." "Still there is one thing here," I continued, "which I cannot conceive, which is that though a place, so different from what it was, can never have been altered to its present state, but by great care and culture, yet I can nowhere discover the least trace of cultivation. Everything is verdant, fresh, and vigorous, and the hand of the gardener is nowhere to be discerned. Nothing contradicts the idea of a desert island, which struck me at the first entrance, and I cannot perceive any footsteps of men." "Oh," said Mr. Walmer, "it is because they have taken great pains to efface them. I have frequently been witness to, and sometimes an accomplice in this roguery. They sow all the cultivated spots with grass, which presently hides all appearance of culture. In the winter, they cover all the dry and barren spots with some lays of manure. The manure eats up the moss, revives the grass and the plants. The trees themselves do not fare the worse, and in the summer there is nothing of it to be seen. With regard to the moss which covers some of the walks, Lord B sent us the secret of making it grow from England. These two sides," he continued, "were enclosed with walls. The walls have been covered not with hedges, but with thick trees, which make the boundaries of the place appear like the beginning of a wood. The two other sides are secured by strong thickset hedges, well stocked with maple, hawthorn, holyoke, privet, and other small trees, which destroy the appearance of the hedges and make them look more like coppice-woods. You see nothing here in an exact row, nothing level. The line never entered this place. Nature plants nothing by the line. The effective irregularity of the winding walks are managed with art, in order to prolong the walk, to hide the boundaries of the island, and to enlarge its extent in appearance without making inconvenient and too frequent turnings. Upon considering the whole, I thought it somewhat extraordinary that they should take so much pains to conceal the labor they had been at. Would it not have been better to have taken no such pains? Notwithstanding all we have told you," replied Eloisa, "you judge of the labor from its effect, and you deceive yourself. All that you see are wild and vigorous plants, which need only to be put into the earth, and which afterwards spring up of themselves. Besides, nature seems desirous of hiding her real charms from the sight of men, because they are too little sensible of them, and disfigure them when they are within their reach. She flies from public places. It is on the tops of mountains, in the midst of forests, in desert islands, that she displays her most affecting charms. They who are in love with her and cannot go so far in pursuit of her are forced to do her violence, by obliging her, in some measure, to come and dwell with them, and all this cannot be effected without some degree of illusion." At these words, I was struck with an idea which made them laugh. "I am supposing to myself," said I, "some rich man to be master of this house, and to bring an architect who is paid an extravagant price for spoiling nature. With what disdain would he enter this plain and simple spot? With what contempt would he order these ragged plants to be torn up? What fine lines he would draw, what fine walks he would cut, what fine geese feet, what fine trees in the shape of umbrellas and fans he would make. What fine arbor work nicely cut out, what beautiful grass plats of fine English turf, round, square, sloping oval, what fine yew trees cut in the shape of dragons, pagods, marmosets, and all sorts of monsters. With what fine vases of brass, with what fine fruit in stone he would decorate his garden. When he had done all this," said Mr. Walmer, "he would have made a very fine place, which would scarce ever be frequented, and from whence one should always go with eagerness to enjoy the country. A dismal place where nobody would walk, but only use it as a thoroughfare when they were setting out to walk. Whereas in my rural rambles, I often make haste to return that I may walk here. I see nothing in those extensive grounds so lavishly ornamented, but the vanity of the proprietor and of the artist, who being eager to display, one his riches and the other his talents, only contribute, at a vast expense, to tire those who would enjoy their works. A false taste of grandeur, which was never designed for man, poisons all his pleasures. An air of greatness has always something melancholy in it. It leads us to consider the wretchedness of those who affect it. In the midst of these grass plats and fine walks, the little individual does not grow greater. A tree 20 feet high will shelter him as well as one of 60. He never occupies a space of more than 3 feet, and in the midst of his immense possessions, he is lost like a poor worm. There is another taste directly opposite to this, and still more ridiculous, because it does not allow us the pleasure of walking, for which gardens were intended. I understand you, said I. You allude to those petty virtuosi who die away at the sight of a ranunculus and fall prostrate before a tulip. Hereupon, my lord, I gave them an account of what happened to me formerly at London in the flower garden into which we were introduced with so much ceremony, and where we saw all the treasures of Holland displayed with so much luster upon 4 beds of dung. I did not forget the ceremony of the umbrella and the little rod with which they honored me, unworthy as I was, as well as the rest of the spectators. I modestly acknowledged how, by endeavoring to appear a virtuoso in my turn, and venturing to fall in ecstasies at the sight of a tulip, which seemed to be of a fine shape and of a lively color, I was mocked, hooted at, and hissed by all the connoisseurs, and how the florist who despised the flower despised its painjurist likewise to that degree, that he did not even deign to look at me all the time we were together. I added that I supposed he highly regretted having prostituted his rod and umbrella on one so unworthy. This taste, said Mr. Walmer, when it degenerates into a passion, has something idle and little in it, which renders it puerile and ridiculously expensive. The other, at least, is noble, grand, and has something real in it. But what is the value of a curious root, which an insect gnaws or spoils perhaps as soon as it is purchased, or of a flower which is beautiful at noonday and fades before sunset? What signifies a conventional beauty, which is only obvious to the eyes of virtuosi, and which is a beauty only because they will have it to be so? The time will come when they will require different kinds of beauty in flowers, from that which they seek after at present, and with as good reason. Then you will be the connoisseur in your turn, and your virtuoso will appear ignorant. All these trifling attentions, which degenerate into a kind of study, are unbecoming a rational being, who would keep his body in moderate exercise or relieve his mind by amusing himself in a walk with his friends. Flowers were made to delight our eyes as we pass along, and not to be so curiously anatomized. See the queen of them shine in every part of the orchard. It perfumes the air, it ravishes the eyes, and costs neither care nor culture. It is for this reason that florists despise it. Nature has made it so lovely that they cannot add to it any borrowed beauty, and as they cannot plague themselves with cultivating it, they find nothing in it which flatters their fancy. The mistake of your pretenders to taste is that they are desirous of introducing art in everything, and are never satisfied unless the art appears, whereas true taste consists in concealing it, especially when it concerns any of the works of nature. To what purpose are those straight gravelled walks which we meet with continually, and those stars which are so far from making a park appear more extensive to the view, as is commonly supposed, that they only contribute awkwardly to discover its boundaries? Do you ever see fine gravel in woods, or is that kind of gravel softer to the feet than moss or down? Does nature constantly make use of the square or rule? Are they afraid lest she be visible in some spot, notwithstanding all their care to disfigure her? Upon the whole, it is droll enough to see them affect to walk in a straight line that they may sooner reach the end, as if they were tired of walking, before they have well begun. Would not one imagine, by their taking the shortest cut, that they were going a journey instead of a walk, and that they were in a hurry to get out as soon they come in? How will a man of taste act, who lives to relish life, who knows how to enjoy himself, who pursues real and simple pleasures, and who is inclined to make a walk before his house? He will make it so convenient and agreeable that he may enjoy it every hour of the day, and yet so natural and simple that it will seem as if he had done nothing. He will introduce water, and will make the walk verdant, cool, and shady, for nature herself unites these properties. He will bestow no attention on symmetry, which is the bane of nature and variety, and the walks of gardens in general are so like each other that we always fancy ourselves in the same. He will make the ground smooth, in order to walk more conveniently, but the two sides of his walks will not be exactly parallel. Their direction will not always be rectilineal, they will be somewhat irregular like the steps of an indolent man who saunters in his walk. He will not be anxious about opening distant perspectives. The taste for perspective and distant views proceeds from the disposition of men in general, who are never satisfied with the place where they are. They are always desirous of what is distant from them, and the artist who cannot make them contented with the objects around them flies to this resource to amuse them. But such a man as I speak of is under no such inquietudes, and when he is agreeably fixed, he does not desire to be elsewhere. Here, for example, we have no prospect, and we are very well satisfied without any. We are willing to think that all the charms of nature are enclosed here, and I should be very much afraid lest a distant view should take off a good deal of the beauty from this walk. Certainly, he who would not choose to pass his days in this simple and pleasant place is not master of true taste or of a vigorous mind. I confess that one ought not to make a parade of bringing strangers hither, but then we can enjoy it ourselves without showing it to anyone. Sir, said I, these rich people who have such fine gardens have very good reasons for not choosing to walk alone or to be in company with themselves only. Therefore they are in the right to lay them out for the pleasure of others. Besides, I have seen gardens in China, made after your taste, and laid out with so much art that the art was not seen, but in such a costly manner, and kept up at such a vast expense, that that single idea destroyed all the pleasure I had in viewing them. There were rocks, grottos, and artificial cascades in level and sandy places, where there was nothing but spring water. There were flowers and curious plants of all the climates in China and Tartary, collected and cultivated in the same soil. It is true, there were no fine walks or regular compartments, but you might see curiosities heaped together with profusion, which in nature are only to be found separate and scattered. Nature was there represented under 1,000 various forms, and yet the whole taken together was not natural. Here neither earth nor stones are transplanted, you have neither pumps nor reservoirs, you have no occasion for greenhouses or stoves, of bell glasses or straw beds. A plain spot of ground has been improved by a few simple ornaments. A few common herbs and trees, and a few purling streams which flow without pomp or constraint, have contributed to embellish it. It is an amusement which has cost little trouble, and the simplicity of it is an additional pleasure to the beholder. I can conceive that this place might be made still more agreeable, and yet be infinitely less pleasing to me. Such, for example, is Lord Cobham's celebrated park at Stowe. It consists of places extremely beautiful and picturesque, modeled after the fashion of different countries, and in which everything appears natural except their conjunction, as in the gardens of China, which I just now mentioned. The proprietor who made this stately solitude has even erected ruins, temples, old buildings, and different ages, as well as different places, are collected with more than mortal magnificence. This is the very thing I dislike. I would have the amusements of mankind carry an air of ease with them, which does not put one in mind of their weakness, and that while we admire these curiosities, our imagination may not be disturbed by reflecting on the vast sums of money and labor they have cost. Are we not destined to trouble enough, without making our amusements a fatigue? I have but one objection, I added, looking at Eloisa, to make to your Elysium, but which you will probably think of some weight, which is, that it is a superfluous amusement. To what purpose was it to make a new walk, when you have such beautiful groves on the other side of the house which you neglect? That's true, said she, somewhat disconcerted, but I like this better. If you had thoroughly reflected on the propriety of your question before you had made it, said Mr. Walmer, interrupting us, it might be imputed to you as more than an indiscretion. My wife has never set her foot in those groves since she has been married. I know the reason, though she has always kept it a secret from me. You who are no stranger to it, learn to respect the spot where you are. It has been planted by the hands of virtue. I had scarce received this just reprimand, but the little family led by Fanny came in as we were going out. These 3 lovely children threw themselves round Mr. and Mrs. Walmer's necks. I likewise shared their little caresses. Eloisa and I returned into Elysium to take a little turn with them. Afterwards we went to join Mr. Walmer, who was talking to some workmen. In our way, she told me that she no sooner became a mother than an idea struck into her mind with respect to that walk, which increased her zeal for embellishing it. I had an eye, said she, to the health and amusement of my children as they grew older. It requires more care than labor to keep up this place. It is more essential to give a certain turn to the branches of the plants than to dig and cultivate the ground. I intend one day to make gardeners of my little ones. they shall have sufficient exercise to strengthen their constitution, and not enough to enfeeble it. Besides, what is too much for their age shall be done by others, and they shall confine themselves to such little works as may amuse them. I cannot describe," she added, "what pleasure I enjoy in imagining my infants busy in returning those little attentions which I now bestow on them with such satisfaction, and the joy of which their tender hearts will be susceptible when they see their mother walking with delight under the shades, which have been formed by their own hands. In truth, my friend," said she, with an affecting tone, "time thus spent is an emblem of the felicity of the next world, and it was not without reason that, reflecting on these scenes, I christened this place beforehand by the name of Elysium. My lord, this incomparable woman is as amiable in the character of a mother as in that of a wife, a friend, a daughter, and to the eternal punishment of my soul, she was thus lovely when my mistress. Transported with this delightful place, I entreated them in the evening to consent that, during my stay, Fanny should entrust me with her key, and consign to me the office of feeding the birds. Eloisa immediately sent a sack of grain to my chamber, and gave me her own key. I cannot tell for what reason, but I accepted it with a kind of concern, and it seemed as if Mr. Walmer's would have been more acceptable to me. In the morning I rose early, and with all the eagerness of a child, went to lock myself in the desert island. What agreeable ideas did I hope to carry with me into that solitary place, where the mild aspect of nature alone was sufficient to banish from my remembrance all that new coin system which had made me so miserable. All the objects around me will be the work of her whom I adored. In everything about me, I shall behold her image. I shall see nothing which her hand has not touched. I shall kiss the flowers which have been her carpet. I shall inhale, with the morning dew, the air which she has breathed. The taste she has displayed in her amusements will bring all her charms present to my imagination, and in everything she will appear the Eloisa of my soul. As I entered Elysium with this temper of mind, I suddenly recollected the last word which Mr. Walmer said to me yesterday very near the same spot. The recollection of that single word instantly changed my whole frame of mind. I thought that I beheld the image of virtue, where I expected to find that of pleasure. That image intruded on my imagination with the charms of Mrs. Walmer, and for the first time since my return, I saw Eloisa in her absence. Not such as she appeared to me formerly, and as I still love to represent her, but such as she appears to my eyes every day. My lord, I imagined that I beheld that amiable, that chaste, that virtuous woman in the midst of the train which surrounded her yesterday. I saw those 3 lovely children, those honorable and precious pledges of conjugal union and tender friendship, play about her, and give and receive 1,000 affecting embraces. At her side I beheld the grave Walmer, that husband so beloved, so happy, and so worthy of felicity. I imagined that I could perceive his judicious and penetrating eye pierce to the very bottom of my soul, and make me blush again. I fancied that I heard him utter reproaches which I too well deserved, and repeat lectures to which I had attended in vain. Last in her train, I saw Fanny Rignard, a lively instance of the triumph of virtue and humanity over the most ardent passion. Ah, what guilty thought could reach so far as her, through such an impervious guard? With what indignation I suppressed the shameful transports of a criminal and scarce extinguished passion, and how I should have despised myself had I contaminated such a ravishing scene of honor and innocence, with a single sigh. I recalled to mind the reflections she made as we were going out, then my imagination attending her into that futurity on which she delights to contemplate. I saw that affectionate mother wipe the sweat from her children's foreheads, kiss their ruddy cheeks, and devote that heart, which was formed for love, to the most tender sentiments of nature. There was nothing, even to the very name of Elysium, but what contributed to rectify my rambling imagination, and to inspire my soul with a calm far preferable to the agitation of the most seductive passions. The word Elysium seemed to me an emblem of the purity of her mind who adopted it, and I concluded that she would never have made choice of that name, had she been tormented with a troubled conscience. Peace, said I, reigns in the utmost recesses of her soul, as in this asylum which she has named. I proposed to myself an agreeable reverie, and my reflections there were more agreeable, even than I expected. I passed 2 hours in Elysium, which were not inferior to any time I ever spent. In observing with what rapidity and delight they passed away, I perceived that there was a kind of felicity in meditating on honest reflections, which the wicked never know, and which consists in being pleased with oneself. If we were to reflect on this without prejudice, I don't know any other pleasure which can equal it. I perceive, at least, that one who loves solitude as I do, ought to be extremely cautious not to do anything which may make it tormenting. Perhaps these principles may lead us to discover the spring of those false judgments of mankind with regard to vice and virtue. For the enjoyment of virtue is all internal, and is only perceived by him who feels it. But all the advantages of vice strike the imagination of others, and only he who has purchased them knows what they cost. Si assaiascun elinterno afano si legis in front scrito quanti mai, chi invidia fano si ferbero pieta. As it grew late before I perceived it, Mr. Walmer came to join me, and acquaint me that Eloisa and the tea waited for me. "It is you yourselves," said I, making an apology, "who prevented my coming sooner. I was so delighted with the evening I spent yesterday that I went thither again to enjoy this morning. Luckily there is no mischief done, and as you have waited for me, my morning is not lost." "That's true," said Mr. Walmer. "It would be better to wait till noon than lose the pleasure of breakfasting together. Strangers are never admitted into my room in the morning, but breakfast in their own. Breakfast is the repast of intimates, servants are excluded, and impertinents never appear at that time. We then declare all we think, we reveal all our secrets, we disguise none of our sentiments. We can then enjoy the delights of intimacy and confidence without indiscretion. It is the only time almost in which we are allowed to appear what we really are. Why can't it last the day through?" "Ah, Eloisa," I was ready to say this is an interesting wish, but I was silent. The first thing I learned to suppress with my love was flattery. To praise people to their face is but to tax them with vanity. You know, my lord, whether Mrs. Walmer deserves this reproach. No, I respect her too much not to respect her in silence. Is it not a sufficient commendation of her, to listen to her, and observe her conduct? Letter CXXXI, Mrs. Walmer to Mrs. Orb. It is decreed, my dear friend, that you are on all occasions to be my protectress against myself, and that after having delivered me from the snares which my affections laid for me, you are yet to rescue me from those which reason spreads to entrap me. After so many cruel instances, I have learned to guard against mistakes, as much as against my passions, which are frequently the cause of them. Why had I not the same precaution always? If in time past, I had relied less on the light of my own understanding, I should have had less reason to blush at my sentiments. Do not be alarmed at this preamble. I should be unworthy your friendship if I was still under a necessity of consulting you upon dismal subjects. Guilt was always a stranger to my heart, and I dare believe it to be more distant from me now than ever. Therefore, Clara, attend to me patiently, and believe that I shall never need your advice in difficulties which honor alone can resolve. During these 6 years, which I have lived with Mr. Walmer in the most perfect union which can subsist between a married couple, you know that he never talked to me either about his family or himself, and that having received him from a father as solicitous for his daughter's happiness as jealous of the honor of his family, I never expressed any eagerness to know more of his concerns than he thought proper to communicate. Satisfied with being indebted to him for my honor, my repose, my reason, my children, and all that can render me estimable in my own eyes, besides the life of him who gave me being, I was convinced that the particulars concerning him, to which I was a stranger, would not falsify what I knew of him, and there was no occasion for my knowing more, in order to love, esteem, and honor him as much as possible. This morning at breakfast, he proposed our taking a little walk before the heat came on. Then, under a pretense of not going through the country in morning dishabille, as he said, he led us into the woods, and exactly into that wood, where all the misfortunes of my life commenced. As I approached that fatal spot, I felt a violent palpitation of heart, and should have refused to have gone in, if shame had not checked me, and if the recollection of a word which dropped the other day in Elysium had not made me dread the interpretations which might have been passed on such a refusal. I do not know whether the philosopher was more composed, but some time after having cast my eyes upon him by chance, I found his countenance pale and altered, and I cannot express to you the uneasiness it gave me. On entering into the wood, I perceived my husband cast a glance towards me and smile. He sat down between us, and after a moment's pause, taking us both by the hand, "My dear children," said he, "I begin to perceive that my schemes will not be fruitless, and that we three may be connected by a lasting attachment, capable of promoting our common good, and procuring me some comfort to alleviate the troubles of approaching old age. But I am better acquainted with you two than you are with me. It is but just to make everything equal among us, and though I have nothing very interesting to impart, yet as you have no secrets hidden from me, I will have none concealed from you." He then revealed to us the mystery of his birth, which had hitherto been known to no one but my father. When you are acquainted with it, you will imagine what great temper and moderation a man must be master of, who is able to conceal such a secret from his wife during 6 years. But it is no pain to him to keep such a secret, and he thinks too slightly of it, to be obliged to exert any vast efforts to conceal it. "I will not detain you," said he, "with relating the occurrences of my life. It is of less importance to you to be acquainted with my adventures than with my character. The former are simple in their nature like the latter, and when you know what I am, you will easily imagine what I was capable of doing. My mind is naturally calm, and my affections temperate. I am one of those men whom people think they reproach when they call them insensible. That is, when they upbraid them with having no passion, which may impel them to swerve from the true direction of human nature. Being but little susceptible of pleasure or grief, I receive but faint impressions from those interesting sentiments of humanity, which make the affections of others our own. If I feel uneasiness when I see the worthy in distress, it is not without reason that my compassion is moved, for when I see the wicked suffer, I have no pity for them. My only active principle is a natural love of order, and the concurrence of the accidents of fortune with the conduct of mankind well combined together pleases me exactly like beautiful symmetry in a picture, or like a piece well represented on the stage. If I have any ruling passion, it is that of observation. I love to read the hearts of mankind. As my own seldom misleads me, as I make my observations with a disinterested and dispassionate temper, and as I have acquired some sagacity by long experience, I am seldom deceived in my judgments. This advantage, therefore, is the only recompense which self-love receives from my constant studies. For I am not fond of acting a part, but only of observing others play theirs. Society is agreeable to me for the sake of contemplation, and not as a member of it. If I could alter the nature of my being and become a living I would willingly make the exchange. Therefore, my indifference about mankind does not make me independent of them. Without being solicitous to be seen, I want to see them, and though they are not dear, they are necessary to me. The two first characters in society which I had an opportunity of observing were courtiers and valets, two orders of men who differ more in appearance than fact, but so little worthy of being attended to and so easily read that I was tired of them at first sight. By quitting the court, where everything is presently seen, I secured myself, without knowing it, from the danger which threatened me, and which I should not have escaped. I changed my name, and having a desire to be acquainted with military men, I solicited admission into the service of a foreign prince. It was there that I had the happiness of being useful to your father, who was impelled by despair for having killed his friend, to expose himself rashly and contrary to his duty. The grateful and susceptible heart of a brave officer began then to give me a better opinion of human nature. He attached himself to me with that zealous friendship which it was impossible for me not to return, and from that time we formed connections which have every day grown stronger. I discovered, in this new state of my mind, that interest is not always, as I had supposed, the sole motive which influences human conduct, and that among the crowd of prejudices which are opposite to virtue, there are some likewise which are favorable to her. I found that the general character of mankind was founded on a kind of self-love indifferent in itself, and either good or bad according to the accidents which modify it, and which depend on customs, laws, rank, fortune, and every circumstance relative to human policy. I therefore indulged my inclination, and despising the vain notions of worldly condition, I successively threw myself into all the different situations in life, which might enable me to compare them together, and know one by the other. I perceived, as you have observed in one of your letters, said he to Saint Preux, that we see nothing if we rest satisfied with looking on, that we ought to act ourselves in order to judge of men's actions, and I made myself an actor to qualify myself for a spectator. We can always lower ourselves with ease, and I stooped to a variety of situations which no man of my station ever condescended to. I even became a peasant, and when Eloisa made me her gardener, she did not find me such a novice in the business as she might have expected. Besides gaining a thorough knowledge of mankind, which indolent philosophy only attains in appearance, I found another advantage which I never expected. This was the opportunity it afforded me of improving by an active life that love of order I derived from nature, and of acquiring a new relish for virtue by the pleasure of contributing towards it. This sentiment made me less speculative, attached me somewhat more to myself, and from a natural consequence of this progress, I perceived that I was alone. Solitude, which was always tiresome to me, became hideous, and I could not hope to escape it long. Though I did not grow less dispassionate, I found the want of some connection, the idea of decay, without anyone to comfort me, afflicted me by anticipation, and for the first time in my life, I experienced melancholy and uneasiness. I communicated my troubles to the Baron d'Etanges. "You must not," said he, "grow an old bachelor." I myself, after having lived independent as it were in a state of matrimony, find that I have a desire of returning to the duties of a husband and a father, and I am going to repose myself in the midst of my family. It depends on yourself to make my family your own, and to supply the place of the son whom I have lost. I have an only daughter to marry. She is not destitute of merit. She has a sensibility of mind, and the love of her duty makes her love everything relative to it. She is neither a beauty nor a prodigy of understanding, but come and see her, and believe me that if she does not affect you, no woman will ever make an impression on you. I came, I saw you, Eloisa, and I found that your father had reported modestly of you. Your transports, the tears of joy you shed when you embraced him, gave me the first, or rather the only emotion I ever experienced in my life. If the impression was slight, it was the only one I felt, and our sensations are strong only in proportion to those which oppose them. 3 years' absence made no change in my inclinations. I was no stranger to the state of yours in my return, and on this occasion I must make you a return for the confession which has cost you so dear. Judge, my dear Clara, with what extraordinary surprise I learnt that all my secrets had been discovered to him before our marriage, and that he had wedded me, knowing me to be the property of another. This conduct, continued Mr. Walmer, was unpardonable. I offended against delicacy, I sinned against prudence, I exposed your honor and my own. I should have been apprehensive of plunging you and myself into irretrievable calamities, but I loved you, and I loved nothing but you. Everything else was indifferent to me. How is it possible to restrain a passion, be it ever so weak, when it has no counterpoise? This is the inconvenience of calm and dispassionate tempers. Everything goes right while their insensibility secures them from temptations, but if one happens to touch them, they are conquered as soon as they are attacked, and reason, which governs while she sways alone, has no power to resist the slightest effort. I was tempted but once, and I gave way to it. If the intoxication of any other passion had rendered me wavering, I should have fallen every false step I took. None but spirited souls are able to struggle and conquer. All great efforts, all sublime actions are their province. Cool reason never achieved anything illustrious, and we can only triumph over our passions by opposing one against another. When virtue gains the ascendancy, she reigns alone and keeps all in due poise. This forms the true philosopher, who is as much exposed to the assaults of passion as another, but who alone is capable of subduing them by their own force, as a pilot steers through adverse winds. You find that I do not attempt to extenuate my fault. Had it been one, I should infallibly have committed it. But I knew you, Eloisa, and was guilty of none when I married you. I perceived that all my prospect of happiness depended on you alone, and that if anyone was capable of making you happy, it was myself. I knew that peace and innocence were essential to your mind, that the affection with which it was pre-engaged could not afford them, and that nothing could banish love but the horror of guilt. I saw that your soul labored under an oppression which it could not shake off, but by some new struggle, and that to make you sensible how valuable you still were, was the only way to render you truly estimable. Your heart was formed for love. I therefore slighted the disproportion of age, which excluded me from a right of pretending to the affection, which he who was the object of it could not enjoy, and which it was impossible to obtain for any other. On the contrary, finding my life half spent, and that I had been susceptible but of a single impression, I concluded that it would be lasting, and I pleased myself with the thoughts of preserving it the rest of my days. In all my tedious searches, I found nothing so estimable as yourself. I thought that what you could not effect, no one in the world could accomplish. I ventured to rely on your virtue, and I married you. The secrecy you observed did not surprise me. I knew the reason, and from your prudent conduct, I guessed how long it would last. From a regard to you, I copied your reserve, and I would not deprive you of the honor of one day making me a confession, which I plainly perceived was at your tongue's end every minute. I have not been deceived in any particular. You have fully answered all I expected from you. When I made choice of a wife, I desired to find in her an amiable, discreet, and happy companion. The first two requisites have been obtained. I hope, my dear, that we shall not be disappointed of the third. At these words, in spite of all my endeavors not to interrupt him but by my tears, I could not forbear throwing myself round his neck and crying out, "O my dear husband! O thou best and most amiable of men, tell me what is wanting to complete my happiness, but to promote your felicity and to be more deserving." "You are as happy as you can be," said he, interrupting me. "You deserve to be so, but it is time to enjoy that felicity in peace, which has hitherto cost you such vast pains. If your fidelity had been all I required, that would have been ensured the moment you made me the promise. I wanted moreover to make it easy and agreeable to you, and we have both labored to this end in concert, without communicating our views to each other. Eloisa, we have succeeded, better than you imagine perhaps. The only fault I find in you is that you do not resume that confidence which you have a right to repose in yourself, and that you undervalue your own worth. Extreme diffidence is as dangerous as excessive confidence. As that rashness which prompts us to attempts beyond our strength renders our power ineffectual, so that timidity which prevents us from relying on ourselves renders it useless. True prudence consists in being thoroughly acquainted with the measure of our own power and acting up to it. You have acquired an increase of strength by changing your condition. You are no longer that unfortunate girl who bewailed the weakness she indulged. You are the most virtuous of women. You are bound by no laws but those of honor and duty, and the only fault that can now be imputed to you is that you retain too lively a sense of your former indiscretion. Instead of taking reproachful precautions against yourself, learn to depend upon yourself, and your confidence will increase your strength. Banish that injurious diffidence, and think yourself happy in having made choice of an honest man at an age which is liable to imposition, and in having entertained a lover formerly, whom you may now enjoy as a friend, even under your husband's eye. I was no sooner made acquainted with your connections than I judged of you by each other. I perceived what enthusiastic delusion led you astray. It never operates but on susceptible minds. It sometimes ruins them, but it is by a charm which has power to seduce them alone. I judged that the same turn of mind which formed your attachment would break it as soon as it became criminal, and that vice might find an entrance, but never take root in such hearts as yours. I conceived, moreover, that the connection between you ought not to be broken, that there were so many laudable circumstances attending your mutual attachment, that it ought rather to be rectified than destroyed, and that neither of the two could forget the other, without diminishing their own worth. I knew that great struggles only serve to inflame strong passions, and that if violent efforts exercised the mind, they occasioned such torments as by their continuance might subdue it. I took advantage of Eloisa's gentleness to moderate the severity of her reflections. I nourished her friendship for you, said he to Saint Preux. I banished all immoderate passion, and I believe that I have preserved you a greater share of her affections than she would have left you had I abandoned her entirely to herself. My success encouraged me, and I determined to attempt your cure as I had accomplished hers. For I had an esteem for you, and notwithstanding the prejudices of vice, I have always observed that every good end is to be obtained from susceptible minds by means of confidence and sincerity. I saw you, you did not deceive me. You will not deceive me, and though you are not yet what you ought to be, I find you more improved than you imagine, and I am better satisfied with you than you are with yourself. I know that my conduct has an extravagant appearance and is repugnant to the common received principles, but maxims become less general, in proportion as we are better acquainted with the human heart, and Eloisa's husband ought not to act like men in common. My dear children, said he, with a tone the more affecting as it came from a dispassionate man, remain what you are, and we shall all be happy. Danger consists chiefly in opinion. Be not afraid of yourselves, and you will have nothing to apprehend. Only think on the present, and I will answer for the future. I cannot communicate anything farther today, but if my schemes succeed, and my hopes do not betray me, our destiny will be better fulfilled, and you too will be much happier than if you had enjoyed each other. As we rose, he embraced us, and would have us likewise embrace each other on that very spot where formerly, Clara, oh my dear Clara, how dearly have you ever loved me. I made no resistance. Alas, how indiscreet would it have been to have made any. This kiss was nothing like that which rendered the grove terrible to me. I silently congratulated myself, and I found that my heart was more changed than I had hitherto ventured to imagine. As we were walking towards home, my husband, taking me by the hand, stopped me, and showing me the wood we had just left, he said to me, smiling, Eloisa, be no longer afraid of this asylum. It has not been lately profaned. You will not believe me, cousin, but I swear that he has some supernatural gift of reading one's inmost thoughts. May heaven continue it to him. Having such reason to despise myself, it is certainly to this art that I am indebted for his indulgence. You do not see yet any occasion I have for your advice. Patience, my angel? I am coming to that point, but the conversation which I have related was necessary to clear up what follows. On our return, my husband, who has long been expected at Étanges, told me that he proposed going thither tomorrow, that he should see you in his way, and that he should stay there 5 or 6 days. Without saying all I thought concerning such an ill-timed journey, I told him that I imagined the necessity was not so indispensable as to oblige Mr. Walmer to leave his guest, whom he had himself invited to his house. Would you have me, he replied, use ceremony with him to remind him that he is not at home? I am like the Valesians for hospitality. I hope he will find their sincerity here and allow us to use their freedom. Perceiving that he would not understand me, I took another method and endeavored to persuade our guest to take the journey with him. You will find a spot, said I, which has its beauties, and such as you are fond of. You will visit my patrimony and that of my ancestors. The interest you take in everything which concerns me will not allow me to suppose that such a sight can be indifferent to you. My mouth was open to add that the castle was like that of Lord B, but luckily I had time to bite my tongue. He answered me coolly that I was in the right, and that he would do as I pleased. But Mr. Walmer, who seemed determined to drive me to an extremity, replied that he should do what was most agreeable to himself. Which do you like best, to go or to stay? To stay, said he, without hesitating. Well, stay then, rejoined my husband, taking him by the hand. You are a sincere and honest man, and I am well pleased with that declaration. There was no room for much altercation between my husband and me in the hearing of this third person. I was silent, but could not conceal my uneasiness so well, but my husband perceived it. What? Said he, with an air of discontent, St. Preux being at a little distance from us, shall I have pleaded your cause against yourself in vain, and will Mrs. Walmer remain satisfied with a virtue which depends on opportunity? For my part, I am more nice. I will be indebted for the fidelity of my wife, to her affection, not to chance. And it is not enough that she is constant, it wounds my delicacy to think that she should doubt her constancy. At length he took us into his closet, where I was extremely surprised to see him take from a drawer, along with the copies of some of our friends' correspondences which I delivered to him, the very original letters which I thought I had seen burned by B in my mother's room. Here, said he to me, showing them to us, are the pledges of my security. If they deceive me, it would be a folly to depend on anything which concerns human nature. I consign my wife and my honor in charge to her, who, when single and seduced, preferred an act of benevolence to a secure and private rendezvous. I trust Eloisa, now that she is a wife and a mother, to him who, when he had it in his power to gratify his desires, yet knew how to respect Eloisa when single and a fond girl. If either of you think so meanly of yourselves as to suppose that I am in the wrong, say so, and I retract this instant. Cousin, do you think that one could easily venture to make answer to such a speech? I nevertheless sought an opportunity in the afternoon of speaking with my husband in private, and without entering into reasons which I was not at liberty to urge, I only entreated him to put off his journey for 2 days. My request was granted immediately, and I employ the time, in sending you this express and waiting for your answer, to know how I am to act. I know that I need but desire my husband not to go at all, and he who never denied me anything will not refuse me so slight a favor. But I perceive, my dear, that he takes a pleasure in the confidence he reposes in me, and I am afraid of forfeiting some share of his esteem if he should suppose that I have occasion for more reserve than he allows me. I know likewise that I need but speak a word to Saint Preux, and that he will accompany my husband without hesitation. But what will my husband think of the change, and can I take such a step without preserving an air of authority over Saint Preux, which might seem to entitle him to some privileges in his turn? Besides, I am afraid lest he should conclude from this precaution that I find it absolutely necessary, and this step, which at first sight appears most easy, is the most dangerous perhaps at the bottom. Upon the whole, however, I am not ignorant that no consideration should be put in competition with a real danger. But does this danger exist in fact? This is the very doubt which you must resolve for me. The more I examine the present state of my mind, the more I find to encourage me. My heart is spotless, my conscience calm, I have no symptoms of fear or uneasiness, and with respect to everything which passes within me, my sincerity before my husband costs me no trouble. Not but that certain involuntary recollections sometimes occasion tender emotions from which I had rather be exempt. But these recollections are so far from being produced by the sight of him who was the original cause of them, that they seem to be less frequent since his return, and however agreeable it is to me to see him, yet, I know not from what strange humor, it is more agreeable to me to think of him. In a word, I find that I do not even require the aid of virtue in order to be composed in his presence, and, exclusive of the horror of guilt, it would be very difficult to revive those sentiments which virtue has extinguished. But is it sufficient, my dear, that my heart encourages me, when reason ought to alarm me? I have forfeited the right of depending on my own strength. Who will answer that my confidence, even now, is not an illusion of vice? How shall I rely on those sentiments which have so often deceived me? Does not guilt always spring from that pride which prompts us to despise temptation? And when we defy those dangers which have occasioned our fall, does it not show a disposition to yield again to temptation? Weigh all these circumstances, my dear Clara, you will find that though they may be trifling in themselves, they are of sufficient importance to merit attention when you consider the object they concern. Deliver me from the uncertainty into which they have thrown me. Show me how I must behave in this critical conjuncture, for my past errors have affected my judgment and rendered me diffident in deciding upon anything. Whatever you may think of yourself, your mind, I am certain, is tranquil and composed. Objects present themselves to you such as they are. But in mine, which is agitated like a troubled sea, they are confounded and disfigured. I no longer dare to depend upon anything I see or anything I feel, and notwithstanding so many years' repentance, I perceive, with concern, that the weight of past failings is a burthen we must bear to the end of our lives. Letter CXX, answer. Poor Eloisa, with so much reason to live at ease, what torments you continually create. All thy misfortunes come from thyself, O Israel, if you adhered to your own maxims. If, in point of sentiment, you only hearkened to the voice within you, and your heart did but silence your reason, you would then without scruple trust to that security it inspires, and you would not constrain yourself against the testimony of your own heart to dread a danger which can arise only from thence. I understand you, I perfectly understand you, Eloisa. Being more secure in yourself than you pretend to be, you have a mind to humble yourself on account of your past failings, under a pretense of preventing new ones. And your scruples are not so much precautions against the future, as a penance you impose upon yourself to atone for the indiscretion which ruined you formerly. You compare the times, do you consider? Compare situations likewise, and remember that I then reproved you for your confidence, as I now reprove you for your diffidence. You are mistaken, my dear, but nature does not alter so soon. If we can forget our situation for want of reflection, we see it in its true light when we take pains to consider of it, and we can no more conceal our virtues than our vices from ourselves. Your gentleness and devotion have given you a turn for humility. Mistrust that dangerous virtue which only excites self-love by making it center in one point, and be assured that the noble sincerity of an upright mind is greatly preferable to the pride of humility. If moderation is necessary in wisdom, it is requisite likewise in those precautions it suggests, lest a solicitude which is reproachful to virtue should debase the mind, and, by keeping us in constant alarm, render a chimerical danger a real one. Don't you perceive that after we have had a fall, we should hold ourselves upright, and that by leaning too much towards the side opposite to that on which we fell, we are in danger of falling again? Cousin, you loved like Eloisa. Now, like her, you are an extravagant devotee. He even said that you may be more successful in the latter than you were in the former. In truth, if I was less acquainted with your natural timidity, your apprehensions would be sufficient to terrify me in my turn. And if I was so scrupulous, I might, from being alarmed for you, begin to tremble for myself. Consider farther, my dear friend. You whose system of morality is as easy and natural as it is pure and honest, do not make constructions which are harsh and foreign to your character, with respect to your maxims concerning the separation of the sexes. I agree with you that they ought not to live together, nor after the same manner. But consider whether this important rule does not admit of many distinctions in point of practice. Examine whether it ought to be applied indiscriminately, and without exception to married as well as to single women, to society in general as well as to particular connections, to business as well as to amusements, and whether that honor and decency which inspire these maxims ought not sometimes to regulate them. In well-governed countries, where the natural relations of things are attended to in matrimony, you would admit of assemblies where young persons of both sexes might see, be acquainted, and associate with each other. But you prohibit them, with good reason, from holding any private intercourse. But is not the case quite different with regard to married women and the mothers of families, who can have no interest, that is justifiable, in exhibiting themselves in public, who are confined within doors by their domestic concerns, and who should not be refused to do anything at home which is becoming the mistress of a family? I should not like to see you in the cellars presenting the wine for the merchants to taste, nor to see you leave your children to settle accounts with a banker. But if an honest man should come to visit your husband, or to transact some business with him, will you refuse to entertain his guest in his absence, and to do him the honors of the house for fear of being left tete-a-tete with him? Trace this principle to its source, and it will explain all your maxims. Why do we suppose that women ought to live retired and apart from the men? Shall we do such injustice to our sex as to account for it upon principles drawn from our weakness, and that it is only to avoid the danger of temptations? No, my dear, these unworthy apprehensions do not become an honest woman, and the mother of a family who is continually surrounded with objects which nourish in her the sentiments of honor, and who is devoted to the most respectable duties of human nature. It is nature herself that divides us from the men, by prescribing to us different occupations. It is that amiable and timorous modesty, which, without being immediately attentive to chastity, is nevertheless its surest guardian. It is that cautious and affecting reserve, which at one and the same time cherishing both desire and respect in the hearts of men, serves as a kind of coquetry to virtue. This is the reason why even husbands themselves are not excepted out of this rule. This is the reason why the most discreet women generally maintain the greatest ascendancy over their husbands. Because, by the help of this prudent and discreet reserve, without showing any caprice or noncompliance, they know, even in the embraces of the most tender union, how to keep them at a distance and prevent their being cloyed with them. You will agree with me that your maxims are too general not to admit of exceptions, and that not being founded on any rigorous duty, the same principle of decorum which established them may sometimes justify our dispensing with them. The circumspection which you ground on your past failings is injurious to your present condition. I will never pardon this unnecessary caution which your heart dictates, and I can scarce forgive it in your reason. How was it possible that the rampart which protects your person could not secure you from such an ignominious apprehension? How could my cousin, my sister, my friend, my Eloisa, confound the indiscretions of a girl of too much sensibility with the infidelity of a guilty wife? Look around you, you will see nothing but what contributes to raise and support your mind. Your husband, who has such confidence in you, and whose esteem it becomes you to justify, your children whom you would train to virtue, and who will one day deem it an honor that you was their mother. Your venerable father who is so dear to you, who enjoys your felicity, and who derives more luster from you than from his ancestors. Your friend whose fate depends on yours, and to whom you must be accountable for a reformation to which she has contributed. Her daughter, to whom you ought to set an example of those virtues which you would excite in her. Your philosopher, who is 100 times fonder of your virtues than of your person, and who respects you still more than you apprehend. Lastly, yourself, who are sensible what painful efforts your discretion has cost you, and who will surely never forfeit the fruit of so much trouble in a single moment. How many motives capable of inspiring you with courage conspire to make you ashamed of having ventured to mistrust yourself? But in order to answer for my Eloisa, what occasion have I to consider what she is? It is enough that I know what she was during the indiscretions which she bewails. Ah! If your heart had ever been capable of infidelity, I would allow you to be continually apprehensive. But at the very time when you imagined that you viewed it at a distance, you may conceive the horror its real existence would have occasioned you, by what you felt at that time, when but to imagine it had been to have committed it. I recollect with what astonishment we learnt that there was a nation where the wellness of a fond maid is considered as an inexpiable crime, though the adultery of a married woman is there softened by the gentle term of gallantry, and where married women publicly make themselves amends for the short-lived restraint they undergo while single. I know what maxims in this respect prevail in high life, where virtue passes for nothing, where everything is empty appearance, where crimes are effaced by the difficulty of proving them, or where the proof itself becomes ridiculous against custom. But you, Eloisa, you who glowed with a pure and constant passion, who was guilty only in the eyes of men, and between heaven and earth was open to no reproach. You who made yourself respected in the midst of your indiscretions. You, who being abandoned to fruitless regret, obliged us even to adore those virtues which you had forfeited. You, who disdained to endure self-contempt, when everything seemed to plead in your excuse, can you be apprehensive of guilt, after having paid so dearly for your weakness? Will you dare to be afraid that you have less power now than you had in those days which cost you so many tears? No, my dear, so far from being alarmed at your former indiscretions, they ought to inspire you with courage. So severe a repentance does not lead to remorse, and whoever is so susceptible of shame will never bid defiance to infamy. If ever a weak mind had supports against its weakness, they are such as uphold you. If ever a vigorous mind was capable of supporting itself, what prop can yours require? Tell me, what reasonable grounds there can be for your apprehensions? All your life has been a continual struggle, in which, even after your defeat, honor and duty never ceased opposition, and at length came off victorious. Ah, Eloisa! Shall I believe that, after so much pain and torment, after 12 years passed in tears, and 6 spent gloriously, that you still dread a trial of 8 days? In few words, deal sincerely with yourself. If there really is any danger, save your person and blush at the condition of your heart. If there is no danger, it is an offense to your reason, it is a dishonor to your virtue to be apprehensive of perils which can never affect it. Do you not know that there are some scandalous temptations which never approach noble minds, that it is even shameful to be under a necessity of subduing them, and that to take precautions against them is not so much to humble as to debase ourselves? I do not presume to give you my arguments as unanswerable, but only to convince you that yours may be controverted, and that is sufficient to warrant my advice. Do not depend on yourself, for you do not know how to do yourself justice, nor on me, who even in your indiscretions never considered anything but your heart and always adored you, but refer to your husband who sees you such as you are, and judges of you, exactly according to your real worth. Being, like all people of sensibility, ready to judge ill of those who appear insensible, I mistrusted his power of penetration into the secrets of susceptible minds. But since the arrival of our traveler, I find by his letters that he reads yours perfectly well, and that there is not a single emotion which escapes his observation. I find his remarks so just and acute that I have almost changed my opinion to the other extreme, and I shall readily believe that your dispassionate people, who consult their eyes more than their hearts, judge better of other men's passions than your impetuous, lively, and vain persons like myself, who always begin by supposing themselves in another's place, and can never see anything but what they feel. However it be, Mr. Walmer is thoroughly acquainted with you, he esteems you, he loves you, and his destiny is blended with yours. What does he require but that you would leave to him the entire direction of your conduct, with which you are afraid to trust yourself? Perhaps finding old age coming on, he is desirous, by some trials on which he may depend, to prevent those uneasy jealousies, which an old husband generally feels who is married to a young wife. Perhaps the design he has in view requires that you should live in a state of familiarity with your friend, without alarming either your husband or yourself. Perhaps he only means to give you a testimony of confidence and esteem, worthy of that which he entertains for you. You should never oppose such sentiments, as if the weight of them was too much for you to endure. And for my part, I think that you cannot act more agreeably to the dictates of prudence and modesty than by relying entirely on his tenderness and understanding. Could you, without offending Mr. Walmer, punish yourself for a vanity you never had, and prevent a danger which no longer exists? Remain alone with the philosopher, use all the superfluous precautions against him, which would formerly have been of such service to you, maintain the same reserve as if you still mistrusted your own heart and his, as well as your own virtue. Avoid all pathetic conversation, all tender recollection of time past, break off or prevent long teat-a-teat interviews. Be constantly surrounded by your children. Do not stay long with him in a room, in Elysium, or in the grove notwithstanding the profanation. Above all things, use these precautions in so natural a manner that they may seem to be the effect of chance, and that he may never once suspect that you are afraid of him. You love to go upon the water, but you deprive yourself of the pleasure on account of your husband, who is afraid of that element, and of your children whom you do not choose to venture there. Take the advantage of this absence to entertain yourself with this recreation, and leave your children to the care of Fanny. By this means, you may securely devote yourself to the sweet familiarity of friendship, and quietly enjoy a long teat-a-teat under the protection of the watermen, who see without understanding, and from whom we cannot go far without thinking what we are about. A thought strikes me which many people would laugh at, but which will be agreeable to you, I am sure. That is to keep an exact journal in your husband's absence, to show him on his return, and to think on this journal with regard to every circumstance which is to be set down in it. In truth, I do not believe that such an expedient would be of service to many women, but a sincere mind, incapable of deceit, has many resources against vice, which others stand in need of. We ought to despise nothing which tends to preserve a purity of manners, and it is by means of trifling precautions that great virtues are secured. Upon the whole, as your husband is to see me in his way, he will tell me, I hope, the true reasons of his journey, and if I do not find them substantial, I will persuade him from proceeding any farther, or at all events, I will do what he has refused to do. Upon this you may depend. In the meantime, I think I have said enough to fortify you against a trial of 8 days. Go, Eloisa, I know you too well not to answer for you as much, nay more than I could for myself. You will always be what you ought to be, and what you desire to be. If you do but rely on the integrity of your own mind, you will run no risk whatever. For I have no faith in these unforeseen defects. It is in vain to disguise voluntary failings by the idle appellation of weaknesses. No woman was ever yet overcome who had not an inclination to surrender. And if I thought that such a fate could attend you, believe me, trust to the tenderness of my friendship, rely on all the sentiments which would arise in the heart of your poor Clara, I should be too sensibly interested in your protection to abandon you entirely to yourself. As to what Mr. Walmer declared to you concerning the intelligence he received before your marriage, I am not much surprised at it. You know I always suspected it. And I will tell you, moreover, that my suspicions are not confined to the indiscretions of B. I could never suppose that a man of truth and integrity like your father, and who had some suspicions at least himself, would resolve to impose upon his son-in-law and his friend. If he engaged you so strictly to secrecy, it was because the mode of discovery would come from him in a very different manner to what it would have proceeded from you, and because he was willing no doubt to give it a turn less likely to disgust Mr. Walmer than that which he very well knew you would not fail to give it yourself. But I must dismiss your messenger. We will chat about their matters more at our leisure about a month hence. Farewell, my dearest cousin, I have preached long enough to the preacher. Resume your old occupation. I find myself quite uneasy that I cannot be with you yet. I disorder all my affairs by hurrying to dispatch them, and I scarce know what to do. Ah, Chalot, Chalot, if I was less giddy. But I always hope that I shall. P.S. Apropos, I forgot to make my compliments to your highness. Tell me, I beseech you, is the gentleman your husband a Temin, Nez, or Boyard? Oh, poor child, you who have so often lamented being born a gentlewoman are in high luck to become the wife of a prince. Between ourselves, nevertheless, you discover apprehensions which are somewhat vulgar for a woman of such high quality. Do not you know that little scruples belong to mean people, and that a child of a good family, who should pretend to be his father's son, would be laughed at? Letter CXXCI, Mr. Walmer to Mrs. Orb. I am going to Etange, my sweet cousin, and I propose to call upon you in my way. But a delay of which you are the cause obliges me to make more haste, and I had rather lie at Lausanne as I come back, that I may pass a few hours the more with you. Besides, I want to consult you with regard to many particulars, which it is proper to communicate beforehand, that you may have time to consider of them before you give me your opinion. I would not explain my scheme to you, in relation to the young man, till his presence had confirmed the good opinion I had conceived of him. I think I may now depend upon him sufficiently to acquaint you, between ourselves, that my design is to entrust him with the education of my children. I am not ignorant that those important concerns are the principal duty of a parent, but when it will be time to exert them, I shall be too old to discharge them, and being naturally calm and speculative by constitution, I should never have been sufficiently active to govern the spirit of youth. Besides, for a reason you know, Eloisa would be concerned to see me assume an office, in which I should never acquit myself to her liking. I have 1,000 reasons besides. Your sex is not equal to these duties. Their mother shall confine herself to the education of her Henrietta. To your share I allot the management of the household upon the plan already established, and of which you approve. And it shall be my business to behold 3 worthy people concurring to promote the happiness of the family, and to enjoy that repose in my old age, for which I shall be indebted to their labors. I have always found that my wife was extremely averse from trusting her children to the care of mercenaries, and I could not discommend her scruples. The respectable capacity of a preceptor requires so many talents which are not to be paid for, so many virtues which have no peace set upon them, that it is in vain to think of procuring one by means of money. It is from a man of genius only that we can expect the talents of a preceptor. It is from the heart of an affectionate friend alone that we can hope to meet with the zeal of a parent, and genius is not to be sold any more than attachment. All the requisite qualities seem to be united in your friend, and if I am well acquainted with his disposition, I do not think he would desire greater happiness than to make those beloved children contribute to their mother's felicity. The only obstacle I can foresee is his affection for Lord B., which will not allow him to disengage himself from so dear a friend, to whom he has such great obligations, at least if his lordship does not require it himself. We expect to see this extraordinary man very soon, and as you have a great ascendancy over him, if he answers the idea you have given me of him, I may commit the business, so far as it relates to him, to your management. You have now, my dear cousin, the clue of my whole conduct, which, without this explanation, must have appeared very extraordinary, and which, I hope, will hereafter meet with Eloisa's approbation and yours. The advantage of having such a wife as I have made me try many expedients which would have been impracticable with another. Though I leave her, in full confidence, with her old lover, under no other guard than her own virtue, it would be madness to establish that lover in my family before I was certain that he ceased to be such. And how could I be assured of it if I had a wife on whom I had less dependence? I have often observed you smile at my remarks on love, but now I think I can mortify you. I have made a discovery which neither you nor any other woman, with all the subtlety they attribute to your sex, would ever have made, the proof of which you will nevertheless perceive at first sight, and you will allow it to be equal to demonstration, when I explain to you the principles on which I ground it. Was I to tell you that my young couple are more fond than ever, this undoubtedly would not appear wonderful to you. Was I to assure you, on the contrary, that they are perfectly cured, you know the power of reason and virtue, and therefore you would not look upon that neither as a vast miracle. But if I tell you that both these opposites are true at the same time, that they love each other with more ardor than ever, and that nothing subsists between them but a virtuous attachment, that they are always lovers, and yet never more than friends. This, I imagine, is what you would least expect, what you will have more difficulty to conceive, and what nevertheless precisely corresponds with truth. This is the riddle which makes those frequent contradictions, which you must have observed in them, both in their conversation and in their letters. What you wrote to Eloisa concerning the picture has served more than anything to explain the mystery, and I find that they are always sincere, even in contradicting themselves continually. When I say they, I speak particularly of the young man, for as to your friend, one can only speak of her by conjecture. A veil of wisdom and honor makes so many folds about her heart, that it is impenetrable to human eyes, even to her own. The only circumstance which leads me to imagine that she has still some distrust to overcome is that she is continually considering with herself what she should do if she was perfectly cured. And she examines herself with so much accuracy that if she was really cured, she would not do it so well. As to your friend, who, though virtuously inclined, is less apprehensive of his present feelings, I find that he still retains all the affections of his youth, but I perceive them without having any reason to be offended at them. It is not Eloisa Walmer he is fond of, but Eloisa Ettange. He does not hate me as the possessor of the object I love, but as the ravisher of her whom he doted on. His friend's wife is not his mistress, the mother of 2 children is not her who was formerly his scholar. It is true she is very like that person, and often puts him in mind of her. He loves her in the time past. This is the true explanation of the riddle. Deprive him of his memory, and you destroy his love. This is not an idle subtlety, my pretty cousin, but a solid observation, which, if extended to other affections, may admit of a more general application than one would imagine. I even think that it would not be difficult to explain it by your own ideas. The time, when you parted the 2 lovers, was when their passion was at the highest degree of impetuosity. Perhaps, if they had continued much longer together, they would gradually have grown cool. But their imagination, being strongly affected, constantly presented each to the other in the light in which they appeared at the time of their separation. The young man, not perceiving those alterations which the progress of time made in his mistress, loved her such as he had seen her formerly, not such as she was then. To complete his happiness, it would not have been enough to have given him possession of her, unless she could have been given to him at the same age, and under the same circumstances she was in when their loves commenced. The least alteration in these particulars would have lessened so much of the felicity he proposed to himself. She is grown handsomer, but she is altered. Her improvement, in that sense, turns to her prejudice, for it is of his former mistress, not of any other, that he is enamored. What deceives him is that he confounds the times, and often reproaches himself on account of a passion which he thinks present, and which in fact is nothing more than the effect of too tender a recollection. But I do not know whether it will not be better to accomplish his cure than to undeceive him. Perhaps, in this respect, we may reap more advantage from his mistake than from his better judgment. To discover to him the true state of his affections would be to apprise him of the death of the object he loved. This might be an affliction dangerous to him, inasmuch as a state of melancholy is always favorable to love. Freed from the scruples which restrain him, he would probably be more inclined to indulge recollections which he ought to stifle. He would converse with less reserve, and the traces of Eloisa are not so effaced in Mrs. Walmer, but upon examination he might find them again. I have thought that instead of undeceiving him with respect to his opinion of the progress he has made, and which encourages him to pursue it to the end, we should rather endeavor to banish the remembrance of those times which he ought to forget, by skillfully substituting other ideas in the room of those he is so fond of. You who contributed to give them birth may contribute more than anyone to efface them, but I shall wait till we are all together, that I may tell you in your ear what you shall do for this purpose, a charge which, if I am not mistaken, will not be very burthensome to me. In the meantime, I endeavor to make the objects of his dread familiar to him by presenting them to him in such a manner that he may no longer think them dangerous. He is impetuous, but tractable and easily managed. I avail myself of this advantage to give a turn to his imagination. In the room of his mistress, I compel him always to look at the wife of his friend and the mother of my children. I efface one picture by another and hide the past with the present. We always ride a startish horse up to the object which frights him, that he may not be frightened at it again. We should act in the same manner with those young people, whose imaginations are on fire even after their affections are grown cold, and whose fancy presents monsters at a distance, which disappear as they draw nearer. I think I am well acquainted with the strength of both, and I do not expose them to a trial which they cannot support. For wisdom does not consist in using all kinds of precautions indiscriminately, but in choosing those which are really useful and in neglecting such as are superfluous. The 8 days, during which I leave them together, will perhaps be sufficient for them to discover the true state of their minds and to know in what relation they really stand to each other. The oftener they perceive themselves in private with each other, the sooner they will find out their mistake, by comparing their present sensations with those they felt formerly, when they were in the same situation. Besides, it is of importance that they should use themselves to endure, without danger, that state of familiarity in which they must necessarily live together if my schemes take place. I find by Eloisa's conduct that you have given her advice, which she could not refuse taking without wronging herself. What pleasure I should take in giving her this proof that I am sensible of her real worth, if she was a woman with whom a husband might make a merit of such confidence. But if she gains nothing over her affections, her virtue will still be the same. It will cost her dearer, and she will not triumph the less. Whereas if she is still in danger of feeling any inward uneasiness, it can arise only from some moving conversation, which she must be too sensible beforehand will awaken recollection, and which she will therefore always avoid. Thus, you see, you must not in this instance judge of my conduct by common maxims, but from the motives which actuate me, and from the singular disposition of her towards whom I shall regulate my behavior. Farewell, my dear cousin, till my return. Though I have not entered into these explanations with Eloisa, I do not desire you to keep them secret from her. It is a maxim with me, never to make secrets among my friends, therefore I commit these to your discretion. Make that use of them which your prudence and friendship will direct. I know you will do nothing but what is best and most proper. Letter CXIV to Lord B. Mr. Walmer set out yesterday for Etange, and you can scarce conceive in what a melancholy state his departure has left me. I think the absence of his wife would not have affected me so much as his. I find myself under greater restraint than even when he is present. A mournful silence takes possession of my heart. Its murmurs are stifled by a secret dread, and, being less tormented with desires than apprehensions, I experience all the horrors of guilt without being exposed to the temptations of it. Can you imagine, my lord, where my mind gains confidence and loses these unworthy dreads? In the presence of Mrs. Walmer. As soon as I approach her, the sight of her pacifies my inquietude, her looks purify my heart. Such is the ascendancy of hers that it always seems to inspire others with a sense of her innocence, and to confer that composure which is the effect of it. Unluckily for me, her system of life does not allow her to devote the whole day to the society of her friends, and in those moments which I am obliged to pass out of her company, I should suffer less, if I was farther distant from her. What contributes to feed the melancholy which oppresses me is a reflection which she made yesterday after her husband's departure. Though till that moment she kept up her spirits tolerably, yet for a long time her eyes followed him with an air of tenderness, which I then imagined was only occasioned by the departure of that happy husband. But I found by her conversation that the emotion was to be imputed to another cause, which was a secret to me. You see, said she, in what manner we live together, and you may judge whether he is dear to me. Do not imagine, however, that the sentiment which attaches me to him, though as tender and as powerful as that of love, is likewise susceptible of its weakness. If an interruption of the agreeable habit of living together is painful to us, we are consoled by the firm hope of resuming the same habit again. A fate of such permanence admits few vicissitudes which we have reason to dread, and in an absence of a few days, the pain of so short an interval does not affect me so strongly as the pleasure of seeing an end to it. The affliction, which you read in my eyes, proceeds from a more weighty cause, and though it is relative to Mr. Walmer, it is not occasioned by his departure. My dear friend, she continued, with an affecting tone, "There is no true happiness on earth. My husband is one of the most worthy and affectionate of men. The duty which incites us is cemented by mutual inclination. He has no desires but mine. I have children which give, and promise pleasure hereafter to their mother. There cannot be a more affectionate, virtuous, and amiable friend than her whom my heart dotes on, and with whom I shall pass my days. Yourself contribute to my felicity by having so well justified my esteem and affection for you. A long and expensive lawsuit which is nearly finished will soon bring the best of fathers to my arms. Everything prospers with us. Peace and order reign throughout the family. Our servants are zealous and faithful. Our neighbors express every kind of attachment to us. We enjoy the goodwill of the public. Blessed with everything which heaven, fortune, and men can bestow, all things conspire to my happiness. A secret uneasiness, one trouble only, poisons all, and I am not happy." She uttered these last words with a sigh, which pierced my soul, and which I had no share in raising. "She is not happy," said I, sighing in my turn, "and I am no longer an obstacle to her felicity." That melancholy thought disordered my ideas in a moment, and disturbed the repose which I began to taste. Unable to endure the intolerable state of doubt into which her conversation had thrown me, I importuned her so eagerly to disclose her whole mind to me, that at length she deposited the fatal secret with me, and allows me to communicate it to you. But this is the hour of recreation. Mrs. Walmer is come out of the nursery to walk with her children. She has just told me as much. I attend her, my lord. I leave you for the present, and I shall resume, in my next, the subject I am now obliged to quit. Letter CXXXV, Mrs. Walmer to her husband. I expect you next Tuesday according to your appointment, and you will find everything disposed agreeable to your desire. Call on Mrs. Orb in your way back. She will tell you what has passed during your absence. I had rather you should learn it from her than from me. I thought, Mr. Walmer, I had deserved your esteem, but your conduct is not the more prudent, and you sport most cruelly with your wife's virtue. Letter CXXXVI to Lord B. I must give you an account, my lord, of a danger we have incurred within these few days, and from whence we are happily delivered at the expense of a little terror and fatigue. This relation very well deserves a letter by itself. When you read it, you will perceive the motives which engage me to write. You know that Mrs. Walmer's house is not far from the lake, and that she is fond of the water. It is 3 days since her husband's absence has left us without employment, and the pleasantness of the evening made us form a scheme for one of these parties the next day. Soon as the sun was up, we went to the river's side. We took a boat with nets for fishing, 3 rowers, and a servant, and we embarked with some provisions for dinner. I took a fowling piece to knock down some basilics, but was ashamed to kill birds out of wantonness, and only for the pleasure of doing mischief. I amused myself therefore in observing the siflets, the crenets, and I fired but once at a grebe, at a great distance, which I missed. We passed an hour or 2 in fishing within 500 paces of the shore. We had good success, but Eloisa had them all thrown into the water again, except a trout which had received a blow from the oar. "The animals," said she, "are in pain. Let us deliver them. Let us enjoy the pleasure they will feel on escaping from danger." This operation, however, was performed slowly, and against the grain, not without some representations against it. And I found that our gentry would have had a much better relish for the fish they had catched than for the moral which saved their lives. We then launched farther into the lake. Soon after, with all the vivacity of a young man, which it is time for me to check, undertaking to manage the master oar, I rowed the boat into the middle of the lake, so that we were soon above a league from shore. Then I explained to Eloisa every part of that superb horizon which environed us. I showed her at a distance the mouth of the Rhone, whose impetuous current stops on a sudden within a quarter of a league, as if it was afraid to sully the crystal azure of the lake with its muddy waters. I made her observe the redans of the mountains, whose correspondent angles, running parallel, formed a bed in the space between, fit to receive the river which occupied it. As we got farther from shore, I had great pleasure in making her take notice of the rich and delightful banks of the Pays de Vaux, where the vast number of towns, the prodigious throng of people, with the beautiful and verdant hills all around, formed a most ravishing landscape. Where every spot of ground, being cultivated and equally fertile, supplies the husbandman, the shepherd, and the vine dresser with the certain fruits of their labors, which are not devoured by the greedy publican. Afterwards I pointed out Chablais, a country not less favored by nature, and which nevertheless affords nothing but a spectacle of wretchedness. I made her perceive the manifest distinction between the different effects of the two governments, with respect to the riches, number, and happiness of the inhabitants. It is thus, said I, that the earth expands her fruitful bosom, and lavishes treasures among those happy people who cultivate it for themselves. She seems to smile and be enlivened at the sweet aspect of liberty. She loves to nourish mankind. On the contrary, the mournful ruins, the heath and brambles which cover a half-desert country, proclaim from afar that it is under the dominion of an absent proprietor, and that it yields with reluctance a scanty produce to slaves who reap no advantage from it. While we were agreeably amusing ourselves with viewing the neighboring coasts, a gale arising, which drove us aslant towards the opposite shore, began to blow very high, and when we thought to tack about, the resistance was so strong that it was impossible for our slight boat to overcome it. The waves soon began to grow dreadful. We endeavored to make for the coast of Savoy, and tried to land at the village of Mailery, which was over against us, and the only place almost where the shore affords a convenient landing. But the wind, changing and blowing stronger, rendered all the endeavors of the watermen ineffectual, and discovered to us a range of steep rocks somewhat lower, where there was no shelter. We all tugged at our oars, and at that instant I had the mortification to perceive Eloisa grow sick, and see her weak and fainting at the bottom of the boat. Happily she had been used to the water, and her sickness did not last long. In the meantime, our efforts increased with our danger. The heat of the sun, the fatigue, and profuse sweating took away our breaths and made us excessively faint. Then, summoning all her courage, Eloisa revived our spirits by her compassionate kindness. She wiped the sweat from off each of our faces, and mixing some wine and water, for fear of intoxication, she presented it alternately to those who were most exhausted. No, your lovely friend never appeared with such luster as at that moment, when the heat and the agitation of her spirits gave an additional glow to her complexion. And what greatly improved her charms was that you might plainly perceive, by the tenderness of her behavior, that her solicitude proceeded less from apprehensions for herself than compassion for us. At one time, 2 planks having started by a shock which dipped us all, she concluded that the boat was split, and in the exclamation of that affectionate mother, I heard these words distinctly: "Oh, my children, must I never see you more?" As for myself, whose imagination always exceeds the danger, though I knew the utmost of our perilous condition, yet I expected every minute to see the boat swallowed up, that delicate beauty struggling in the midst of the waves, and the roses upon her cheeks chilled by the cold hand of death. At length, by dint of labor, we reached Mailery, and after having struggled above an hour within 10 paces of the shore, we at last compassed our landing. When we had landed, all our fatigues were forgotten. Eloisa took upon herself to recompense the trouble which everyone had taken, and as in the height of danger her concern was for us, she seemed now on shore to imagine that we had saved nobody but her. We dined with that appetite, which is the gift of hard labor. The trout was served up. Eloisa, who was extremely fond of it, ate but little, and I perceived that to make the watermen amends for the regret which the late sacrifice cost them, she did not choose that I should eat much myself. My lord, you have observed 1,000 times that her amiable disposition is to be seen in trifles as well as in matters of consequence. After dinner, the water being still rough and the boat wanting to be refitted, I proposed taking a walk. Eloisa objected to the wind and sun and took notice of my being fatigued. I had my views, and I obviated all her objections. I have been accustomed, said I, to violent exercise from my infancy. Far from hurting my health, they strengthen my constitution, and my late voyage has still made me more robust. As to the sun and wind, you have your straw hat, and we will get under the wind and in the woods. We need only climb among the rocks, and you who are not fond of a flat will willingly bear the fatigue. She consented, and we set out while our people were at dinner. You know that when I was banished from Valais, I came, about 10 years ago, to Mailery to wait for leave to return. It was there I passed those melancholy but pleasing days, solely intent upon her. And it was from thence I wrote her that letter, with which she was so strongly affected. I always wished to revisit that lovely retreat, which served me as an asylum in the midst of ice, and where my heart loved to converse, in idea, with the object of all others most dear to its affections. An opportunity of visiting this beloved spot in a more agreeable season, and in company with her whose image formerly dwelt there with me, was the secret motive of my walk. I took a pleasure in pointing out to her those old memorials of such a constant and unfortunate passion. We got thither after an hour's walk through cool and winding paths, which, ascending insensibly between the trees and the rocks, were no otherwise inconvenient than by being tedious. As we drew near and I recollected former tokens, I found myself a little disordered, but I overcame it, I concealed my uneasiness, and we reached the place. This solitary spot formed a wild and desert nook, but full of those sorts of beauties, which are only agreeable to susceptible minds and appear horrible to others. A torrent, occasioned by the melting of the snow, rolled in a muddy stream within 20 paces of us, and carried dirt, sand, and stones along with it, not without considerable noise. Behind us, a chain of inaccessible rocks divided the place where we stood from that part of the Alps which they call the ice houses, because from the beginning of the world, they have been covered with vast mountains of ice, which are continually increasing. Forests of gloomy fir trees afforded us a melancholy shade on the right. On the left was a large wood of oak beyond which the torrent issued, and beneath that vast body of water, which the lake forms in the bay of the Alps, parted us from the rich coast of the Pays de Vaud, crowning the whole landscape with the top of the majestic Jura. In the midst of these noble and superb objects, the little spot where we were displayed all the charms of an agreeable and rural retreat. Small floods of water filtered through the rocks and flowed along the verdure in crystal streams. Some wild fruit trees leaned their heads over ours. The cool and moist earth was covered with grass and flowers. Comparing this agreeable retreat with the objects which surrounded us, one would have thought that this desert spot was designed as an asylum for two lovers, who alone had escaped the general wreck of nature. When we had reached this corner, and I had attentively examined it for some time, now, said I to Eloisa, looking at her with eyes swimming in tears, is your heart perfectly still in this place? And do you feel no secret emotion at the sight of a spot which is full of you? Immediately, without waiting for her answer, I led her towards the rock, and showed her where her cipher was engraved in 1,000 places, with several verses in Petrarch and Tasso relative to the state I was in when I engraved them. On seeing them again at such a distance of time, I found how powerfully the review of these objects renewed my former violent sensations. I addressed her with some degree of impetuosity. O Eloisa, the everlasting delight of my soul, this is the spot where the most constant lover in the world formerly sighed for thee. This is the retreat where thy beloved image made all the scene of his felicity, and prepared him for that happiness which you yourself afterwards dispensed. No fruit or shade were then to be found here. These compartments were not then furnished with verdure or flowers. The course of these streams did not then make these separations. These birds did not chirp then. The voracious sparhawk, the dismal crow, and the dreadful eagle alone made these caverns echo with their cries. Huge lumps of ice hung from these rocks. Festoons of snow were all the ornaments which bedecked these trees. Everything here bore marks of the rigor of winter and hoary frost. The ardor of my affection alone made this place supportable, and I spent whole days here wrapped in thought of thee. Here is the stone where I used to sit, to reflect on your happy abode at a distance. On this I penned that letter which moved your heart. These sharp flints served me as graving tools to cut out your name. Here I crossed that frozen torrent to regain one of your letters which the wind carried off. There I came to review and give 1,000 kisses to the last you ever wrote to me. This is the brink where, with a gloomy and greedy eye, I measured the depth of this abyss. In short, it was here that, before my sad departure, I came to bewail you as dead, and swore never to survive you. O thou lovely fair one, too constantly adored, thou for whom alone I was born. Must I revisit this spot with you by my side, and must I regret the time I spent here in bewailing your absence? I was proceeding further, but Eloisa, perceiving me draw near the brink, was affrighted, and seizing my hand pressed it without speaking a word, looked tenderly upon me, and could scarce suppress a rising sigh. Soon after turning from me and taking me by the arm, "Let us be gone, my friend," said she, with a tone of emotion. "The air of this place is not good for me." I went with her sighing, but without making her any answer, and I quitted that melancholy spot forever, with as much regret as I would have taken leave of Eloisa herself. We came back gently to the harbor after some few deviations and parted. She chose to be alone, and I continued walking without knowing whither I went. At my return, the boat not being yet ready, nor the water smooth, we made a melancholy supper with downcast eyes and pensive looks, eating little and talking still less. After supper, we sat on the strand, waiting an opportunity to go off. The moon shone on a sudden, the water became smoother, and Eloisa proposed our departure. I handed her into the boat, and when I sat down by her, I never thought of quitting her hand. We kept a profound silence. The equal and measured sound of the oars threw me into a reverie. The lively chirping of the snipes, recalling to my mind the pleasures of a past period, made me dull. By degrees, I found the melancholy which oppressed me increase. A serene sky, the mild reflection of the moon, the silver froth of the water which sparkled around us, the concurrence of agreeable sensations, even the presence of the beloved object herself, could not banish bitter reflections from my mind. I began with recollecting a walk of the same kind which we took together during the rapture of our early loves. All the pleasing sensations which then affected me were present to my mind to torment me the more, all the adventures of our youth, our studies, our entertainments, our letters, our assignations, our pleasures. E tanta fede, e si dolce memory, e si lungo costume. This crowd of little objects which recalled the image of my past happiness all pressed upon me and rushed into my memory to increase my present wretchedness. It is past, said I to myself, those times, those happy times will be no more, they are gone forever. Alas, they will never return, and yet we live and we are together, and our hearts are still united. I seemed as if I could have endured her death or her absence with more patience, and thought that I had suffered less all the time I was parted from her. When I bewailed her at a distance, the hope of seeing her again was comfort to my soul. I flattered myself that the sight of her would banish all my sorrows in an instant. At least I could conceive it possible to be in a more cruel situation than my own. But to be by her side, to see her, to touch her, to talk to her, to love her, to adore her, and whilst I almost enjoyed her again, to find her lost to me forever. This is what threw me into such fits of fury and rage, as by degrees agitated me even to despair. My mind soon began to conceive deadly projects, and in a transport, which I yet tremble to think of, I was violently tempted to throw her with myself into the waves, and to end my days and tedious torments in her arms. This horrid temptation grew so strong at last, that I was obliged suddenly to quit her hand and walk to the other end of the boat. There my lively emotions began to take another turn, a more gentle sensation by degrees stole upon my mind, and tenderness overcame despair. I began to shed floods of tears, and that condition, compared to the state I had just been in, was not unattended with pleasure. I wept heartily for a long time and found myself easier. When I was tolerably composed, I returned to Eloisa and took her by the hand again. She held her handkerchief in her hand, which I found wet. Ah, said I to her softly, I find that our hearts have not ceased to sympathize. True, said she in a broken accent, but may it be the last time they ever correspond in this manner. We then began to talk about indifferent matters, and after an hour's rowing, we arrived without any other accident. When we came in, I perceived that her eyes were red and much swelled, and she must have discovered that mine were not in a better condition. After the fatigue of this day, she stood in great need of rest. She withdrew, and I went to bed. Such, my friend, is the journal of the day, in which, without exception, I experienced the most lively emotions I ever felt. I hope they will prove a crisis, which will entirely restore me to myself. Moreover, I must tell you that this adventure has convinced me more than all the power of argument, of the free will of man, and the merit of virtue. How many people yield to weak temptations? As for Eloisa, my eyes beheld, and my heart felt her emotions. She underwent the most violent struggle that day that ever human nature sustained, nevertheless she conquered. O my lord, when, seduced by your mistress, you had power at once to triumph over her desires and your own, was you not more than man? But for your example I had, perhaps, been lost. The recollection of your virtue renewed my own 100 times in that perilous day. Letter CXXXV, from Lord B. Awake, my friend, and emerge from childhood. Let not your reason slumber to the end of your life. The hours glide imperceptibly away, and 'tis now high time for you to grow wise. At 30 years of age, surely a man should begin to reflect. Reflect, therefore, and be a man, at least once before you die. Your heart, my dear friend, has long imposed on your understanding. You strove to philosophize before you were capable of it, mistaking your feelings for reason, and judging of things by the impressions they made on you, which has always kept you ignorant of their real state. A good heart, I will own, is indispensably necessary to the knowledge of truth. He who feels nothing can learn nothing. He may float from error to error in a sea of skepticism, but his discoveries will be vain, and his information fruitless, being ignorant of the relation of things to man, on which all true science depends. It were to stop halfway, however, in our pursuits after knowledge, not to inquire also into the relation of things to each other, in order to be better able to judge of their connection with ourselves. To know the nature and operation of our passions is to know little, if we know not, at the same time, how to judge of and estimate their objects. This latter knowledge is to be acquired only in the tranquility of studious retirement. The youth of the philosopher is the time for experiment, his passions being the instrument of his inquiries. But after having applied himself long enough to the perception of external objects, he retires within himself to consider, to compare, to know them. To this task you ought to apply yourself sooner than any other person in the world. All the pleasures and pains of which a susceptible mind is capable, you have felt. All that a man can see, you have seen. In the space of 12 years, you have exhausted all those sensations, which might have served you during a long life, and have acquired even in youth the extensive experience of age. The first observations you were led to make were on simple, unpolished villagers, on persons almost such as they came out of the hand of nature, just as if they had been presented to you for the groundwork of your peace, or as proper objects by which to compare every other. Banished next to the metropolis of one of the most celebrated people in the universe, you leaped, as one may say, from one extremity to the other, your genius supplying all the intermediate degrees. Then visiting the only nation of men, which remains among the various herds that are scattered over the face of the earth, you had an opportunity of seeing a well-governed society, or at least a society under a good government. You had there an opportunity of observing how far the public voice is the foundation of liberty. You have traveled through all climates and have visited all countries beneath the sun. Add to this a sight still more worthy admiration, that which you enjoy in the presence of a sublime and refined soul, triumphant over its passion, and ruling over itself. The first object of your affections is that which is now daily before you, your admiration of which is but the better founded for your having seen and contemplated so many others. There is now nothing more worth your attention or concern. The only object of your future contemplation should be yourself, that of your future enjoyment, the fruits of your knowledge. You have lived enough for this life. Think now of living for that which is to come and which will last forever. Your passions, by which you were so long enslaved, did not deprive you of your virtue. This is all your boast, and doubtless you have reason to glory in it, yet be not too proud. Your very fortitude is the effect of your weakness. Do you know how it came that you grew enamored of virtue? It was because virtue always appeared to your imagination in the amiable form of that lovely woman, by whom she is so truly represented, and whose image you will always adore. But will you never love her for her own sake? Will you never, like Eloisa, court virtue of your own accord? Vain and indolent enthusiast, will you content yourself with barely admiring her virtues, without attempting to imitate them? You speak, in rapture, of the manner in which she discharges the important duties of wife and mother. But when will you discharge those of a man and a friend, by her example? Shall a woman be able to triumph over herself, and a philosopher find it so difficult to conquer his passions? Will you continue to be always a mere prater, like the rest of them, and be content to write good books, instead of doing good actions? Take care, my friend. I still perceive an air of softness and effeminacy in your writing, which displeases me, as I think it rather the effect of an unextinguished passion than peculiar to your character. I hate imbecility in anyone, and cannot bear the thoughts of it in my friend. There is no such thing as virtue without fortitude, for pusillanimity is the certain attendant on vice. How dare you rely on your own strength, who have no courage? Believe me, were Eloisa as weak as you, the very first opportunity would debase you into an infamous adulterer. While you remain alone with her, therefore, learn to know her worth and blush at your own demerit. I hope soon to be able to see you at Clarens. You know the motives of my desiring to see Italy again. 12 years of mistakes and troubles have rendered me suspicious of myself. To resist my inclinations, however, my own abilities might suffice. But to give the preference of one to the other, to know which I should indulge, requires the assistance of a friend. Nor shall I take less pleasure in being obliged to him on this occasion than I have done in obliging him in others. Between friends, their obligations as well as their affections should be reciprocal. Do not deceive yourself, however. Before I put any confidence in you, I shall inquire whether you are worthy of it, and if you deserve to return me the services you have formerly received. Your heart I know, and am satisfied with its integrity. But this is not all. It is your judgment I shall have occasion for, to direct me in making a choice which should be governed entirely by reason, and in which mine may be partial. I am not apprehensive of danger from those passions, which, making open war upon us, give us warning to put ourselves upon our defense, and, whatever be their effect, leave us still conscious of our errors. We cannot so properly be said to be overcome by these, as to give way to them. I am more fearful of delusion than constraint, and of being involuntarily induced to do what my reason condemns. We have no need of foreign assistance to suppress our inclinations, but the assistance of a friend may be necessary to point out which it is most prudent to indulge. In this case, it is that the friendship of a wise man may be useful, by his viewing, in a different light, those objects with which it is our interest to be intimately acquainted. Examine yourself, therefore, and tell me whether, vainly repining at your fate, you will continue forever useless to yourself and others, or if, resuming the command over yourself, you will at last become capable of advising and assisting your friend. My affairs will not detain me in London more than a fortnight longer, when I shall set out for our army in Flanders, where I intend to stay about the same time, so that you must not expect to see me before the end of next month or the beginning of October. In the meantime, write no more to me at London, but direct your letters to the army, agreeable to the enclosed address. When you write, proceed also in your descriptions, for notwithstanding the censure I pass on your letters, they both affect and instruct me, giving me, at the same time, the most flattering ideas of a life of peace and retirement, agreeable to my temper and age. In particular, I charge you to ease my mind of the disquietude you have excited concerning Mrs. Walmer. If she be dissatisfied, who on earth can hope for happiness? After the relation you have given me, I cannot conceive what can be wanting to complete her felicity. Letter CXXXVI to Lord B. Yes, my lord, I can with transport assure you, the affair of Mailery was the crisis of my folly and misfortunes. My conversation with Mr. Walmer made me perfectly acquainted with the true state of my heart. That heart, too weak I confess, is nevertheless cured of its passion as much as it possibly can be, and I prefer my present state of silent regret to that of being perpetually fearful of falling into guilt. Since the return of this worthy friend, I no longer hesitate to give him that title which you have rendered so valuable. It is the least I can bestow on everyone who assists me in returning to the paths of virtue. My heart is now become as peaceful as the mansion I inhabit. I begin to be at ease in my residence, to live as if I was at home, and, if I do not take upon me altogether the tone and authority of master, I feel yet a greater pleasure in supposing myself a brother of the family. There is something so delightful in the simplicity and equality which reign in this retirement that I cannot help being affected with tenderness and respect. Thus I spend my days in tranquillity, amidst practical philosophy and susceptible virtue. In company with this happy couple, their situation insensibly affects me and raises my heart by degrees into unison with theirs. What a delightful retreat! What a charming habitation! A continuance in this place renders it even yet more delightful, and though it appear not very striking at first sight, it is impossible not to be pleased with it when it is once known. The pleasure Mrs. Walmer takes in discharging the noblest duties, in making all who approach her virtuous and happy, communicates itself to all those who are the objects of her care, to her husband, her children, her guests, her domestics. No tumultuous scenes of noisy mirth, no loud peals of laughter, are heard in this peaceful mansion, but in their stead you always meet with contented hearts and cheerful countenances. If at any time you see a tear, it is the tear of susceptibility and joy. Troubles, cares, and sorrow intrude not here, any more than vice and remorse, of which they are the fruits. As to Eloisa, it is certain that, excepting the secret cause of uneasiness, with which I acquainted you in my last, everything conspires to make her happy. And yet, with so many reasons to be so, 1,000 other women would think themselves miserable in the same situation. Her uniform and retired manner of living would be to them insupportable. They would think the noise of children insufferable. They would be fatigued to death with the care of their family. They would not be able to bear the country. The esteem and prudence of a husband, not over-tender, would hardly recompense them for his indifference and age. His presence, and even his regard for them, would be burthensome. They would either find means to send him abroad, that they might live more at their liberty, or would leave him to himself, despising the peaceful pleasures of their situation and seeking more dangerous ones elsewhere. They would never be at ease in their own house, unless when they came as visitors. It requires a sound mind to be able to enjoy the pleasures of retirement, the virtuous only being capable of amusing themselves with their family concerns and of voluntarily secluding themselves from the world. If there be on earth any such thing as happiness, they undoubtedly enjoy it in such a state. But the means of happiness are nothing to those who know not how to make use of them, and we never know in what true happiness consists till we have acquired a taste for its enjoyment. If I were desired to speak with precision as to the reason why the inhabitants of this place are happy, I should think I could not answer with greater propriety than to say, it is because they here know how to live. Not in the sense in which these words would be taken in France, where it would be understood that they had adopted certain customs and manners in vogue. No, but they have adopted such manners as are most agreeable to human life and the purposes for which man came into the world. To that life you mention, of which you have set me an example, which extends beyond itself, and is not given up for lost even in the hour of death. Eloisa has a father who is anxious for the honor and interests of his family. She has children for whose subsistence it is necessary to provide. This ought to be the chief care of man in a state of society, and was therefore the first in which Eloisa and her husband united. When they began housekeeping, they examined into the state of their fortunes, not considering so much whether they were proportioned to their rank as to their wants. And seeing they were sufficient for the provision of an honorable family, they had not so bad an opinion of their children as to be fearful lest the patrimony they had to leave would not content them. They applied themselves therefore rather to improve their present than acquire a larger fortune. They placed their money rather safely than profitably, and, instead of purchasing new estates, set about increasing the value of that which they already had, leaving their own example in this point as the only treasure by which they would desire to see the inheritance of their offspring increased. It is true that an estate which is not augmented is liable to many accidents by which it will naturally diminish. But if this were a sufficient motive to begin increasing, when would it cease to be a pretext for a constant augmentation? Must it be divided among several children? Be it so. Must they be all idle? Will not the industry of each be a supplement to his share? And ought it not to be considered in the partition? It is thus that insatiable avarice makes its way under the mask of prudence, and leads to vice under the cloak of its own security. It is in vain, says Mr. Walmer, to attempt to give to human affairs that stability, which is not in their nature. Prudence itself requires that we should leave many things to chance, and, if our lives and fortunes depend so much on accident, what a folly is it to make ourselves really unhappy in order to prevent doubtful evils or avoid inevitable dangers. The only precaution he took was to live 1 whole year on his principal, in order to have so much beforehand to receive of the interest, so that he had always the yearly product of his estate at command. He chose rather to diminish his capital than to be perpetually under the necessity of dunning for his rents, the consequence of which has been in the end advantageous to him, as it prevented him from borrowing and other ruinous expedients, to which many people are obliged to have recourse on every unforeseen accident. Thus good management supplies the place of parsimony, and he is in fact a gainer by what he has spent. The master of this house possesses but a moderate fortune, according to the estimation of the world, but in reality I hardly know any body more opulent. There is indeed no such thing as absolute wealth, that term signifying only the relation between the wants and possessions of those who are rich. One man is rich, though possessing only an acre of land; another is a beggar in the midst of heaps of gold. Luxury and caprice have no bounds and make more persons poor than real wants. But the proportion between their wants and their abilities of supplying them is here established on a sure foundation, namely, the perfect harmony subsisting between the husband and wife. The former taking upon him the charge of collecting the rents and profits of his estate, and the latter that of regulating their expenses. And on this harmony depends their wealth. I was at first struck with a peculiarity in the economy of this house, where there appeared so much ease, freedom, and gaiety in the midst of order and diligence. The great fault of well-regulated houses being that they always wear an air of gloominess and restraint. The extreme solicitude also of the heads of the family looks too much like avarice. Everything about them seems constrained, and there appears something servile in their punctuality, which renders it intolerable. The domestics do their duty indeed, but then they do it with an air of discontent and mistrust the guests, it is true, are well received. But they dare not make use of a freedom cautiously bestowed, and are always afraid of doing something that will be reckoned a breach of regularity. Such slavish fathers of families cannot be said to live for themselves, but for their children, without considering that they are not only fathers but men, and that they ought to set their children an example how to live prudent and happy. More judicious maxims are adopted here. Mr. Walmer thinks one of the principal duties of a father of a family is to make his house, in the first place, agreeable, that his children may delight in their home, and that seeing their father happy, they may be tempted to tread in his footsteps. Another of his maxims, and which he often repeats, is that the gloomy and sordid lives of fathers and mothers are almost always the first cause of the ill conduct of children. As to Eloisa, who never had any other guide, and who needed no better than her own heart, she obeys, without scruple, its dictates, being then certain of doing right. Can a mind so susceptible as hers be insensible to pleasure? On the contrary, she delights in every amusement, nor refuses to join in any diversion that promises to be agreeable, but her pleasures are the pleasures of Eloisa. She neglects neither her own convenience nor the satisfaction of those who are dear to her. She esteems nothing superfluous that may contribute to the happiness of a sensible mind, but censures everything as such that serves only to make a figure in the eyes of others, so that you will find in this house all the gratifications which luxury and pleasure can bestow, without refinement or effeminacy. With respect to magnificence and pomp, you will see no more of it than she was obliged to submit to in order to please her father. Her own taste, however, prevails even here, which consists in giving to everything less brilliancy and show than grace and elegance. When I talk to her of the methods which are daily invented at Paris and London to hang the coaches easier, she does not disapprove of that, but when I tell her of the great expense they are at in the varnishing of them, she can hardly believe or comprehend me. She asks me if such fine varnish makes the coaches more commodious. Indeed, she scruples not to say that I exaggerate a good deal on the scandalous paintings with which they now adorn their equipages, instead of the coats of arms formerly used, as if it were more eligible to be known to the world for a man of licentious manners than as a man of family. But she was particularly shocked when I told her that the ladies had introduced, and kept up, this custom, and that their chariots were distinguishable from those of the gentlemen only by paintings more lascivious and immodest. I was obliged to recount to her an expression of your noble friend, S., on this subject, which she could hardly digest. I was with him one day to look at a vis-a-vis, which happened to be in this taste. But he no sooner cast his eye on the panels than he turned away from it, telling the owner that he should offer carriages of that kind to wanton women of quality, for that no modest man could make use of them. As the first step to virtue is to forbear doing ill, so the first step to happiness is to be free from pain. These two maxims, which, well understood, would render precepts of morality in a great degree useless, are favorite ones with Mrs. Walmer. She is extremely affected by the misfortunes of others, and it would be as difficult for her to be happy with wretched objects about her, as it would be for an innocent man to preserve his virtue and live in the midst of vice. She has none of that barbarous pity, which is satisfied with turning away its eye from the miserable objects it might relieve. On the contrary, she makes it her business to seek out such objects. It is the existence, and not the presence, of the unhappy which gives her affliction. It is not sufficient for her to be ignorant that there are any such. It is necessary to her quiet that she should be assured there are none miserable, at least within her sphere of charity. For it would be unreasonable to extend her concern beyond her own neighborhood, and to make her happiness depend upon the welfare of all mankind. She takes care to inform herself of the necessities of all that live near her, and interests herself in their relief as if their wants were her own. She knows every one personally, includes them all, as it were, in her family, and spares no pains to banish, or alleviate, those misfortunes and afflictions to which human life is subject. I am desirous, my lord, of profiting by your instructions, but you must forgive me a piece of enthusiasm, of which I am no longer ashamed, and with which you yourself are affected. There will never be another Eloisa in the world. Providence takes a particular interest in everything that regards her, nor leaves anything to the consequence of accident. Heaven seems to have sent her upon earth, to serve at once as an example of that excellence of which human nature is capable, and of that happiness it may enjoy in the obscurity of private life, without having recourse either to those public virtues which sometimes raise humanity above itself, or to those honors with which the breath of popular applause rewards them. Her fault, if love be a fault, has served only to display her fortitude and virtue. Her relations, her friends, her servants, all happily situated, were formed to respect her and be respected by her. Her country is the only one upon earth where she ought to have been born. To be happy herself, it was necessary for her to live among a happy people. If, to her misfortune, she had been born among those unhappy wretches, who groan beneath the load of oppression, and struggle in vain against the iron hand of cruelty, every complaint of the oppressed had poisoned the sweets of her life. The common ruin had been hers, and her benevolent heart had made her feel incessantly those evils she could not have redressed. Instead of that, everything here animates and supports the native goodness of her disposition. She has no public calamities to afflict her. She sees not around her the frightful pictures of indigence and despair. The villagers in easy circumstances have more need of her advice than her bounty. But if there be found among them an orphan, too young to earn his subsistence, an obscure widow who pines in secret indigence, a childless father whose arms, enfeebled by age, cannot supply him with the means of life, she is not afraid that her bounty will increase the public charge by encouraging idleness or knavery. The happiness she herself feels multiplies and extends itself all around her. Every house she enters soon becomes a copy of her own, nor are convenience and order only copied from her example, but harmony and goodness become equally the objects of domestic management. When she goes abroad, she sees none but agreeable objects about her, and when she returns home, she is saluted by others still more engaging. Her heart is delighted by every prospect that meets her eyes, and little susceptible as it is of self-love, it is led to love itself in the effects of its own benevolence. No, my lord, I repeat it again, nothing that regards Eloisa can be indifferent to the cause of virtue. Her charms, her talents, her taste, her errors, her afflictions, her abode, her friends, her family, her pains, her pleasures, everything, in short, that completes her destiny, compose a life without example, such as few women would choose to imitate, and yet such as all, in spite of themselves, must admire. What pleases me most, in the solicitude which prevails here regarding the happiness of others, is, that their benevolence is always exerted with prudence, and is never abused. We do not always succeed in our benevolent intentions, but, on the contrary, some people imagine they are doing great services, who are, in reality, doing great injuries, and, with a view to a little manifest good, are guilty of much unforeseen evil. Mrs. Walmer indeed possesses, in an eminent degree, a qualification very rare, even among women of the best character. I mean an exquisite discernment in the distribution of her favors, and that as well in the choice of means to render them really useful, as of the persons on whom they are bestowed. For her conduct in this point, she has laid down certain rules to which she invariably adheres. She knows how to grant or refuse everything that is asked of her, without betraying the least weakness in her compliance or caprice in her denial. Whoever hath committed one infamous or wicked action hath nothing to hope for from her but justice and her pardon if he has offended her, but never that favor and protection which she can bestow on a worthier object. I heard her once refuse a favor, which depended on herself only, to a man of this stamp. "I wish you happy," said she to him coldly, "but I shall not contribute anything to make you so, lest I should put it in your power to injure others. There are too many honest people in the world who require relief for me to think of assisting you." It is true this piece of just severity cost her dear, and it is but seldom she has occasion to exercise it. Her maxim is to look upon all those as deserving people, of whose demerits she is not fully convinced, and there are few persons weak and wicked enough not to evade the full proofs of their guilt. She has none of that indolent charity of the wealthy, who give money to the miserable, to be excused from attending to their distress, and know how to answer their petitions only by giving alms. Her purse is not inexhaustible, and since she has become the mother of a family, she regulates it with more economy. Of all the kinds of relief we may afford to the unhappy, the giving alms is certainly that which costs us least trouble, but it is also the most transitory and least serviceable to the object relieved. Eloisa does not seek to get rid of such objects, but to be useful to them. Neither does she grant her recommendation or exert her good offices without first knowing whether the use intended to be made of her interest be just and reasonable. Her protection is never refused to anyone who really stands in need of and deserves to obtain it. But for those who desire to raise themselves through fickleness or ambition only, she can very seldom be prevailed upon to give herself any trouble. The natural business of man is to cultivate the earth and subsist on its produce. The peaceful inhabitant of the country needs only to know in what happiness consists to be happy. All the real pleasures of humanity are within his reach. He feels only those pains which are inseparable from it, those pains which whoever seeks to remove will only change for others more severe. His situation is the only necessary, the only useful one in life. He is never unhappy, but when others tyrannize over him or seduce him by their vices. In agriculture and husbandry consists the real prosperity of a country, the greatness and strength which a people derive from themselves, that which depends not on other nations, which is not obliged to attack others for its own preservation, but is productive of the surest means of its own defense. In making an estimate of the strength of a nation, a superficial observer would visit the court, the prince, his posts, his troops, his magazines, and his fortified towns, but the true politician would take a survey of the country and visit the cottages of the husbandmen. The former would only see what is already executed, but the latter what was capable of being put into execution. On this principle they proceed here, and yet more so at Étampes. They contribute as much as possible to make the peasants happy in their condition, without ever assisting them to change it. The better, as well as the poorer, sort of people are equally desirous of sending their children to the cities, the one that they may study and become gentlemen, the others that they may find employment, and so ease their parents of the charge of maintaining them. The young people, on their part, have curiosity and are generally fond of roving. The girls aspire to the dress and finery of the citizens, and the boys, most of them go into foreign service, thinking it better to return with the haughty and mean air of mercenaries and a ridiculous contempt of their former condition, than with that love for their country and liberty which honorably distinguished their progenitors. It is the care of this benevolent family to remonstrate against these mistaken prejudices, to represent to the peasants the danger of their children's principles, the ill consequences of sending them from home, and the continual risks they run of losing their life, fortune, and morals, where 1,000 are ruined for one who does well. If after all they continue obstinate, they are left at their own indiscretion to run into vice and misery, and the care which was thrown away on them is turned upon those who have listened to reason. This is exerted in teaching them to honor their native condition by seeming to honor it ourselves. We do not converse with peasants, indeed, in the style of courts, but we treat them with a grave and distant familiarity, which, without raising anyone out of his station, teaches them to respect ours. There is not one honest laborer in the village who does not rise greatly in his own estimation, when an opportunity offers of our showing the difference of our behavior to him, and to such petty visitants who come home to make a figure for a day or two, and to obscure their relations. Mr. Walmer and the Baron, when he is here, seldom fail of being present at the exercises and reviews of the militia of the village and parts adjacent. Their presence has a great effect on the youth of the country, who are naturally of a martial and spirited temper, and are extremely delighted to see themselves honored with the presence of veteran officers. They are still prouder of their own merit when they see soldiers retired from foreign service less expert than themselves. Yet this they often do, for do what you will, 5 pence a day and the fear of being caned will never produce that emulation which may be excited in a free man under arms by the presence of his relations, his neighbors, his friends, his mistress, and the honor of his country. Mrs. Walmer's great maxim is, therefore, never to encourage anyone to change his condition, but to contribute all in her power to make everyone happy in his present station, being particularly solicitous to present the happiest of all situations, that of a peasant in a free state, from being despised in favor of other employments. I remember, I one day made an objection on this subject founded on the different talents which nature seems to have bestowed on mankind, in order to fit them for different occupations, without any regard to their birth. This she obviated, however, by observing that there were two more material things to be consulted before talents. These were virtue and happiness. Man, said she, is too noble a being to be made a mere tool of for the use of others. He ought not to be employed in what he is fit for, without consulting how far such employment is fit for him, for we are not made for our stations, but our stations for us. In the right distribution of things, therefore, we should not adapt men to circumstances, but circumstances to men. We should not seek that employment for which a man is best adapted, but that which is best adapted to make him virtuous and happy. For it can never be right to destroy one human soul for the temporal advantage of others, nor to make any man a villain for the use of honest people. Now, out of 1,000 persons who leave their native villages, there are not 10 of them but what are spoiled by going to town, and become even more profligate than those who initiate them into vice. Those who succeed and make their fortunes frequently compass it by base and dishonest means, while the unsuccessful, instead of returning to their former occupation, rather choose to turn beggars and thieves. But supposing that 1 out of the 1,000 resist the contagion of example, and perseveres in the sentiments of honesty, do you think that, upon the whole, his life is as happy as it might have been in the tranquil obscurity of his first condition? It is no easy matter to discover the talents with which nature hath severally endowed us. On the contrary, it is very difficult to distinguish those of young persons the best educated and most attentively observed. How then shall a peasant, meanly bred, presume to judge of his own? There is nothing so equivocal as the genius frequently attributed to youth. The spirit of imitation has often a greater share in it than natural ability, and very often it depends more on accident than a determined inclination, nor does even inclination itself always determine the capacity. Real talents, or true genius, are attended with a certain simplicity of disposition, which makes it less restless and enterprising, less ready to thrust itself forward than a superficial and false one, which is nevertheless generally mistaken for the true, and consists only in a vain desire of making a figure without talents to support it. One of these geniuses hears the drum beat, and is immediately in idea a general. Another sees a palace building, and directly commences architect. Thus Gustin, my gardener, from seeing some of my works, must needs learn to draw. I sent him to Lausanne to a master, and he imagines himself already a fine painter. The opportunity and the desire of preferment generally determine men's profession, but it is not enough to be sensible of the bent of our genius unless we are willing to pursue it. Will a prince turn coachman because he is expert at driving a set of horses? Will a duke turn cook because he is ingenious at inventing ragouts? Our talents all tend to preferment. No one pretends to those which would fit him for an inferior station. Do you think this is agreeable to the order of nature? Suppose every one sensible of his own talents, and as willing to employ them, how is it possible? How could they surmount so many obstacles? How could they overcome so many unworthy competitors? He who finds in himself the want of abilities would call in subtlety and intrigue to his aid, and thereby frequently becomes an overmatch for others of greater capacity and sincerity. Have you not told me yourself 100 times that the many establishments in favor of the arts have only been of prejudice to them? In multiplying indiscreetly the number of professors and academicians, true merit is lost in the crowd, and the honors, due to the most ingenious, are always bestowed on the most intriguing. Did there exist, indeed, a society wherein the rank and employment of its respective members were exactly calculated to their talents and personal merit, every one might there aspire to the place he should be most fit for. But it is necessary to conduct ourselves by other rules and give up that of abilities, in societies where the vilest of all talents is the only one that leads to fortune. I will add further, continued she, that I cannot be persuaded of the utility of having so many different talents displayed. It seems necessary, the number of persons so qualified should be exactly proportioned to the wants of society. Now, if those only were appointed to cultivate the earth, who should have eminent talents for agriculture, or if all those were taken from that employment, who might be found more proper for some other, there would not remain a sufficient number of laborers to furnish the common necessaries of life. I am apt to think, therefore, that great talents in men are like great virtues in drugs, which nature has provided to cure our maladies, though its intention certainly was that we should never stand in need of them. In the vegetable creation, there are plants which are poisonous. In the brutal animals that would tear us to pieces, and among mankind, there are those who possess talents no less destructive to their species. Besides, if everything were to be put to that use for which its qualities seem best adapted, it might be productive of more harm than good in the world. There are thousands of simple, honest people who have no occasion for a diversity of great talents, supporting themselves better by their simplicity than others with all their ingenuity. But in proportion as their morals are corrupted, their talents are displayed, as if to serve as a supplement to the virtues they have lost, and to oblige the vicious to be useful in spite of themselves. Another subject on which we differed was the relieving of beggars. As we live near a public road, great numbers are constantly passing by, and it is the custom of the house to give to everyone that asks. I represented to her that this practice was not only throwing that money away, which might be charitably bestowed on persons in real want, but that it tended to multiply beggars and vagabonds who take pleasure in that idle life, and, by rendering themselves a burthen to society, deprive it of their labor. I see very well, says she, you have imbibed prejudices by living in great cities, and some of those maxims by which your complacent reasoners love to flatter the hard-heartedness of the wealthy. You make use of their very expressions. Do you think to degrade a poor wretch below a human being by giving him the contemptuous name of beggar? Compassionate as you really are, how could you prevail on yourself to make use of it? Repeat it no more, my friend. It does not come well from your lips. Believe me, it is more dishonorable for the cruel man by whom it is used than for the unhappy wretch who bears it. I will not pretend to decide whether those who thus inveigh against the giving alms are right or wrong. But this I know, that Mr. Walmer, whose good sense is not inferior to that of your philosophers, and who has frequently told me of the arguments they use to suppress their natural compassion and sensibility, has always appeared to despise them, and has never disapproved of my conduct. His own argument is simple. We permit, says he, and even support at a great expense, a multitude of useless professions, many of which serve only to spoil and corrupt our manners. Now, to look upon the profession of a beggar as a trade, so far are we from having any reason to fear the like corruption of manners from the exercise of it, that, on the contrary, it serves to excite in us those sentiments of humanity, which ought to unite all mankind. Again, if we look upon begging as a talent, why should I not reward the eloquence of a beggar, who has art enough to excite my compassion and induce me to relieve him, as well as I do a comedian, who on the stage makes me shed a few fruitless tears? If the one makes me admire the good actions of others, the other induces me to do a good action myself. All that we feel at the representation of a tragedy goes off as soon as we come out of the playhouse, but the remembrance of the unhappy object we have relieved gives continual pleasure. A great number of beggars may be burthensome to a state, but of how many professions, which are tolerated and encouraged, may we not say the same? It belongs to the legislature and administration to take care there should be no beggars. But in order to make them lay down their trade, is it necessary to make all other ranks of people inhuman and unnatural? For my part, continued Eloisa, without knowing what the poor may be to the state, I know they are all my brethren, and that I cannot, without thinking myself inexcusable, refuse them the small relief they ask of me. The greater part of them, I own, are vagabonds, but I know too much of life to be ignorant how many misfortunes may reduce an honest man to such a situation. And how can I be sure that an unhappy stranger who comes, in the name of God, to implore my assistance, and to beg a poor morsel of bread, is not such an honest man, ready to perish for want, and whom my refusal may drive to despair? The alms I distribute at the door are of no great value. A halfpenny and a piece of bread are refused to nobody, and twice the proportion is always given to such as are maimed or otherwise evidently incapable of labor. Should they meet with the same relief at every house, which can afford it, it would be sufficient to support them on their journey, and that is all a needy traveler has a right to expect. But supposing this was not enough to yield them any real help, it is at least a proof that we take some part in their distress, a sort of salutation that softens the rigor of refusing them more. A halfpenny and a morsel of bread cost little more, and are a more civil answer than a mere God help you, which is too often the only thing bestowed, as if the gifts of providence were not placed in the hands of men, or that heaven had any other store on earth than what is laid up in the coffers of the rich. In short, whatever we ought to think of such unfortunate wretches, and though nothing should in justice be given to common beggars, we ought at least, out of respect to ourselves, to take some notice of suffering humanity, and not harden our hearts at the sight of the miserable. This is my behavior to those who, without any other subterfuge or pretext, come openly a-begging. With respect to such as pretend to be workmen and complain for want of employment, we have here tools of almost every kind for them, and we set them to work. By this means we assist them and put their industry to the proof, a circumstance which is now so well known that the lazy cheat never comes again to the gate. It is thus, my lord, this angelic creature always deduces something from her own virtues, to combat those vain subtleties, by which people of cruel dispositions palliate their vices. The solicitude and pains she takes to relieve the poor are also ranked among her amusements, and take up great part of the time she can spare from her most important duties. After having performed her duty to others, she then thinks of herself, and the means she takes to render life agreeable may be reckoned among her virtues. So commendable are her constant motives of action, that moderation and good sense are always mixed with her pleasures. She is ambitious to please her husband, who always delights in seeing her cheerful and gay. She is desirous of instilling into her children a taste for innocent pleasures, wherein moderation, order, and simplicity prevail and secure the heart from the violence of impetuous passions. She amuses herself, therefore, to divert them, as the dove softens the grain to nourish the young ones. Eloisa's mind and body are equally sensible. The same delicacy prevails as well in her senses as her sentiments. She was formed to know and taste every pleasure. Virtue having been long esteemed by her as the most refined of all delights, in the peaceful enjoyment of that supreme pleasure, she debars herself of none that are consistent with it. But then her method of enjoyment resembles the austerity of self-denial. Not indeed of that afflicting and painful self-denial, which is hurtful to nature, and which its author rejects as ridiculous homage, but of that slight and moderate restraint by which the empire of reason is preserved, and which serves as a whet to pleasure by preventing disgust. She will have it that everything which pleases the sense and is not necessary to life changes its nature whenever it becomes habitual, that it ceases to be pleasant in becoming needful, that we thus by habit lay ourselves at once under a needless restraint and deprive ourselves of a real pleasure, and that the art of satisfying our desires lies not in indulging, but in suppressing them. The method she takes to enhance the pleasures of the least amusement is to deny herself the use of it 20 times for once that she enjoys it. Thus her mind preserves its first vigor. Her taste is not spoiled by use. She has no need to excite it by excess. And I have often seen her take exquisite delight in a childish diversion, which would have been insipid to any other person on earth. A still nobler object, which she proposes to herself from the exercise of this virtue, is that of remaining always mistress of herself, and thereby to accustom her passions to obedience and to subject her inclinations to rule. This is a new way to be happy, for it is certain that we enjoy nothing with so little inquietude as what we can part from without pain, and if the philosopher be happy, it is because he is the man from whom fortune can take the least. But what appears to me the most singular in her moderation is that she pursues it for the very same reasons which hurry the voluptuous into excess. Life is indeed short, says she, which is a reason for enjoying it to the end and managing its duration in such a manner as to make the most of it. If one day's indulgence and satiety deprives us of a whole year's taste for enjoyment, it is bad philosophy to pursue our desires so far as they may be ready to lead us, without considering whether we may not outlive our faculties, and our hearts be exhausted before our time. I see that your common epicures, in order to let slip no opportunity of enjoyment, lose all, and perpetually anxious in the midst of pleasures, can find no enjoyment in any. They lavish away the time of which they think they are economists, and ruin themselves like misers by not knowing how to give anything away. For my part, I hold the opposite maxim, and should prefer, in this case, rather too much severity than relaxation. It sometimes happens that I break up a party of pleasure for no other reason than that it is too agreeable, and, by repeating it another time, have the satisfaction of enjoying it twice. Upon such principles are the sweets of life and the pleasures of mere amusement regulated here. Amidst her various application to the several branches of her domestic employment, Eloisa takes particular care that the kitchen is not neglected. Her table is spread with abundance, but it is not the destructive abundance of fantastic luxury. All the viands are common, but excellent in their kind. The cookery is simple, but exquisite. All that consists in appearance only, whose nicety depends on the fashion, all your delicate and far-fetched dishes, whose scarcity is their only value, are banished from the table of Eloisa. Among the most delicious also of those which are admitted, they daily abstain from some, which they reserve in order to give an air of festivity to those meals for which they were intended, and which are thereby rendered more agreeable, without being more costly. But of what kind, think you, are these dishes which are so carefully husbanded? Choice game, sea fish, foreign produce? No, something better than all that. They are perhaps a particular choice salad of the country, fine greens of our own gardens, fish of the lake, dressed in a peculiar manner, cheese from the mountains, a German party or game caught by some of the domestics. The table is served in a modest and rural but agreeable manner, cheerfulness and gratitude crowning the whole. Your gilt covers, round which the guests sit starving with hunger, your pompous glasses, stuck out with flowers for the desert, are never introduced here, to take up the place intended for victuals. We are entirely ignorant of the art of satisfying hunger by the eye. But then where do they so well know how to add welcome to good cheer, to eat a good deal without eating too much, to drink cheerfully without intoxication, to sit so long at table without being tired, and to rise from it without disgust. On the first floor there is a little dining room, different from that in which we usually dine, which is on the ground floor. This room is built in the corner of the house, and has windows in two aspects. Those on one side overlook the garden, beyond which we have a prospect of the lake between the trees. On the other side, we have a fine view of a spacious vineyard, that begins to display the golden harvest which we shall reap in about 2 months. This room is small, but ornamented with everything that can render it pleasant and agreeable. It is here Eloisa gives her little entertainments to her father, to her husband, to her cousin, to me, to herself, and sometimes to her children. When she orders the table to be spread there, we know immediately the design, and Mr. Walmer has given it the name of the Saloon of Apollo. But this saloon differs no less from that of Lucullus in the choice of the persons entertained than in that of the entertainment. Common guests are not admitted into it. We never dine there when there are any strangers. It is the inviolable asylum of mutual confidence, friendship, and liberty. The society of hearts is there joined to the social bond of the table. The entrance into it is a kind of initiation into the mysteries of a cordial intimacy, nor do any persons ever meet there, but such as wish never to be separated. We wait impatiently for you, my lord, who are to dine the very first day in the Apollo. For my part, I was not at first admitted to that honor, which was reserved for me till after my return from Mrs. Orb's. Not that I imagined they could add anything to the obliging reception I met with on my arrival. But the supper, made for me there, gave me other ideas. It is impossible to describe the delightful mixture of familiarity, cheerfulness, and social ease, which I then experienced, and had never before tasted in my whole life. I found myself more at liberty without being told to assume it, and we seemed even to understand one another much better than before. The absence of the domestics, who were dismissed from their attendance, removed that reserve which I still felt at heart. And it was then that I first, at the instance of Eloisa, resumed the custom I had laid aside for many years, of drinking wine after meals. I was enraptured at this repast, and wished that all our meals might have been made in the same manner. I knew nothing of this delightful room, said I to Mrs. Walmer. Why don't you always eat here? See, replied she, how pretty it is. Would it not be a pity to spoil it? This answer seemed too much out of character for me not to suspect she had some farther meaning. But why, added I, have you not the same conveniences below, that the servants might be sent away, and leave us to talk more at liberty? That, replied she, would be too agreeable, and the trouble of being always at ease is the greatest in the world. I immediately comprehended her system by this, and concluded that her art of managing her pleasures consisted in being sparing of them. I think she dresses herself with more care than formerly, the only piece of vanity I ever reproached her for being that of neglecting her dress. The haughty fair one had her reasons, and left me no pretext to disown her power. But do all she could, my enchantment was too strong for me to think it natural. I was too obstinate in attributing her negligence to art. Not that the power of her charms is diminished, but she now disdains to exert it, and I should be apt to say, she affected a greater neatness in her dress that she might appear only a pretty woman, had I not discovered the reason for her present solicitude in this point. During the first 2 or 3 days I was mistaken, for not reflecting that she was dressed in the same manner at my arrival, which was unexpected, I thought she had done it out of respect to me. I was undeceived, however, in the absence of Mr. Walmer. For the next day she was not attired with that elegance, which so eminently distinguished her the preceding evening, nor with that affecting and voluptuous simplicity which formerly enchanted me, but with a certain modesty that speaks through the eyes to the heart, that inspires respect only, and to which beauty itself but gives additional authority. The dignity of wife and mother appeared in all her charms. The timid and affectionate looks she cast on me were now mixed with an air of gravity and grandeur, which seemed to cast a veil over her features. In the meantime, she betrayed not the least alteration in her behavior, her equality of temper, her candor knew nothing of affectation. She practiced only a talent natural to her sex, to change sometimes our sentiments and ideas of them, by a different dress, by a cap of this form, or a gown of that color. The day on which she expected her husband's return, she again found the art of adorning her natural charms without hiding them. She came from her toilet indeed a dazzling beauty, and I saw she was not less capable to outshine the most splendid dress than to adorn the most simple. I could not help being vexed when I reflected on the cause of her preparation. This taste for ornament extends itself, from the mistress of the house, through all the family. The master, the children, the servants, the equipage, the building, the garden, the furniture, are all set off and kept in such order as shows what they are capable of, though magnificence is despised. I do not mean true magnificence, and which consists less in the expense than in the good order and noble disposition of things. For my own part, I must confess it appears to me a more grand and noble sight, to see a small number of people happy in themselves and in each other, in a plain, modest family, than to see the most splendid palace filled with tumult and discord, and every one of its inhabitants taking advantage of the general disorder, and building up their own fortunes and happiness on the ruin of another. A well-governed private family forms a single object, agreeable and delightful to contemplate, whereas, in a riotous palace, we see only a confused assemblage of various objects, whose connection and dependence are merely apparent. At first sight, indeed, they seem operating to one end, but in examining them nearer, we are soon undeceived. To consult only our most natural impressions, it should seem that, to despise luxury and parade, we need less of moderation than of taste. Symmetry and regularity are pleasing to everyone. The picture of ease and happiness must affect every heart, but a vain pomp, which relates neither to regularity nor happiness, and has only the desire of making a figure in the eyes of others for its object, however favorable an idea it may excite in us of the person who displays it, can give little pleasure to the spectator. But what is taste? Does not 100 times more taste appear in the order and construction of plain and simple things than in those which are overloaded with finery? What is convenience? Is anything in the world more inconvenient than pomp and pageantry? What is grandeur? It is precisely the contrary. When I see the intention of an architect to build a large palace, I immediately ask myself why it is not larger. Why does not the man, who keeps 50 servants, if he aims at grandeur, keep 100? That fine silver plate, why is it not gold? The man who gilds his chariot, why does he not also gild the ceiling of his apartment? If his ceilings are gilt, why does not gild the roof too? He who was desirous of building an high tower was right in his intention to raise it up to heaven. Otherwise it was to no purpose to build, as the point where he might at last stop would only serve to show, at the greater distance, his want of ability. O man, vain and feeble creature, show me thy power, and I will show thee thy misery. A regularity in the disposal of things, every one of which is of real use, and all confined to the necessaries of life, not only presents an agreeable prospect, but as it pleases the eye, at the same time gives content to the heart. For a man views them always in a pleasing light, as relating to and sufficient for himself. The picture of his own wants or weakness does not appear, nor does the cheerful prospect affect him with sorrowful reflections. I defy any sensible man to contemplate, for an hour, the palace of a prince, and the pomp which reigns there, without falling into melancholy reflections and bemoaning the lot of humanity. On the contrary, the prospect of this house, with the uniform and simple life of its inhabitants, diffuse over the mind of the spectator a secret pleasure, which is perpetually increasing. A small number of good-natured people, united by their mutual wants and reciprocal benevolence, concur by their different employments in promoting the same end. Everyone, finding in his situation all that is requisite to contentment, and not desiring to change it, applies himself as if he thought to stay here all his life, the only ambition among them being that of properly discharging their respective duties. There is so much moderation in those who command, and so much zeal in those who obey, that equals might agree to distribute the same employments among them, without anyone having reason to complain of his lot. No one envies that of another. No one thinks of augmenting his fortune, but by adding to the common good, the master and mistress estimating their own happiness by that of their domestics and the people about them. One finds here nothing to add or diminish, because here is nothing but what is useful, and that indeed is all that is to be found. Insomuch that nothing is wanted which may not be had, and of that there is always a sufficiency. Suppose, now, to all this were added lace, pictures, lustres, gilding, in a moment you would impoverish the scene. In seeing so much abundance in things necessary, and no mark of superfluity, one is now apt to think that if those things were the objects of choice, which are not here, they would be had in the same abundance. In seeing also so plentiful a provision made for the poor, one is led to say, this house cannot contain its wealth. This seems to me to be true magnificence. Such marks of opulence, however, surprised me when I first heard what fortune must support it. You are ruining yourselves, said I to Mr. and Mrs. Walmer. It is impossible so moderate a revenue can supply so much expense. They laughed at me and soon convinced me that, without retrenching any of their family expenses, they could, if they pleased, lay up money and increase their estate, instead of diminishing it. Our grand secret, to grow rich, said they, is to have as little to do with money as possible, and to avoid, as much as may be, those intermediate exchanges, which are made between the harvest and the consumption. None of those exchanges are made without some loss, and such losses, if multiplied, would reduce a very good estate to little or nothing, as by means of brokerage a valuable gold box may fetch in a sale the price only of a trifling toy. The expense of transporting our produce is avoided by making use of some part on the spot, and that of exchange by using others in their natural state. And as for the indispensable necessity of converting those in which we abound for such as we want, instead of making pecuniary bargains, we endeavor to make real exchanges, in which the convenience of both parties supplies the place of profit. I conceive, answered I, the advantages of this method, but it does not appear to me without inconvenience. For besides the trouble to which it must subject you, the profit must be rather apparent than real, and what you lose in the management of your own estate probably overbalances the profits the farmers would make of you. The peasants are better economists, both in the expenses of cultivation and in gathering their produce, than you can be. That, replied Mr. Walmer, is a mistake. The peasant thinks less of augmenting the produce than of sparing his expenses, because the cost is more difficult for him to raise than the profits are useful. The tenant's view is not so much to increase the value of the land as to lay out but little on it, and if he depends on any certain gain, it is less by improving the soil than exhausting it. The best that can happen is that instead of exhausting, he quite neglects it. Thus, for the sake of a little ready money, gathered in with ease, an indolent proprietor prepares for himself, or his children, great losses, much trouble, and sometimes the ruin of his patrimony. I do not deny, continued Mr. Walmer, that I am at a much greater expense in the cultivation of my land than a farmer would be. But then I myself reap the profit of his labor, and the culture being much better than his, my crop is proportionably larger. So that, though I am at a greater expense, I am still, upon the whole, a gainer. Besides, this excessive expense is only apparent, and is, in reality, productive of great economy. For, were we to let out our lands for others to cultivate, we should be ourselves idle. We must live in town, where the necessaries of life are dear. We must have amusements, that would cost us much more than those we take here. The business, which you call a trouble, is at once our duty and our delight, and, thanks to the regulation it is under, is never troublesome. On the contrary, it serves to employ us instead of those destructive schemes of pleasure, which people in town run into and which a country life prevents, whilst that which contributes to our happiness becomes our amusement. Look round you, continued he, and you will see nothing but what is useful, yet all these things cost little, and save a world of unnecessary expense. Our table is furnished with nothing but viands of our own growth. Our dress and furniture are almost all composed of the manufactures of the country. Nothing is despised with us because it is common, nor held in esteem because it is scarce. As everything that comes from abroad is liable to be disguised and adulterated, we confine ourselves, as well through nicety as moderation, to the choice of the best home commodities, the quality of which is less dubious. Our viands are plain but choice, and nothing is wanting to make ours a sumptuous table, but the transporting it 100 leagues off. In which case everything would be delicate, everything would be rare, and even our trouts of the lake would be thought infinitely better, were they to be eaten at Paris. We observe the same rule in the choice of our apparel, which you see is not neglected, but its elegance is the only thing we study, and not its cost, and much less its fashion. There is a wide difference between the price of opinion and real value. The latter, however, is all that Eloisa regards. In choosing a gown, she inquires not so much whether the pattern be old or new, as whether the stuff be good and becoming. The novelty of it is even sometimes the cause of her rejecting it, especially when it enhances the price, by giving it an imaginary value. You should further consider that the effect of everything here arises less from itself than from its use, and its dependencies, insomuch that out of parts of little value, Eloisa has compounded a whole of great value. Taste delights in creating and stamping upon things of value of its own. As the laws of fashion are inconstant and destructive, hers is economical and lasting. What true taste once approves must be always good, and though it be seldom in the mode, it is, on the other hand, never improper. Thus, in her modest simplicity, she deduces, from the use and fitness of things, such sure and unalterable rules as will stand their ground when the vanity of fashions is no more. The abundance of mere necessaries can never degenerate into abuse, for what is necessary has its natural bounds, and our real wants know no excess. One may lay out the price of 20 suits of clothes in buying one, and eat up at a meal the income of a whole year. But we cannot wear 2 suits at one time, nor dine twice the same day. Thus the caprice of opinion is boundless, whereas nature confines us on all sides. And he, who, with a moderate fortune, contents himself with living well, will run no risk of ruin. Hence, you see, continued the prudent Walmer, in what manner a little economy and industry may lift us out of the reach of fortune. It depends only on ourselves to increase ours, without changing our manner of living, for we advance nothing but with a view of profit, and whatever we expend puts us soon in a condition to expend much more. And yet, my lord, nothing of all this appears at first sight. The general air of affluence and profusion hides that order and regularity to which it is owing. One must be here some time to perceive those sumptuary laws, which are productive of so much ease and pleasure, and it is with difficulty that one at first comprehends how they enjoy what they spare. On reflection, however, one's satisfaction increases, because it is plain that the source is inexhaustible, and that the art of enjoying life serves at the same time to prolong it. How can anyone be weary of a state so conformable to that of nature? How can he waste his inheritance by improving it every day? How ruin his fortune by spending only his income? When one year provides for the next, what can disturb the peace of the present? The fruits of their past labor support their present abundance, and those of their present labor provide a future plenty. They enjoy at once what is expended and what is received, and both past and future times unite in the security of the present. I have looked into all the particulars of domestic management and find the same spirit extend itself throughout the whole. All their lace and embroidery are worked in the house. All their cloth is spun at home or by poor women supported by their charity. Their wool is sent to the manufactories of the country, from whence they receive cloth in exchange for clothing the servants. Their wine, oil, and bread are all made at home, and they have woods, of which they cut down regularly what is necessary for firing. The butcher is paid in cattle, the grocer in corn, for the nourishment of his family. The wages of the workmen and the servants are paid out of the produce of the lands they cultivate. The rent of their houses in town serves to furnish those they inhabit in the country. The interest of their money in the public funds furnishes a subsistence for the masters, and also the little plate they have occasion for. The sale of the corn and wine, which remain, furnishes a fund for extraordinary expenses, a fund which Eloisa's prudence will never permit to be exhausted, and which her charity will not suffer to increase. She allows for matters of mere amusement the profits only of the labor done in the house, of the grubbing up uncultivated land, of planting trees, and see thus the produce and the labor always compensating each other. The balance cannot be disturbed, and it is impossible, from the nature of things, it should be destroyed. Add to this that the abstinence which Eloisa imposes on herself through that voluptuous temperance I have mentioned is at once productive of new means of pleasure and new resources of economy. For example, she is very fond of coffee, and when her mother was living, drank it every day. But she has left off that practice in order to heighten her taste for it, now drinking it only when she has company or in her favorite dining room, in order to give her entertainments the air of a treat. This is a little indulgence which is the more agreeable, as it costs her little, and at the same time restrains and regulates her appetite. On the contrary, she studies to discover and gratify the taste of her father and husband with an unwearied attention, a charming prodigality which makes them like everything so much the more, for the pleasure they see she takes in providing it. They both love to sit a little after meals, in the manner of the Swiss, on which occasions, particularly after supper, she never fails to treat them with a bottle of wine more old and delicate than common. I was at first deceived by the fine names she gave to her wines, which, in sack, I found to be extremely good, and, drinking them as wines of the growth of the countries whose names they bore, I took Eloisa to task for so manifest a breach of her own maxims. But she laughed at me and put me in mind of a passage in Plutarch, where Flaminius compares the Asiatic troops of Antiochus, distinguished by 1,000 barbarous names, to the several ragouts under which a friend of his had disguised one and the same kind of meat. It is just so, said she, with these foreign wines. The Lisbon, the sherry, the Malaga, the champagne, the Syracuse, which you have drank here with so much pleasure, are all, in fact, no other than wines of this country, and you see from hence the vineyard that produced them. If they are inferior in quality to the celebrated wines, whose names they bear, they are also without their inconveniences. And as one is certain of the materials of which they are composed, they may be drank with less danger. I have reason to believe, continued she, that my father and husband like them as well as more scarce and costly wines. Eloisa's wines, indeed, says Mr. Walmer to me, have a taste which pleases us better than any others, and that arises from the pleasure she takes in preparing them. Ah, returned she, then they will be always exquisite. You will judge whether, amidst such a variety of business, that indolence and want of employment, which make company, visitings, and such formal society necessary, can find any place here. We visit our neighbors, indeed, just enough to keep up an agreeable acquaintance, but too little to be slaves to each other's company. Our guests are always welcome, but are never invited or entreated. The rule here is to see just so much company as to prevent the losing a taste for retirement, rural occupations supplying the place of amusements. And to him, who finds an agreeable and peaceful society in his own family, all other company is insipid. The manner, however, in which we pass our time is too simple and uniform to tempt many people, but it is the disposition of those who have adopted it that makes it delightful. How can persons of a sound mind be wearied with discharging the most endearing and pleasing duties of humanity, and with rendering each other's lives mutually happy? Satisfied every night with the transactions of the day, Eloisa wishes for nothing different on the morrow. Her constant morning prayer is that the present day may prove like the past. She is engaged perpetually in the same round of business, because no alteration would give her more pleasure. Thus, without doubt, she enjoys all the happiness of which human life is capable. For is not our being pleased with the continuation of our lot a certain sign that we are happy? One seldom sees in this place those knots of idle people, which are usually called good company. But then one beholds those who interest our affections infinitely more, such as peaceable peasants without art and without politeness, but honest, simple, and contented in their station. Old officers retired from the service, merchants wearied with application to business and tired of growing rich, prudent mothers of families who bring their children to the school of modesty and good manners. Such is the company Eloisa assembles about her. To these her husband sometimes adds some of those adventurers, reformed by age and experience, who, having purchased wisdom at their own cost, return without reluctance to cultivate their paternal soil, which they wish they had never left. When anyone relates at table the occurrences of their lives, they consist not of the marvelous adventures of the wealthy Sinbad, recounting, in the midst of Eastern pomp and effeminacy, how he acquired his vast wealth. Their tales are the simple narratives of men of sense, who, from the caprice of fortune and the injustice of mankind, are disgusted with the vain pursuit of imaginary happiness and have acquired a taste for the objects of true felicity. Would you believe that even the conversation of peasants hath its charms for these elevated minds, of whom the philosopher himself might be glad to profit in wisdom? The judicious Walmer discovers in their rural simplicity more characteristical distinction, more men that think for themselves, than under the uniform mask worn in great cities, where every one appears what other people are, rather than what he is himself. The affectionate Eloisa finds their hearts susceptible of the smallest offers of kindness, and that they esteem themselves happy in the interest she takes in their happiness. Neither their hearts nor understandings are formed by art. They have not learned to model themselves after the fashion, and are less the creatures of men than those of nature. Mr. Walmer often picks up in his rounds some honest old peasant, whose experience and understanding give him great pleasure. He brings him home to Eloisa, by whom he is received in a manner which denotes, not her politeness or the dignity of her station, but the benevolence and humanity of her character. The good man is kept to dinner, Eloisa placing him next herself, obligingly helping him, and asking kindly after his family and affairs. She smiles not at his embarrassment, nor takes notice of the rusticity of his manners, but by the ease of her own behavior frees him from all restraint, maintaining throughout that tender and affectionate respect which is due to an infirm old age, honored by an irreproachable life. The venerable old man is enraptured, and, in the fullness of heart, seems to experience again the vivacity of youth. In drinking healths to a young and beautiful lady, his half-frozen blood grows warm, and he begins to talk of former times, the days of his youth, his amours, the campaigns he has made, the battles he has been in, of the magnanimity and feats of his fellow soldiers, of his return to his native country, of his wife, his children, his rural employments, the inconveniencies he has remarked, and the remedies he thinks may be applied to remove them. During which long detail, he often lets fall some excellent, moral, or useful lesson in agriculture, the dictates of age and experience. But be there even nothing in what he says, so long as he takes a pleasure in saying it, Eloisa would take pleasure in hearing. After dinner she retires into her own apartment, to fetch some little present for the wife or daughter of the good old man. This is presented to him by the children, who in return receive some trifle of him, with which she had secretly provided him for that purpose. Thus she initiates them betimes to that intimate and pleasing benevolence which knits the bond of society between persons of different conditions. The children are accordingly accustomed to respect old age, to esteem simplicity of manners, and to distinguish merit in all ranks of people. The young peasants, on the other hand, seeing their fathers thus entertained at a gentleman's house and admitted to the master's table, take no offense at being themselves excluded. They think such exclusion not owing to their rank, but their age. They don't say, "We are too poor," but "We are too young to be thus treated." Thus the honor done to their aged parents, and their hope of one day enjoying the same distinction, make them amends for being debarred from it at present, and excite them to become worthy of it. At his return home to his cottage, their delighted guest impatiently produces the presents he has brought his wife and children, who are overjoyed at the honor done them. The good old man, at the same time, eagerly relating to them the reception he met with, the dainties he has eaten, the wines he has tasted, the obliging discourse and conversation, the affability of the gentlefolks, and the assiduity of the servants. In the recital of all which, he enjoys it a second time, and the whole family partake of the honor done to their head. They join in concert to bless that illustrious house, which affords at once an example to the rich and an asylum for the poor, and whose generous inhabitants disdain not the indigent, but do honor to gray hairs. Such is the incense that is pleasing to benevolent minds. And, if there be any prayers to which heaven lends a gracious ear, they are certainly not those which are offered up by meanness and flattery, in the hearing of the person prayed for, but such as the grateful and simple heart dictates in secret, beneath its own roof. It is thus that agreeable and affectionate sentiments give charms to a life, insipid to indifferent minds. It is thus that business, labor, and retirement become amusing by the art of managing them. A sound mind knows how to take delight in vulgar employments, as a healthful body relishes the most simple aliments. All those indolent people, who are diverted with so much difficulty, owe their disgust to their vices and lose their taste for pleasure only with that of their duty. As to Eloisa, it is directly contrary. The employment, which a certain languor of mind made her formerly neglect, becomes now interesting from the motive that excites to it. One must be totally insensible to be always without vivacity. She formerly sought solitude and retirement in order to indulge her reflections on the object of her passion. At present, she has acquired new activity by having formed new and different connections. She is not one of those indolent mothers of a family who are contented to study their duty when they should discharge it, and lose their time in inquiring after the business of others, which they should employ in dispatching their own. Eloisa practices at present what she learnt long ago. Her time for reading and study has given place to that of action. As she rises an hour later than her husband, so she goes an hour later to bed. This hour is the only time she employs in study, for the day is not too long for the various business in which she is engaged. This, my lord, is what I had to say to you concerning the economy of this house and of the retired life of those who govern it. Contented in their station, they peaceably enjoy its conveniences. Satisfied with their fortune, they seek not to augment it for their children, but to leave them, with the inheritance they themselves received, in a state in good condition, affectionate servants, a taste for employment, order, moderation, and for everything that can render delightful and agreeable to men of sense the enjoyment of a moderate fortune, as prudently preserved as honestly acquired. Letter CXXXVA to Lord B. We have had visitors for some days past. They left us yesterday, and we renewed that agreeable society subsisting between us three, which is by so much the more delightful, as there is nothing, even in the bottom of our hearts, that we desire to hide from each other. What a pleasure do I take in resuming a new being which renders me worthy of your confidence. At every mark of esteem which I receive from Eloisa and her husband, I say to myself, with an air of self-sufficiency, at length I may venture to appear before Lord B. It is with your assistance, it is under your eyes, that I hope to do honor to my present situation by my past follies. If an extinguished passion casts the mind into a state of dejection, a passion subdued adds to the consciousness of victory, a new elevation of sentiment, a more lively attachment to all that is sublime and beautiful. Shall I lose the fruit of a sacrifice, which hath cost me so dear? No, my lord, I feel that, animated by your example, my heart is going to profit by all those arduous sentiments it has conquered. I feel that it was necessary for me to be what I was in order for me to become what I am. After having thrown away 6 days in frivolous conversation with persons indifferent to us, we passed yesterday morning, after the manner of the English, in company and silence, tasting at once the pleasure of being together and the sweetness of self-recollection. How small a part of mankind know anything of the pleasures of this situation. I never saw a person in France who had the least idea of it. The conversation of friends, say they, can never be exhausted. It is true, the tongue may easily find words for common attachments, but friendship, my lord, friendship, thou animating celestial sentiment, what language is worthy of thee? What tongue presumes to be thy interpreter? Can anything spoken to a friend equal what is felt in his company? Good God, how many things are conveyed by a squeeze of the hand, by an animating look, by an eager embrace, by a sigh that rises from the bottom of the heart. And how cold in comparison is the first word which is spoken after that. I shall never forget the evenings I passed at Besançon, those delightful moments sacred to silence and friendship. Never, O B, thou noblest of men, sublimest of friends. No, never have I undervalued what you then did for me, never have my lips presumed to mention it. It is certain that this state of contemplation affords the greatest delight to susceptible minds. But I have always observed that impertinent visitors prevent one from enjoying it, and that friends ought to be by themselves, to be at liberty to say nothing. At such a time one should be, if one may use the expression, collected in each other. The least avocation is destructive, the least constraint is insupportable. It is then so sweet to pronounce the dictates of the heart without restraint. It seems as if one dared to think freely only of what one can as freely speak. It seems as if the presence of a stranger restrained the sentiment and compressed those hearts, which could so fully dictate themselves alone. 2 hours passed away in this silent ecstasy, more delightful, 1,000 times, than the frigid repose of the deities of Epicurus. After breakfast, the children came, as usual, into the apartment of Eloisa, who, instead of retiring and shutting herself up with them in the workroom, according to custom, kept them with her, as if to make them some amends for the time they had lost without seeing us, and we none of us parted till dinner. Harriet, who begins to know how to handle her needle, sat at work before Fanny, who was weaving lace, and rested her cushion on the back of her little chair. The 2 boys were busy at a table turning over the leaves of a book of prints, the subject of which the eldest explained to the younger. Harriet, who knew the whole by heart, being attentive to, and correcting him when wrong. And sometimes, pretending to be ignorant what figures they were at, she made it a pretense to rise and go backwards and forwards from the chair to the table. During these little lessons, which were given and taken with little pains and less restraint, the younger boy was playing with some counters which he had secreted under the book. Mrs. Walmer was at work on some embroidery near the window opposite the children, and her husband and I were still sitting at the tea-table, reading the Gazette, to which she gave but little attention. But when we came to the article, which mentions the illness of the King of France, and the singular attachment of his people, unequaled by anything but that of the Romans for Germanicus, she made some reflections on the disposition of that affectionate and benevolent nation, whom all the world hate, whilst they have no hatred to anyone, adding that she envied only a sovereign the power of making himself beloved. To this her husband replied, "You have no need to envy a sovereign, who have so long had us all for your subjects." On which she turned her head and cast a look on him so affecting and tender that it struck me prodigiously. She said nothing indeed, for what could she say equal to such a look? Our eyes met, and I could perceive, by the manner in which her husband pressed my hand, that the same emotion had affected us all 3, and that the delightful influence of her expansive heart diffused itself around and triumphed over insensibility itself. We were thus disposed when that silent scene began, of which I just now spoke. You may judge that it was not the consequence of coldness or chagrin. It was first interrupted by the little management of the children, who, nevertheless, as soon as we left off speaking, moderated their prattle, as if afraid of disturbing the general silence. The little teacher was the first that lowered her voice, made signs to the others, and ran about on tiptoe, while their play became the more diverting by this light constraint. This scene, which seemed to present itself in order to prolong our tenderness, produced its natural effect. Amutiscan liling, e parlin el almi. How many things may be said without opening one's lips? How warm the sentiments that may be communicated without the cold interposition of speech? Eloisa insensibly permitted her attention to be engaged by the same object. Her eyes were fixed on the 3 children, and her heart, ravished with the most enchanting ecstasy, animated her charming features with all the affecting sweetness of maternal tenderness. Thus given up to this double contemplation, Walmer and I were indulging our reveries, when the children put an end to them. The eldest, who was diverting himself with the prince, seeing the counters prevented his brother from being attentive, took an opportunity, when he had piled them up, to give them a knock and throw them down on the floor. Marcellin fell a-crying, and Eloisa, without troubling herself to quiet him, bid Fanny pick up the counters. The child was immediately hushed. The counters were nevertheless not brought him, nor did he begin to cry again as I expected. This circumstance, which however was nothing in itself, recalled to my mind a great many others, to which I had given no attention, and when I think of them, I don't remember ever to have seen children, with so little speaking to give so little trouble. They hardly ever are out of their mother's sight, and yet one can hardly perceive they are in company. They are lively and playful, as children of their age should be, but never clamorous or teasing. They are already discreet before they know what discretion is. But what surprises me most is that all this appears to be brought about of itself, and that, with such an affectionate tenderness for her children, Eloisa seems to give herself so little concern about them. In fact, one never sees her very earnest to make them speak or hold their tongues, to make them do this or let that alone. She never disputes with them. She never contradicts them in their amusements, so that one would be apt to think she contented herself with seeing and loving them, and that when they have passed the day with her, she had discharged the whole duty of a mother towards them. But though this peaceable tranquillity appears more agreeable in contemplation than the restless solicitude of other mothers, yet I was not a little surprised at an apparent indolence, so little agreeable to her character. I would have had her even a little discontented, amidst so many reasons to the contrary. So well doth a superfluous activity become maternal affection. I would willingly have attributed the goodness of the children to the care of the mother, and should have been glad to have observed more faults in them, that I might have seen her more solicitous to correct them. Having busied myself with these reflections a long time in silence, I at last determined to communicate them to her. I see, said I, one day, that heaven rewards virtuous mothers in the good disposition of their children, but the best disposition must be cultivated. Their education ought to begin from the time of their birth. Can there be a time more proper to form their minds than when they have received no impression that need to be effaced? If you give them up to themselves in their infancy, at what age do you expect them to be docile? While you have nothing else to teach them, you ought to teach them obedience. Why, returned she, do my children disobey me? That were difficult, said I, as you lay no commands upon them. On this she looked at her husband and laughed. Then, taking me by the hand, she led me into the closet, that we might converse without being heard by the children. Here, explaining her maxims at leisure, she discovered to me, under that air of negligence, the most vigilant attention of maternal tenderness. I was a long time, said she, of your opinion with regard to the premature instruction of children, and while I expected my first child, was anxious concerning the obligations I should soon have to discharge. I used often to speak to Mr. Walmer on that subject. What better guide could I take than so sensible an observer, in whom the interest of a father was united to the indifference of a philosopher? He fulfilled, and indeed surpassed my expectations. He soon made me sensible that the first and most important part of education, precisely that which all the world neglects, is that of preparing a child to receive instruction. The common error of parents, who pique themselves on their own knowledge, is to suppose their children capable of reasoning as soon as they are born, and to talk to them as if they were grown persons before they can speak. Reason is the instrument they use, whereas every other means ought first to be used in order to form that reason, for it is certain that, of all the knowledge which men acquire, or are capable of acquiring, the art of reasoning is the last and most difficult to learn. By talking to them, at so early an age, in a language they do not understand, they learn to be satisfied with mere words, to talk to others in the same manner, to contradict everything that is said to them, to think themselves as wise as their teachers, and all that one thinks to obtain by reasonable motives is in fact acquired only by those of fear or vanity. The most consummate patients would be wearied out by endeavoring to educate a child in this manner, and thus it is that, fatigued and disgusted with the perpetual importunity of their children, their parents, unable to support the noise and disorder they themselves have given rise to, are obliged to part with them, and to deliver them over to the care of a master, as if one could expect in a preceptor more patience and good nature than in a father. Nature, continued Eloisa, would have children be children before they are men. If we attempt to pervert that order, we produce only forward fruit, which has neither maturity nor flavor, and will soon decay. We raise young professors and old children. Infancy has a manner of perceiving, thinking, and feeling peculiar to itself. Nothing is more absurd than to think of substituting ours in its stead. And I would as soon expect a child of mine to be 5 foot high as to have a mature judgment at 10 years old. The understanding does not begin to form itself till after some years, and when the corporeal organs have acquired a certain confidence. The design of nature is therefore evidently to strengthen the body before the mind is exercised. Children are always in motion. Rest and reflection is inconsistent with their age. A studious and sedentary life would prevent their growth and injure their health. Neither their body nor mind can support restraint. Shut up perpetually in a room with their books, they lose their vigor, become delicate, feeble, sickly, rather stupid than reasonable. And their minds suffer during their whole lives for the weakness of their bodies. But supposing such premature instruction were as profitable as it is really hurtful to their understandings, a very great inconvenience would attend the application of it to all indiscriminately, without regard to the particular genius of each. For besides the constitution common to its species, every child at its birth possesses a peculiar temperament which determines its genius and character, and which it is improper either to pervert or restrain, the business of education being only to model and bring it to perfection. All these characters are, according to Mr. Walmer, good in themselves. For nature, says he, makes no mistakes. All the vices imputed to malignity of disposition are only the effect of the bad form it hath received. According to him, there is not a villain upon earth, whose natural propensity, well directed, might not have been productive of great virtues. Nor is there a wronghead in being, that might not have been of use to himself and society, had his natural talents taken a certain bias, just as deformed and monstrous images are rendered beautiful and proportionable by placing them in a proper point of view. Everything, says he, tends to the common good in the universal system of nature. Every man has his place assigned in the best order and arrangement of things. The business is to find out that place, and not to disturb such order. What must be the consequence then of an education begun in the cradle, and carried on always in the same manner, without regard to the vast diversity of temperaments and genius in mankind? Useless or hurtful instructions would be given to the greater part, while at the same time they are deprived of such as would be most useful and convenient. Nature would be confined on every side, and the greatest qualities of the mind defaced, in order to substitute in their place mean and little ones, of no utility. By using indiscriminately the same means with different talents, the one serves to deface the other, and all are confounded together. Thus, after a great deal of pains thrown away in spoiling the natural endowments of children, we presently see those transitory and frivolous ones of education decay and vanish, while those of nature, being totally obscured, appear no more, and thus we lose at once what we have pulled down and what we have raised up. In a word, in return for so much pains indiscreetly taken, all these little prodigies become wits without sense, and men, without merit, remarkable only for their weakness and insignificancy. I understand your maxims, said I to Eloisa, but I know not how to reconcile them with your own opinion on the little advantage arising from the display of the genius and natural talents of individuals, either respecting their own happiness or the real interests of society. Would it not be infinitely better to form a perfect model of a man of sense and virtue, and then to form every child by education after such a model, by animating one, retraining another, by regulating its passions, improving its understanding, and thus correcting nature? Says Mr. Walmer, interrupting me, that is a very fine expression. But before you make use of it, pray reply to what Eloisa has already advanced. The most significant reply, as I thought, was to deny the principle on which her arguments were founded, which I accordingly did. You suppose, said I, that the diversity of temperament and genius which distinguish individuals is the immediate work of nature, whereas nothing is less evident. For if our minds are naturally different, they must be unequal. And if nature has made them unequal, it must be by endowing some, in preference to others, with a more refined perception, a greater memory, or a greater capacity of attention. Now, as to perception and memory, it is proved by experience that their different degrees of extent or perfection are not the standard of genius and abilities. And as to a capacity of attention, it depends solely on the force of the passions by which we are animated. And it is also proved that all mankind are by nature susceptible of passions, strong enough to excite in them that degree of attention necessary to a superiority of genius. If a diversity of genius, therefore, instead of being derived from nature, be the effect of education, that is to say, of the different ideas and sentiments, which objects excite in us during our infancy, of the various circumstances in which we are engaged, and of all the impressions we receive. So far should we be from waiting to know the character of a child before we give it education, that we should, on the contrary, be in haste to form its character by giving it a proper education. To this he replied that it was not his way to deny the existence of anything because he could not explain it. "Look," says he, "upon those two dogs in the courtyard. They are of the same litter, they have been fed and trained together, have never been parted, and yet one of them is a brisk, lively, good-natured, docible cur, while the other is lumpish, heavy, cross-grained, and incapable of learning anything. Now their difference of temperament only can have produced in them that of character, as the difference of our interior organization produces in us that of our minds. In every other circumstance they have been alike. Interrupted I, what a vast difference may there not have been, though unobserved by you? How many minute objects may not have acted on the one and not on the other? How many little circumstances may not have differently affected them, which you have not perceived? Very pretty indeed, says he. So, I find you reason like the astrologers, who, when two men are mentioned of different fortune yet born under the same aspect, deny the identity of circumstances. On the contrary, they maintain that, on account of the rapidity of the heavenly motions, there must have been an immense distance between the themes, in the horoscope, of the one and the other, and that, if the precise moment of their births had been carefully noted, the objection had been converted into a proof. But pray, let us leave these subtleties and confine ourselves to observation. This may teach us, indeed, that there are characters which are known almost at the birth, and children that may be studied at the breast of their nurses. But these are of a particular class and receive their education in beginning to live. As for others, who are later known, to attempt to form their genius before their characters are distinguished, is to run a risk of spoiling what is good in their natural dispositions and substituting what is worse in its place. Did not your master Plato maintain that all the art of man, that all philosophy could not extract from the human mind what nature had not implanted there? As all the operations in chemistry are incapable of extracting from any mixture more gold than is already contained in it. This is not true of our sentiments or our ideas, but it is true of our disposition or capacity of acquiring them. To change the genius, one must be able to change the interior organization of the body. To change a character, one must be capable of changing the temperament on which it depends. Have you ever heard of a passionate man becoming patient and temperate, or of a frigid methodical genius having acquired a spirited imagination? For my own part, I think it would be just as easy to make a fair man brown, or a blockhead a man of sense. 'Tis in vain then to attempt to model different minds by one common standard. One may restrain, but we can never change them. One may hinder men from appearing what they are, but can never make them really otherwise. And, though they disguise their sentiments in the ordinary commerce of life, you will see them reassume their real characters on every important occasion. Besides, our business is not to change the character and alter the natural disposition of the mind, but, on the contrary, to improve and prevent its degenerating. For by these means it is that a man becomes what he is capable of being, and that the work of nature is completed by education. Now, before any character can be cultivated, it is necessary that it should be studied, that we should patiently wait its opening, that we should furnish occasions for it to display itself, and that we should forbear doing anything rather than doing wrong. To one genius it is necessary to give wings, and to another shackles. One should be spurred forward, another reined in. One should be encouraged, another intimidated. Sometimes it should be checked, and at others assisted. One man is formed to extend human knowledge to the highest degree, to another it is even dangerous to learn to read. Let us wait for the opening of reason. It is that which displays the character and gives it its true form. It is by that also it is cultivated, and there is no such thing as education before the understanding is ripe for instruction. As to the maxims of Eloisa, which you think opposite to this doctrine, I see nothing in them contradictory to it. On the contrary, I find them, for my own part, perfectly compatible. Every man at his birth brings into the world with him a genius, talents, and character peculiar to himself. Those who are destined to live a life of simplicity in the country have no need to display their talents in order to be happy. Their unexerted faculties are like the gold mines of the valley, which the public good will not permit to be opened. But in a more polished society, where the head is of more use than the hands, it is necessary that all the talents nature hath bestowed on men should be exerted, that they should be directed to that quarter, in which they can proceed the furthest. And above all, that their natural propensity should be encouraged by everything which can make it useful. In the first case, the good of the species only is consulted. Every one acts in the same manner. Example is their only rule of action, habit their only talent, and no one exerts any other genius than that which is common to all. Whereas in the second case, we consult the interest and capacity of individuals. If one man possess any talent superior to another, it is cultivated and pursued as far as it will reach. And if a man be possessed of adequate abilities, he may become the greatest of his species. These maxims are so little contradictory that they have been put in practice in all ages. Instruct not therefore the children of the peasant, nor of the citizen, for you know not as yet what instruction is proper for them. In every case let the body be formed, till the judgment begins to appear. Then is the time for cultivation. All this would seem very well, said I, if I did not see one inconvenience, very prejudicial to the advantages you promise yourself from this method. And this is, that children, thus left to themselves, will get many bad habits, which can be prevented only by teaching them good ones. You may see such children readily contract all the bad practices they perceive in others, because such examples are easily followed, and never imitate the good ones, which would cost them more trouble. Accustomed to have everything, and to do as they please on every occasion, they become mutinous, obstinate, and intractable. But, interrupted Mr. Walmer, it appears to me that you have remarked the contrary in ours, and that this remark has given rise to this conversation. I must confess, answered I, this is the very thing which surprises me. What can she have done to make them so tractable? What method hath she taken to bring it about? What has she substituted instead of the yoke of discipline? A yoke much more inflexible, returned he immediately, that of necessity. But, in giving you an account of her conduct, you will be better able to comprehend her views. He then engaged Eloisa to explain her method of education, which, after a short pause, she did in the following manner. Happy, my dear friend, are those who are well born. I lay not so great a stress as Mr. Walmer does on my own endeavors. I doubt much, notwithstanding his maxims, that a good man can ever be made out of a child of a bad disposition and character. Convinced, nevertheless, of the excellence of his method, I endeavored to regulate my conduct, in the government of my family, in every respect agreeable to him. My first hope is, that I shall never have a child of a vicious disposition. My second, that I shall be able to educate those God has given me, under the direction of their father, in such a manner, that they may one day have the happiness of possessing his virtues. To this end, I have endeavored to adopt his rules by giving them a principle less philosophical and more agreeable to maternal affection, namely, to make my children happy. This was the first prayer of my heart after I was a mother, and all the business of my life is to effect it. From the first time I held my eldest son in my arms, I have reflected that the state of infancy is almost a fourth part of the longest life, that men seldom pass through the other 3/4, and that it is a piece of cruel prudence to make that first part uneasy in order to secure the happiness of the rest, which may never come. I reflected that during the weakness of infancy, nature had oppressed children in so many different ways, that it would be barbarous to add to that oppression the empire of our caprices, by depriving them of a liberty so very much confined, and which they were so little capable of abusing. I resolved, therefore, to lay mine under as little constraint as possible, to leave them to the free exertion of all their little powers, and to suppress in them none of the emotions of nature. By these means I have already gained two great advantages. The one, that of preventing their opening minds from knowing anything of falsehood, vanity, anger, envy, and in a word of all those vices which are the consequences of subjection, and which one is obliged to have recourse to, when we would have children do what nature does not teach. The other is, that they are more at liberty to grow and gather strength, by the continual exercise which instinct directs them to. Accustomed, like the children of peasants, to expose themselves to the heat and cold, they grow as hardy, are equally capable of bearing the inclemencies of the weather and become more robust as living more at their ease. This is the way to provide against the age of maturity and the accidents of humanity. I have already told you that I dislike that destructive pusillanimity which, by dint of solicitude and care, enervates a child, torments it by constant restraint, confines it by 1,000 vain precautions, and in short, exposes it during its whole life to those inevitable dangers it is thus protected from but for a moment. And thus, in order to avoid catching a few colds while children, men lay up for themselves consumptions, pleurisy, and a world of other diseases. What makes children, left thus to themselves, acquire the ill habits you speak of, is that, not contented with their own liberty, they endeavor to command others, which is owing to the absurd indulgence of too many fond mothers, who are to be pleased only by indulging all the fantastical desires of their children. I flatter myself, my friend, that you have seen in mine nothing like the desire of command and authority, even over the lowest domestic, and that you have seen me countenance as little the false complacence and ceremony used to them. It is in this point that I think I have taken a new and more certain method to make my children at once free, easy, obliging, and tractable, and that on a principle the most simple in the world, which is, by convincing them they are but children. To consider the state of infancy in itself, is there a being in the universe more helpless or miserable? That lies more at the mercy of everything about it. That has more need of pity and protection than an infant. Does it not seem that, on this account, the first noise which nature directs it to make is that of crying and complaint? Does it not seem that nature gives it an affecting and tender appearance in order to engage everyone who approaches it, to assist its weakness and relieve its wants? What, therefore, can be more offensive or contrary to order than to see a child pert and imperious, commanding everyone about him, and assuming impudently the tone of a master over those who, should they abandon him, would leave him to perish? Or can anything be more absurd than to see parents approve such behavior and encourage their children to tyrannize over their nurses, till they are big enough to tyrannize over the parents themselves? As to my part, I have spared no pains to prevent my sons acquiring the dangerous idea of command and servitude, and have never given him room to think himself attended more out of duty than pity. This point is, perhaps, the most difficult and important in education. Nor can I well explain it, without entering into all those precautions which I have been obliged to take, to suppress in him that instinctive knowledge, which is so ready to distinguish the mercenary service of domestics from the tenderness of maternal solicitude. One of my principal methods has been, as I have just observed, to convince him of the impossibility of his subsisting at his age, without our assistance. After which I had no great difficulty to show him that, in receiving assistance from others, we lay ourselves under obligations to them and are in a state of dependence, and that the servants have a real superiority over him because he cannot do without them, while he, on the contrary, can do them no service. So that instead of being vain of their attendance, he looks upon it with a sort of humiliation, as a mark of his weakness, and ardently wishes for the time when he shall be big and strong enough to have the honor of serving himself. These notions, I said, would be difficult to establish in families, where the father and mother themselves are waited on like children. But in this, where every person has some employment allotted him, even from the master and mistress to the lowest domestic, where the intercourse between them apparently consists only of reciprocal services, I do not think it impossible. But I am at a loss to conceive how children, accustomed to have their real wants so readily satisfied, can be prevented from expecting the same gratification of their imaginary wants or humors, or how it is that they do not sometimes suffer from the humor of a servant, who may treat their real wants as imaginary ones. "Oh, my friend," replied Mrs. Walmer, "an ignorant woman may frighten herself at anything or nothing. But the real wants of children, as well as grown persons, are very few. We ought rather to regard the duration of our ease than the gratifications of a single moment. Do you think that a child who lies under no restraint can suffer so much from the humor of a governess, under the eye of its mother, as to hurt it? You imagine inconveniencies, which arise from vices already contracted, without reflecting that my care has been to prevent such vices from being contracted at all. Women naturally love children, and no misunderstanding would arise between them, except from the desire of one to subject the other to their caprices. Now that cannot happen here, neither on the part of the child, of whom nothing is required, nor on that of the governess, whom the child has no notion of commanding. I have in this acted directly contrary to other mothers, who in appearance would have their children obey the domestics, and in reality require the servants to obey the children. Here neither of them command nor obey. But the child never meets with more complaisance from any person than he shows for them. Hence, perceiving that he has no authority over the people about him, he becomes tractable and obliging. In seeking to gain the esteem of others, he contracts an affection for them in turn. This is the infallible effect of self-love, and from this reciprocal affection, arising from the notion of equality, naturally result those virtues, which are constantly preached to children without any effect. I have thought that the most essential part in the education of children, and which is seldom regarded in the best families, is to make them sensible of their inability, weakness, and dependence, and as my husband called it, the heavy yoke of that necessity which nature has imposed on our species. And that, not only in order to show them how much is done to alleviate the burthen of that yoke, but especially to instruct them betimes in what rank Providence has placed them, that they may not presume too far above themselves, or be ignorant of the reciprocal duties of humanity. Young people, who from their cradle have been brought up in ease and effeminacy, who have been caressed by everyone, indulged in all their caprices, and have been used to obtain easily everything they desired, enter upon the world with many impertinent prejudices, of which they are generally cured by frequent mortifications, affronts, and chagrin. Now I would willingly spare my children this second kind of education, by giving them, at first, a just notion of things. I had indeed once resolved to indulge my eldest son in everything he wanted, from a persuasion that the first impulses of nature must be good and salutary. But I was not long in discovering that children, conceiving from such treatment that they have a right to be obeyed, depart from a state of nature almost as soon as born, contracting our vices from our example, and theirs by our indiscretion. I saw that if I indulged him in all his humors, they would only increase by such indulgence, that it was necessary to stop at some point, and that contradiction would be but the more mortifying as he should be less accustomed to it. But that it might be less painful to him, I began to use him to it by degrees, and in order to prevent his tears and lamentations, I made every denial irrecoverable. It is true, I contradict him as little as possible, and never without due consideration. Whatever is given or permitted him is done unconditionally and at the first instance, and in this we are indulgent enough, but he never gets anything by importunity, neither his tears nor entreaties being of any effect. Of this he is now so well convinced that he makes no use of them. He goes his way on the first word, and frets himself no more at seeing a box of sweetmeats taken away from him than at seeing a bird fly away, which he would be glad to catch, there appearing to him the same impossibility of having the one as the other, and so far from beating the chairs and tables that he dares not lift his hand against those who oppose him. In everything that displeases him, he feels the weight of necessity, the effect of his own weakness, but never excuse me a moment, says she, seeing I was going to reply. I foresee your objection and am coming to it immediately. The great cause of the ill humor of children is the care which is taken either to quiet or to aggravate them. They will sometimes cry for an hour, for no other reason in the world than because they perceive we would not have them. So long as we take notice of their crying, so long have they a reason for continuing to cry. But they will soon give over of themselves when they see no notice is taken of them. For, old or young, nobody loves to throw away his trouble. This is exactly the case with my eldest boy, who was once the most peeviest little bawler, stunning the whole house with his cries, whereas now you can hardly hear there is a child in the house. He cries, indeed, when he is in pain, but then it is the voice of nature, which should never be restrained, and he is again hushed as soon as ever the pain is over. For this reason I pay great attention to his tears, as I am certain he never sheds them for nothing, and hence I have gained the advantage of being certain when he is in pain and when not, when he is well and when sick, an advantage which is lost with those who cry out of mere humor and only in order to be appeased. I must confess, however, that this management is not to be expected from nurses and governesses. For, as nothing is more tiresome than to hear a child cry, and as these good women think of nothing but the time present, they do not foresee that by quieting it today, it will cry the more tomorrow. But what is still worse, this indulgence produces an obstinacy which is of more consequence as the child grows up. The very cause that makes it a squalor at 3 years of age will make it stubborn and refractory at 12, quarrelsome at 20, imperious and insolent at 30, and insupportable all its life. I come now to your objection, added she, smiling. In every indulgence granted to children, they can easily see our desire to please them, and therefore they should be taught to suppose we have reason for refusing or complying with their requests. This is another advantage gained by making use of authority, rather than persuasion, on every necessary occasion. For, as it is impossible they can always be blind to our motives, it is natural for them to imagine that we have some reason for contradicting them, of which they are ignorant. On the contrary, when we have once submitted to their judgment, they will pretend to judge of everything, and thus become cunning, deceitful, fruitful in shifts and chicanery, endeavoring to silence those who are weak enough to argue with them. For, when one is obliged to give them an account of things above their comprehension, they attribute the most prudent conduct to caprice, because they are incapable of understanding it. In a word, the only way to render children docile and capable of reasoning is not to reason with them at all, but to convince them that it is above their childish capacities, for they will always suppose the argument in their favor, unless you can give them good cause to think otherwise. They know very well that we are unwilling to displease them when they are certain of our affection, and children are seldom mistaken in this particular. Therefore, if I deny anything to my children, I never reason with them. I never tell them why I do so or so. But I endeavor, as much as possible, that they should find it out, and that even after the affair is over. By these means, they are accustomed to think that I never deny them anything without a sufficient reason, though they cannot always see it. On the same principle it is that I never suffer my children to join in the conversation of grown persons, or foolishly imagine themselves upon an equality with them, because they are permitted to prattle. I would have them give a short and modest answer, when they are spoke to, but never to speak of their own head, or ask impertinent questions of persons so much older than themselves, to whom they ought to show more respect. These, interrupted I, are very rigid rules, for so indulgent a mother as Eloisa. Pythagoras himself was not more severe with his disciples. You are not only afraid to treat them like men, but seem to be fearful lest they should too soon cease to be children. By what means can they acquire knowledge more certain and agreeably than by asking questions of those who know better than themselves? What would the Parisian ladies think of your maxims, whose children are never thought to prattle too much or too long? They judge of their future understanding by the nonsense and impertinence they utter when young? That may not be amiss, Mr. Walmer will tell me, in a country where the merit of the people lies in chattering, and a man has no business to think if he can but talk. But I cannot understand how Eloisa, who is so desirous of making the lives of her children happy, can reconcile that happiness with so much restraint. Nor amidst so much confinement, what becomes of the liberty with which she pretends to indulge them? What, says she, with impatience, do we restrain their liberty, by preventing them from trespassing on ours? And cannot they be happy truly, without a whole company sitting silent to admire their puerilities? To prevent the growth of their vanity is a surer means to effect their happiness. For the vanity of mankind is the source of their greatest misfortunes, and there is no person so great or so admired, whose vanity has not given him much more pain than pleasure. What can a child think of himself when he sees a circle of sensible people listening to, admiring, and waiting impatiently for his wit, and breaking out in raptures at every impertinent expression? Such false applause is enough to turn the heart of a grown person. Judge then what effect it must have upon that of a child. It is with the prattle of children as with the predictions in the almanac. It would be strange if amidst such a number of idle words, chance did not now and then jumble some of them into sense. Imagine the effect which such flattering exclamations must have on a simple mother, already too much flattered by her own heart. Think not, however, that I am proof against this error because I expose it. No, I see the fault and yet am guilty of it. But if I sometimes admire the repartees of my son, I do it at least in secret. He will not learn to become a vain prater by hearing me applaud him, nor will flatterers have the pleasure, in making me repeat them, of laughing at any weakness. I remember one day, having company, I went out to give some necessary orders, and on my return found 4 or 5 great blockheads busy at play with my boy. They came immediately to tell me, with great rapture, the many pretty things he had been saying to them, and with which they seemed quite charmed. "Gentlemen," said I coldly, "I doubt not but you know how to make puppets say very fine things, but I hope my children will one day be men, when they will be able to act and talk of themselves. I shall then be always glad to hear what they have said and done well." Seeing this manner of paying their court did not take, they since play with my children, but not as with Punchinello, and to say the truth, they are evidently better, since they have been less admired. As to their asking questions, I do not prohibit it indiscriminately. I am the first to tell them to ask, softly, of their father or me, what they desire to know. But I do not permit them to break in upon a serious conversation, to trouble everybody with the first piece of impertinence that comes into their heads. The art of asking questions is not quite so easy as may be imagined. It is rather that of a master than of a scholar. "The wise know and inquire," says the Indian proverb, but the ignorant know not even what to inquire after. For want of such previous instruction, children, when at liberty to ask questions as they please, never ask any but such as are frivolous and answer no purpose, or such difficult ones whose solution is beyond their comprehension. Thus, generally speaking, they learn more by the questions which are asked of them than from those which they ask of others. But where this method, of permitting them to ask questions, as useful as it is pretended to be, is not the first and most important science to them, that of being modest and discreet. And is there any other that should be preferred to this? Of what use, then, is an unlimited freedom of speech to children, before the age at which it is proper for them to speak? Or the right of impertinently obliging persons to answer their childish questions? These little chattering querists ask questions, not so much for the sake of instruction, as to engage one's notice. This indulgence, therefore, is not so much the way to instruct them, as to render them conceited and vain, an inconvenience much greater, in my opinion, than the advantage they gain by it. For ignorance will by degrees diminish, but vanity will always increase. The worst that can happen from too long a reserve will be, that my son, when he comes to years of discretion, will be less fluent in speech, and may want that volubility of tongue and multiplicity of words, which he might otherwise have acquired. But when we consider how much the custom of passing away life in idle prattle impoverishes the understanding, this happy sterility of words appears rather an advantage than otherwise. Shall the organ of truth, the most worthy organ of man, the only one whose use distinguishes him from the brutes, shall this be prostituted to no better purposes than those, which are answered as well by the inarticulate sounds of other animals? He degrades himself even below them, when he speaks and says nothing. A man should preserve his dignity, as such, even in his lightest amusements. If it be thought polite to stun the company with idle prate, I think it a much greater instance of true politeness to let others speak before us, to pay a greater deference to what is said than to what we say ourselves, and to let them see we respect them too much to think they can be entertained by our nonsense. The good opinion of the world, that which makes us courted and caressed by others, is not obtained so much by displaying our own talents, as by giving others an opportunity of displaying theirs, and by placing our own modesty as a foil to their vanity. You need not be afraid that a man of sense, who is silent only from reserve and discretion, should ever be taken for a fool. It is impossible in any country whatever that a man should be characterized by what he has not said, or that he should be despised for being silent. On the contrary, it may be generally observed that people of few words impose silence on others who pay an extraordinary attention to what they say, which gives them every advantage of conversation. It is so difficult for the most sensible man to retain his presence of mind during the hurry of a long discourse, so seldom that something does not escape him that he afterwards repents of, that it is no wonder if he chooses to suppress what is pertinent to avoid the risk of talking nonsense. But there is a great difference between 6 years of age and 20. My son will not be always a child, and in proportion as his understanding ripens, his father designs it shall be exercised. As to my part, my task does not extend so far. I may nurse children, but I have not the presumption to think of making them men. I hope, says she, looking at her husband, this will be the employment of more able heads. I am a woman and a mother, and know my place and my duty. And hence, I say again, it is not my duty to educate my sons, but to prepare them for being educated. Nor do I anything more in this than pursue the system of Mr. Walmer, in every particular, which, the farther I proceed, the more reason I find to pronounce excellent and just. Observe my children, particularly the eldest. Have you ever seen children more happy, more cheerful, or less troublesome? You see them jump and laugh and run about all day without incommoding anyone. What pleasure, what independence is their age capable of, which they do not enjoy or which they abuse? They are under as little restraint in my presence as when I am absent. On the contrary, they seem always at more liberty under the eye of their mother than elsewhere. And, though I am the author of all the severity they undergo, they find me always more indulgent than anybody else. For I cannot support the thought of their not loving me better than any other person in the world. The only rules imposed on them in our company are those of liberty itself, viz. They must lay the company under no greater restraint than they themselves are under. They must not cry louder than we talk. And as they are not obliged to concern themselves with us, they are not to expect our notice. Now, if ever they trespass against such equitable rules as these, all their punishment is to be immediately sent away, and I make this a punishment, by contriving to render every other place disagreeable to them. Setting this restriction aside, they are in a manner quite unrestrained. We never oblige them to learn anything, never tire them with fruitless corrections, never reprimand them for trifles, the only lessons which are given them being those of practice. Every person in the house, having my directions, is so discreet and careful in this business that they leave me nothing to wish for, and if any defect should arise, my own assiduity would easily repair it. Yesterday, for example, the eldest boy, having taken a drum from his brother, set him a-crying. Fanny said nothing to him at the time, but about an hour after, when she saw him in the height of his amusement, she in her turn took it from him, which set him a-crying also. What, said she, do you cry for? You took it just now by force from your brother, and now I take it from you. What have you to complain of? Am not I stronger than you? She then began to beat the drum, as if she took pleasure in it. So far all went well, till some time after, she was going to give the drum to the younger, but I prevented her, as this was not acting naturally, and might create envy between the brothers. In losing the drum, the youngest submitted to the hard law of necessity. The elder, in having it taken from him, was sensible of his injustice. Both knew their own weakness, and were in a moment reconciled. A plan, so new and so contrary to received opinions, at first surprised me. By dint of explanation, however, they at length represented it in an admirable light, and I was made sensible that the path of nature is the best. The only inconvenience, which I find in this method, and which appeared to me very great, was to neglect the only faculty which children possess in perfection, and which is only debilitated by their growing into years. Methinks, according to their own system of education, that the weaker the understanding, the more one ought to exercise and strengthen the memory, which is then so proper to be exercised. It is that, said I, which ought to supply the place of reason. It is enriched by judgment. The mind becomes heavy and dull by inaction. The seed takes no root in a soil badly prepared, and it is a strange manner of preparing children to become reasonable, by beginning to make them stupid. How, stupid? Cried Mrs. Walmer immediately. Do you confound two qualities so different, and almost contrary, as memory and judgment? As if an ill-digested and unconnected lumber of things, in a weak head, did not do more harm than good to the understanding. I confess that, of all the faculties of the human mind, the memory is the first which opens itself, and is the most convenient to be cultivated in children. But which, in your opinion, should be preferred, that which is most easy for them to learn, or that which is most important for them to know? Consider the use which is generally made of this aptitude, the eternal constraint to which they are subject in order to display their memory, and then compare its utility to what they are made to suffer. Why should a child be compelled to study languages he will never talk, and that even before he has learnt his own tongue? Why should he be forced incessantly to make and repeat verses he does not understand, and whose harmony all lies at the end of his fingers? Or be perplexed to death with circles and triangles, of which he has no idea? Or why burthened with an infinity of names of towns and rivers, which he constantly mistakes and learns anew every day? Is this to cultivate the memory to the improvement of the understanding, or is all such frivolous acquisition worth one of those many tears it costs him? Were all this, however, merely useless, I should not so much complain of it. But is it not pernicious to accustom a child to be satisfied with mere words? Must not such a heap of crude and indigested terms and notions be injurious to the formation of those primary ideas with which the human understanding ought first to be furnished? And would it not be better to have no memory at all, than to have it stuffed with such a heap of literary lumber, to the exclusion of necessary knowledge? If nature has given to the brain of children that softness of texture, which renders it proper to receive every impression, it is not fit for us to imprint the names of sovereigns, dates, terms of art, and other insignificant words of no meaning to them while young, nor of any use to them as they grow old. But it is our duty to trace out betimes all those ideas which are relative to the state and condition of humanity, those which relate to their duty and happiness, that they may serve to conduct them through life in a manner agreeable to their being and faculties. The memory of a child may be exercised without poring over books. Everything he sees, everything he hears, catches his attention and is stored up in his memory. He keeps a journal of the actions and conversation of men, and from every scene that presents itself, deduces something to enrich his memory. It is in the choice of objects, in the care to show him such only as he ought to know, and to hide from him those of which he ought to be ignorant, that the true art of cultivating the memory consists. You must not think, however, continued Eloisa, that we entirely neglect that care on which you think so much depends. A mother, if she is the least vigilant, holds in her hands the reins over the passions of her children. There are ways and means to excite in them a desire of instruction, and so far as they are compatible with the freedom of the child, and tend not to sow in him the seeds of vice, I readily employ them, without being chagrined if they are not attended with success. For there is always time enough for knowledge, but not a moment should be lost in forming the disposition. Mr. Walmer lays, indeed, so great a stress on the first dawnings of reason, that he maintains, though his son should be totally ignorant at 12 years old, he might know not a whit the less at 15, without considering that nothing is less necessary than for a man to be a scholar, and nothing more so than for him to be just and prudent. You know that our eldest reads already tolerably well. I will tell you how he became fond of it. I had formed a design to repeat to him, from time to time, some fable out of La Fontaine, and had already begun, when he asked me one day, seriously, if ravens could talk. I saw immediately the difficulty of making him sensible of the difference between fable and falsehood, and laying aside La Fontaine, got off as well as I could, being from that moment convinced that fables were only proper for grown persons, and that simple truth only should be repeated to children. In the room of La Fontaine, therefore, I substituted a collection of little interesting and instructive histories, taken mostly from the Bible, and, finding he grew attentive to these tales, I composed others as entertaining as possible and applicable to present circumstances. These I wrote out fair, in a fine book ornamented with prints, which I kept locked up, except at the times of reading. I read also but seldom, and never long at a time, repeating often the same story, and commenting a little, before I passed on to another. When I observed him particularly intent, I pretended to recollect some orders necessary to be given, and left the story unfinished just in the most interesting part, laying the book down negligently, and leaving it behind me. I was no sooner gone than he would take it up, and go to his Fanny or somebody else, begging them to read the remainder of the tale. But as nobody was at his command, and every one had his instructions, he was frequently refused. One would give him a flat denial, another had something else to do, a third muttered it out very low and badly, and a fourth would leave it in the middle, just as I had done before. When we saw him heartily wearied out with so much dependence, somebody intimated to him to learn to read himself, and then he need not ask anybody but might turn it over at pleasure. He was greatly delighted with the scheme, but where should he find anyone obliging enough to instruct him? This was a new difficulty, which we took care, however, not to make too great. In spite of this precaution, he was tired out 3 or 4 times. But of this I took no other notice than to endeavor to make my little histories the more amusing, which brought him again to the charge with so much ardor, that though it is not 6 months since he began to learn, he will be very soon able to read the whole collection, without any assistance. It is in this manner I endeavor to excite his zeal and inclination to attain such knowledge as requires application and patience. But though he learns to read, he gets no such knowledge from books, for there is no such in the books he reads, nor is the application to it proper for children. I am desirous also of furnishing their heads with ideas, and not with words, for which reason I never set them to get anything by heart. Never, said I, interrupting her, that is saying a great deal. Surely you have taught him his prayers and his catechism. There you are mistaken, she replied. As to the article of prayers, I say mine every morning and evening aloud in the nursery, which is sufficient to teach them without obliging them to learn. As to their catechism, they know not what it is. What? Eloisa, your children never learn their catechism. No, my friend, my children do not learn their catechism. Indeed. Said I, quite surprised, so pious a mother, I really do not comprehend you. Pray, what is the reason they do not learn it? The reason is, said she, that I would have them some time or other believe it. I would have them be Christians. I understand you, I replied. You would not have their faith consist in mere words. You would have them believe, as well as know, the articles of their religion, and you judge very prudently that it is impossible for a man to believe what he does not understand. You are very difficult, said Mr. Walmer, smiling. Pray, were you a Christian by chance? I endeavor to be one, answered I resolutely. I believe all that I understand of the Christian religion and respect the rest without rejecting it. Eloisa made me a sign of approbation, and we resumed the former subject of conversation. When, after explaining herself on several other subjects, and convincing me of her active and indefatigable maternal zeal, she concluded by observing that her method exactly answered the two objects she proposed, namely, the permitting the natural disposition and character of her children to discover themselves, and empowering herself to study and examine it. My children, continued she, lie under no manner of restraint, and yet cannot abuse their liberty. Their disposition can neither be depraved nor perverted, their bodies are left to grow, and their judgments to ripen at ease and leisure. Subjection debases not their minds, nor does flattery excite their self-love. They think themselves neither powerful men nor enslaved animals, but children happy and free. To guard them from vices, not in their nature, they have, in my opinion, a better preservative than lectures which they would not understand, or of which they would soon be tired. This consists in the good behavior of those about them, in the good conversation they hear, which is so natural to them all that they stand in no need of instruction. It consists in the peace and unity of which they are witnesses, in the harmony which is constantly observed, and in the conduct and conversation of everyone around them. Nursed hitherto in natural simplicity, whence should they derive those vices of which they have never seen the example? Whence those passions they have no opportunity to feel, those prejudices which nothing they observe can impress? You see, they betray no bad inclination, they have adopted no erroneous notions. Their ignorance is not opinionated, their desires are not obstinate. Their propensity to evil is prevented, nature is justified, and everything serves to convince me that the faults we accuse her of are not those of nature but our own. It is thus that, given up to the indulgence of their own inclinations, without disguise or alteration, our children do not take an external and artificial form, but preserve exactly that of their original character. It is thus that character daily unfolds itself to observation, and gives us an opportunity to study the workings of nature, even to her most secret principles. Sure of never being reprimanded or punished, they are ignorant of lying or concealing anything from us, and in whatever they say, whether before us or among themselves, they discover, without restraint, whatever lies at the bottom of their hearts. Being left at full liberty to prattle all day long to each other, they are under no restraint before me. I never check them, enjoin them to silence, or indeed pretend to take notice of what they say, while they talk sometimes very blamably, though I seem to know nothing of the matter. At the same time, however, I listen to them with attention and keep an exact account of all they say and do, for these are the natural productions of the soil which we are to cultivate. A naughty word in their mouths is a plant or seed foreign to the soil, sown by the vagrant wind. Should I cut it off by a reprimand, it would not fail ere long to shoot forth again. Instead of that, therefore, I look carefully to find its root and pluck it up. I am only, said she, smiling, the servant of the gardener. I only weed the garden by taking away the vicious plants. It is for him to cultivate the good ones. It must be confessed also that with all the pains I may take, I ought to be well seconded to succeed, and that such success depends on a concurrence of circumstances, which is perhaps to be met with nowhere but here. The knowledge and discretion of a sensible father are required to distinguish and point out in the midst of established prejudices the true art of governing children from the time of their birth. His patience is required to carry it into execution without ever contradicting his precepts by his practice. It is necessary that one's children should be happy in their birth, and that nature should have made them amiable. It is necessary to have none but sensible and well-disposed servants about one, who will not fail to enter into the design of their matter. One brutal or servile domestic would be enough to spoil all. In short, when one thinks how many adventitious circumstances may injure the best designs and spoil the best concerted projects, one ought to be thankful to Providence for everything that succeeds, and to confess that wisdom depends greatly on good fortune. Say rather, I replied, that good fortune depends on prudence. Don't you see that the concurrence of circumstances, on which you felicitate yourself, is your own doing, and that everyone who approaches you is, in a manner, compelled to resemble you? O ye mothers of families! When you complain that your views, your endeavors, are not seconded, how little do you know your own power? Be but what you ought, and you will surmount all obstacles. You will oblige everyone about you to discharge their duty, if you but discharge yours. Are not your rights those of nature? In spite of the maxims or practice of vice, these will be always respected by the human heart. Do you but aspire to be women and mothers, and the most gentle empire on earth will be also the most respectable. In the close of our conversation, Eloisa remarked that her task was become much easier since the arrival of Harriet. It is certain, said she, I should have had less trouble if I would have excited a spirit of emulation between the brothers. But this step appeared to me too dangerous. I chose, therefore, rather to take more pains and to run less risk. Harriet has made up for this. For, being of a different sex, their elder, fondly beloved by both, and very sensible for her age, I make a kind of governess of her, and with the more success, as her lessons are less suspected to be such. As to herself, her education falls under my care, but the principles on which I proceed are so different as to deserve particular explanation. Thus much, at least, I can say of her already, that it will be difficult to improve on the talents nature has given her, and that her merit is equal to her mother's, if her mother could possible have an equal. We now, my lord, expect you every day here, so that this should be my last letter. But I understand the reason of your stay with the army, and tremble for the consequence. Eloisa is no less uneasy, and desires you will oftener let her hear from you, conjuring you, at the same time, to think how much you endanger the peace of your friends by exposing your person. For my part, I have nothing to say to you on this subject. Discharge your duty. The advice of pusillanimity is as foreign from my heart as from yours. I know too well, my dear B, the only catastrophe worthy of you is to lose your life in the service and for the honor of your country. But ought you not to give some account of your days to him, who has preserved his only for your sake? Volume 4. Letter CXL, from Lord B to Mrs. Orb. I find, by your two last letters, that a former one is missing apparently the first you wrote me from the army, and in which you accounted for Mrs. Walmer's secret uneasiness. Not having received that letter, I imagine it was in the mail of one of our couriers, who was taken. You will, therefore, my friend, be pleased to recommunicate its contents. I am at a loss to conjecture what they were, and am uneasy about them. For again, I say, if happiness and peace dwell not in Eloisa's mind, I know not where they will find an asylum on earth. You may make her easy, as to the dangers she imagines we are here exposed to. We have to do with an enemy too expert to suffer us to pursue him. With a handful of men, he baffles our attempts and deprives us of all opportunity to attack him. As we are very sanguine, however, we may probably raise difficulties which the best generals would not be able to surmount, and at length oblige the French to fight us. I foresee our first success will cost us dear, and that the victory we gained at Dettingen will make us lose one in Flanders. We make head against a very able commander. Nor is this all. He possesses the love and confidence of his troops, and the French soldiers, when they have a good opinion of their leader, are invincible. On the contrary, they are good for so little when they are commanded by courtiers they despise, that frequently their enemies need only to watch the intrigues of the cabinet, and seize a proper opportunity to vanquish with certainty the bravest people on the continent. This they very well know. The Duke of Marlborough, taking notice of the good look and martial air of a French soldier, taken prisoner at the Battle of Blenheim, told him, if the French army had been composed of 50,000 such men as he, it would not have been so easily beaten. Zounds, sir, replied the grenadier, there are men enough in it like me, but it wants such a man as you. Now such a man at present commands the French troops, and is on our side wanting, but we have courage, and trouble ourselves little about that. At all events, however, I intend to see their operations for the remainder of the campaign, and am resolved not to leave the army till it goes into winter quarters. We shall all be gainers by such a delay, the season being too far advanced for us to think of crossing the mountains this year. I shall spend the winter with you, and not go to Italy till the beginning of the spring. Tell Mr. and Mrs. Walmer I have thus changed my design, that I may have more time to contemplate that affecting picture you so pathetically describe, and that I may have also the opportunity to see Mrs. Orb settled with them. Continue, my dear sir, to write with your usual punctuality, and you will do me a greater pleasure than ever. My equipage having been taken by the enemy, I have no books, but amuse myself in reading over your letters. Letter CXLI to Lord B. What pleasure does your lordship give me in acquainting me with your design of passing the winter with us at Clarence, but how dearly you make me pay for it by prolonging your stay at the army. What displeases me most, however, is to perceive that your resolution of making a campaign was fixed before we parted, though you mentioned nothing of it to me. I see, my lord, your reason for keeping it a secret, and cannot be pleased with you for it. Did you despise me so much as to think me unfit to accompany you? Or have you ever known me mean enough to be attached to anything I should prefer to the honor of dying with my friend? But if it was improper for me to follow you to the army, you should at least have left me in London. That would have displeased me less than your sending me hither. By your last letter I am convinced that one of mine is indeed missing, the loss of which must have rendered the two succeeding ones in many respects obscure, but the necessary explanations to make them intelligible shall be soon transmitted you. What is at present more particularly needful is to remove your uneasiness concerning that of Mrs. Walmer. I shall not take upon me to give you a regular continuation of the discourse we had together after the departure of her husband. Many things have since intervened that make me forget great part of it, and it was resumed at so many different times during his absence that I shall content myself, to avoid repetition, with giving you a summary of the whole. In the first place, she told me that Mr. Walmer, who neglected nothing in his power to make her happy, was nevertheless the sole author of all her disquietude, and that the more sincere their mutual attachment grew, the greater was her affliction. Would you think it, my lord? This gentleman so prudent, so reasonable, so little addicted to any kind of vice, so little subject to the tyranny of human passions, knows nothing of that faith which gives virtue all its merit, and in the innocence of an irreproachable life feels only at the bottom of his heart the dreadful tranquility of the unbeliever. The reflection which arises from this contrast, in principle and morals, but aggravates Eloisa's grief. She would think him even less culpable in disregarding the author of his being, had he more reason to dread his anger or presumption to brave his power. That the guilty should be led to appease their consciences at the expense of truth, that the pride of thinking differently from the vulgar may induce others to embrace error, she can readily conceive. But, continued she sighing, how a man so virtuous and so little vain of his understanding should be an infidel surpasses my conception. But before I proceed farther, it will be necessary to inform you of the peculiar character of this married couple. You are to conceive them as living solely for each other, and constantly taken up with their family, it being necessary to know the strictness of the union subsisting between them, to comprehend how their difference of sentiments, in this one article, is capable of disturbing it. Mr. Walmer, educated in the customs of the Greek Church, was not one of those who could support the absurdity of such ridiculous worship. His understanding, superior to the feeble yoke imposed on it, soon shook it off with contempt. rejecting, at the same time, everything offered to his belief on such doubtful authority. Thus forced in a manner into impiety, he degenerates into atheism. Having resided ever since in Roman Catholic countries, he has never been induced to a better opinion of Christianity by what he found professed there. Their religion, he saw, tended only to the interest of their priests, that it consisted entirely of ridiculous grimaces and a jargon of words without meaning. He perceived that men of sense and probity were unanimously of his opinion, and that they did not scruple to say so. Nay, that the clergy themselves, under the rose, ridiculed in private what they inculcated and taught in public. Hence he has often assured me that, after having taken much time and pains in the search, he never met with above 3 priests in his life that believed a God. By endeavoring to set himself to rights in their matters, he afterwards bewildered himself in metaphysical inquiries. And, seeing only doubts and contradictions offer themselves on every side, advanced so far that, when he returned to the doctrines of Christianity, he came too late, and incapable of either belief or conviction, the best arguments appeared to him inconclusive. He finished his career, therefore, by equally opposing all religious tenets whatever, and was converted from atheism only to become a skeptic. Such is the husband which heaven has destined to Eloisa, to her whose true faith and sincere piety cannot have escaped your observations, but to know how much her gentle soul is naturally inclined to devotion requires that long intimacy with her, in which her cousin and I have lived. It might be said, no terrestrial object being equal to her tenderness, her excess of sensibility is reduced to ascend to its source. Not like a Saint Teresa, whose amorous heart only changes its object. Hers is a heart truly inexhaustible, which neither love nor friendship can drain, but whose affections are still raised to the only being worthy her ardent love. Her love to God does not detach her from his creatures, it gives her neither severity nor spleen. But all her affections, proceeding from the same cause, and tempering each other, become more sweet and attracting. She would, I believe, be less devout if her love toward her husband, her children, her cousin, and me were less than it is. What is very singular, also, is that she knows but little of her own heart, and even complains that she finds in herself a soul barren of tenderness and incapable of love to the sublimest object. Do what you will, she often says, the heart is affected only by the interposition of the senses or the assistance of the imagination. And how shall we see or imagine the immensity of the Supreme Being? When I would raise myself up to the deity, I know no longer where I am. Perceiving no relation between us, I know not how to reach him, I neither see nor feel anything, I drop into a kind of annihilation. And, if I may venture to judge of others by myself, I should apprehend the ecstasies of the mystics are no less owing to the fullness of the heart than the emptiness of the head. What must I do then, added she, to get rid of these delusions of a wandering mind? I substitute a less refined worship, but within the reach of my comprehension, in the room of those sublime contemplations, which surpass my mental faculties. With regret I debase the majesty of the divinity, and interpose perceptible objects between the deity and my feeble senses. Not being able to contemplate his essence, I contemplate at least his works, and admire his goodness. But whatever method I take, instead of that pure love and affection he demands, it is only an interested gratitude I have to offer him. Thus, everything is productive of sentiment in a susceptible mind, the whole universe presenting to Eloisa nothing but what is a subject for love and gratitude. On every side she sees and adores the benevolent hand of Providence. Her children are pledges committed by it to her care. She receives its gifts in the produce of the earth, she sees her table covered by its bounty, she sleeps under its protection. She awakes in peace under its care. She is instructed by its chastisements, is made happy by its favors. All the benefits she reaps, all the blessings she enjoys, are so many different subjects for adoration and praise. If the attributes of the divinity are beyond her feeble sight, she feels in every part of the creation the common Father of mankind. To honor thus the supreme benevolence, is it not to serve as much as possible an infinite being? Think, my lord, what pain it must give a woman of such a disposition to spend a life of retirement with a man who, while he forms a part of her existence, cannot partake of that hope which makes her existence dear. not to be able to join him in praise and gratitude to the deity, nor to converge with him on the blessed futurity we have to hope from his goodness. To see him insensible in doing good to everything which should make virtue agreeable to us, and, with the strangest absurdity, thinking like an infidel and acting as a Christian. Imagine her walking abroad with her husband, the one admiring, in the beautiful verdure of spring or golden fruits of autumn, the power and beneficence of the great Creator of all things, the other seeing in them nothing but a fortuitous combination of atoms, united only by chance. Imagine to yourself the situation of a married couple having a sincere regard for each other, who, for fear of giving offense, dare not indulge themselves in such sentiments or reflections as the object around them inspire, but who are bound in duty, even from their reciprocal affections, to lay themselves under continual restraint. Eloisa and I hardly ever walk out together, but some striking or picturesque object puts her in mind of this disagreeable circumstance. Alas, said she with great emotion to me, one day, this beautiful prospect before us, so lively, so animating in our eyes, is a dead and lifeless scene in those of the unfortunate Walmer. In all that harmony of created beings which nature displays, in vain do they unite to speak their Maker's praise. Mr. Walmer perceives only a profound and eternal silence. You who know Eloisa, who know what delight her communicative mind takes in imparting its sentiments, think what she must suffer by such constraint, even though it were attended with no other inconvenience than that unsocial reserve which is peculiarly disagreeable between two persons so intimately connected. But Eloisa has much greater cause of uneasiness. In vain does she oppose those involuntary terrors, those dreadful ideas that rush upon her mind. They return with redoubled force and disturb every moment of her life. How horrid must it be for such an affectionate wife to think the Supreme Being is the avenger of his offended attributes, to think the happiness of him on whom her own depends must end with his life, and to behold a reprobate of God in the father of her children. All her sweetness of disposition can hardly preserve her from falling into despair at this horrible idea, her religion only, which embitters the infidelity of her husband, yielding her strength to support it. If heaven, says she sometimes, refuses me the conversion of this honest man, I have but one blessing to ask, which is that I may die before him. Such, my lord, is the too just cause of Eloisa's chagrin, such is the secret affliction which preys on her mind, and is aggravated by the care she takes to conceal it. Atheism, which stalks abroad undisguised among the papists, is obliged to hide its head in every country, where reason, giving a sanction to religion, deprives infidels of all excuse. Its principles are naturally destructive, and though they find partisans among the rich and great, who promote them, they are held in the utmost horror by an oppressed and miserable people, who, seeing their tyrants thus freed from the only curb to restrain their insolence, comfort themselves with the hope of another life, their only consolation in this. Mrs. Walmer, foreseeing the ill consequences of her husband's skepticism, and being desirous to preserve her children from the bad effects of so dangerous an example, prevailed on him to keep his principles a secret, to which she found no great trouble to persuade a man who, though honest and sincere, is yet discreet, unaffected, without vanity, and far from wishing to deprive others of a blessing which he himself cannot enjoy. In consequence of this, he keeps his tenets to himself. He goes to church with us, conforms himself to custom, and without making a verbal confession of what he does not believe, avoids giving scandal, and pays all that respect to the established religion of the country which the state has a right to demand of its citizens. They have been married now almost 8 years, during which time Mrs. Orb only has been in the secret, nor probably would she of herself ever have discovered it. Such care indeed is taken to save appearances, and with so little affectation, that, after having spent 6 weeks together in the greatest intimacy, I had not the least suspicion, and should perhaps never have known Mr. Walmer's sentiments on religious matters if Eloisa herself had not apprised me of them. Several motives determined her to that confidence. In the first place, a too great reserve would have been incompatible with the friendship that subsists between us. Again, it would be only aggravating her uneasiness at her own cost, to deny herself the consolation of sharing it with a friend. She was, besides, unwilling that my presence would be long an obstacle to the conversation they frequently held together on a subject she had so much at heart. In short, knowing you intended soon to join us here, she was desirous, with the consent of her husband, that you should be previously made acquainted with his sentiments, as she hopes to find from your prudence and abilities a supplement to our hitherto fruitless efforts, worthy of your character. The opportunity she laid hold of to place this confidence in me made me suspect also another reason, which however she herself never insinuated. Her husband has just left us. We lived formerly together, our hearts had been enamored of each other. They still remembered their former transports. Had they now forgot themselves, but for a moment, we had been plunged into guilt and infamy. I saw plainly she was fearful of our private conversations, and sought to prevent the consequences she feared. And I was myself too well convinced, by the remembrance of what happened at Mailery, that they who consider least in themselves are the safest to be trusted. Under these groundless apprehensions, which her natural timidity inspired, she conceived she could take no better precaution than always to have a witness to our conversation, whose presence could not fail of being respected, and to call in, as a third person, the awful and upright judge, who searches the heart, and is privy to the most secret actions of men. Thus, committing herself to the immediate protection of the divinity, I found the deity always between us. What criminal desire could ever assail such a safeguard? My heart grew refined by her zeal, and I partook of her virtue. Thus, the gravest topics of discourse took up almost all our private conferences in the absence of her husband, and since his return, we have resumed them frequently in his presence. He attends to our conversation as if he was not at all concerned, and, without despising our endeavors, sometimes advises us in our method of argument. It is this which makes me despair of success, for had he less sincerity, one might attack that vicious faculty of the mind that nourishes his infidelity. But, if we are to convince him by dint of reasoning, where shall we find information that has escaped his knowledge, or arguments that have eluded his sagacity? For my part, when I have undertaken to dispute with him, I have found that all mine had been before exhausted to no purpose by Eloisa, and that my reasoning fell far short of that pathetic eloquence which, dictated by the heart, flowed in persuasive accents from her tongue. I fear, my lord, we shall never make a convert of this man. He is too frigid, not immoral. His passions are not to be moved. Sensibility, that innate proof of the truth of religion, is wanting, and the want of this alone is enough to invalidate all others. Notwithstanding Eloisa's care to disguise her uneasiness from him, he knows and partakes of it. His discernment will not permit him to be imposed on. His own chagrin, therefore, on account of hers, is but too apparent. Hence he has been tempted several times, she told me, to effect a change of sentiments, and, for the sake of Eloisa's peace, to adopt tenets he could not in fact believe, but his soul was above the meanness of hypocrisy. This dissimulation, instead of imposing on Eloisa, would only have afforded a new cause of sorrow. That sincerity, that frankness, that union of hearts, which now comfort them under their afflictions, would then have no more subsisted between them. Was it by making himself less worthy her esteem that he could hope to calm her fears? No, instead therefore of deceiving her, he tells her sincerely his thoughts. But this he does in a manner so simple and unaffected, so little disdainful of received opinions, so unlike that ironical, contemptuous behavior of freethinkers, that such melancholy confessions are extremely afflicting. As she cannot, however, inspire her husband with that faith and hope with which she herself is animated, she studies with the more assiduity to indulge him in all those transient pleasures to which his happiness is confined. Alas, says she weeping, if the poor unfortunate has his heaven in this life, let us make it, at least, as agreeable to him as possible. That veil of sorrow, which this difference in opinion throws over their union, gives a farther proof of the irresistible ascendant of Eloisa, in the consolation with which that affliction is tempered, and which perhaps no other person in the world would be able to apply. All their altercations, all their disputes on this important point, so far from giving rise to ill nature, contempt, or anger, generally end in some affecting scene which the more endears them to each other. Our conversation falling yesterday upon the same subject, as it frequently does when we three are by ourselves, we were led into a dispute concerning the origin of evil, in which I endeavored to prove that no absolute or general evil existed in the system of nature, but that even particular and relative evils were much less in reality than in appearance, and that, on the whole, they were more than recompensed by our particular and relative good. As an example of this, I appealed to Mr. Walmer himself, and, penetrated with a sense of the happiness of his situation, I described it so justly, and in such agreeable colors, that he seemed himself affected with the description. Such, says he, interrupting me, are the delusive arguments of Eloisa. She always substitutes sentiment in the place of reason, and argues so affectingly that I cannot help embracing her at every reply. Was it not her philosophical preceptor, added he, smiling, that taught her this manner of reasoning? 2 months before, this piece of pleasantry would have cruelly disconcerted me, but my first embarrassment was now over, and I joined in the laugh, nor did Eloisa, though she blushed a little, appear any more embarrassed than myself. We continued the dispute. Walmer, not contending about the quantity of evil, contented himself with observing that whether little or much, evil still existed, and thence inferred the want either of power, wisdom, or goodness in the first cause. I, on my part, strove to deduce the origin of physical evil from the properties of matter, and of moral evil from the free agency of man. I advanced that nothing was impossible to the deity, except the creation of substances as perfect and exempt from evil as himself. We were in the heat of our dispute when I perceived Eloisa had left us. "Can you guess whither she is gone?" said her husband, seeing me look around for her. "I suppose," said I, "to give some orders in her family." "No," replied he, "she would not have left us at this time for that. Business of that kind is, I know not how, transacted without my ever seeing her interfere." "Then she is gone to the nursery?" "No, her children are not more at her heart than my conversion." "Well then," said I know not what she is gone about, but I am well assured she is employed in some useful concern." "Still less," said he coldly. Come along, you shall see if I guess right." He then stepped softly along the room, and I followed him in the same manner, when, coming to the door of Eloisa's closet and finding it shut, he threw it suddenly open. Oh, my lord, what a sight did this present us! Eloisa on her knees, her hands lifted up to heaven, and her face bathed in tears. She rose up precipitately, wiping her eyes, hiding her face, and trying to escape us. Never did I see so affecting a confusion. Her husband did not give her time to get away, but ran to her in a kind of transport. "Ah, my dear," said he, embracing her, "even the fervency of your prayers betrays the weakness of your cause. What prevents their efficacy? If your desires were heard, they would presently be granted." "I doubt not," said she, with a devout confidence, "but they will be granted. How soon or late, I leave to heaven. Could I obtain it, at the expense of my life, I should lay it down with pleasure, and think the last the best employed of all my days. Come, my lord, leave those scenes of destruction you are now engaged in, and act a nobler part. Can a philosopher prefer the honor of destroying mankind to the virtue of endeavoring to save them?" Letter CXLA to Lord B. "What, my lord, after being absent a whole campaign, must you take a journey to Paris? Have you then entirely forgotten Clarens and its inhabitants? Are we less dear to you than my Lord H? Or are you more necessary to that friend than to those who expect you here? You oblige us to oppose our wishes to yours, and make me in particular lament that I have not interest enough at the court of France to prevent your obtaining the passports you wait for. But no matter, go visit your worthy countryman. In spite of you both, we will be revenged of you for the preference given him. For whatever pleasure you may enjoy in his company, I know that, when you come to be with us, you will regret the time you stayed away. On receiving your letter, I at first suspected you were charged with some secret commission. If peace were in view, where could be found a more worthy mediator? But when do kings put their confidence in men of worth? Dare they listen to the truth? Do they know how to respect true merit? No, my dear Lord B, you are not made for a minister of state, and I think too well of you to imagine, if you had not been born a peer, you would ever have risen to that dignity. Come, my friend, you will be better at Clarens than at court. What an agreeable winter shall we pass together, if the hope of seeing you here does not deceive me. Our happiness is every day preparing, by the arrival of one or other of those privileged minds, who are so dear to each other, so worthy of each other's esteem, and who seem only to wait for you to be able to live without all the rest of the world. On hearing what a lucky accident brought hither the Baron's adversary, you foresaw the consequences of that rencounter. It has really fallen out as you foretold. That old litigant, though almost as obstinate and inflexible as his opponent, could not resist the ascendant we got over him. After seeing and conversing with Eloisa, he began to be ashamed of contending with her father, and on leaving her, set out for Bern in so favorable a disposition that we hear an accommodation is far advanced, and from the Baron's last letter expect his return home in a few days. This you will already have been told by Mr. Walmer, but probably you do not yet know that Mrs. Orb, having settled her affairs, arrived here on Thursday last and resides entirely at the house of her friend. As I knew beforehand the day of her arrival, I set out to meet her, unknown to Mrs. Walmer, whom she had a mind to surprise. We met on this side Luttree and returned together. I think I never saw her so sprightly and agreeable, but unequal, absent, giving little attention to anything and seldom replying, talking by fits and starts. In a word, given up entirely to that restlessness which is natural to us, when just on the point of obtaining what we have long ardently desired. One would have thought, every minute, that she was afraid of being obliged to return. Her journey, though so long deferred, was undertaken so precipitately that it almost turned the heads of both mistress and domestics. A whimsical disorder appeared throughout the whole of her little baggage. If her woman imagined, as she did every now and then, that she had left something behind, Clara as constantly assured her she had put it into the seat of the coach, where, upon farther inquiry, it was not to be found. As she was unwilling Eloisa should hear the rattling of her coach, she got out in the avenue before we came to the gate, and, scudding across the courtyard like a sylph, ran upstairs with so much precipitation that she was obliged to stop and take breath on the first landing place before she could get up the next flight. Mr. Walmer came out to meet her, but she was in too much hurry to speak to him. On opening the door of Eloisa's apartment, I saw her sitting near the window, with the little Harriet on her knee. Clara had prepared for her a fine compliment, in her way, a compound of affection and pleasantry, but on setting her foot over the threshold, compliment and pleasantry were all forgotten. She flew forward to embrace her friend with a transport impossible to be described, crying out, "Ah, my dear, dear cousin." Harriet, seeing her mother, fled to meet her, and crying out "Mamma, mamma," ran with so much force against her that the poor child fell backwards on the floor. The effect of the sudden appearance of Clara, the fall of Harriet, the joy, the apprehensions that seized upon Eloisa at that instant, made her give a violent shriek and faint away. Clara was going to lift up the child when she saw her friend turn pale, which made her hesitate whom to assist, till, seeing me take up Harriet, she flew to the relief of Eloisa, but, in endeavoring to recover her, sunk down likewise in a swoon by the side of her friend. The child, seeing them both without motion, made such loud lamentations as soon brought the little Frenchwoman into the room. The one clung about her mother, the other ran to her mistress. For my part, I was so struck, so affected, that I stalked about the room without knowing what I did, venting broken exclamations and making involuntary motions to no purpose. Walmer himself, the unsusceptible Walmer, seemed affected. But where is the heart of iron whom such a scene of sensibility would not affect? Where is the unfortunate mortal from whom such a scene of tenderness would not have extorted tears? Instead of running to Eloisa, this fortunate husband threw himself on a settee to enjoy the delightful scene. "Be not afraid," says he, seeing our uneasiness. "In these accidents nature only is exhausted for a moment, to recover itself with new vigor. They are never dangerous. Let me prevail on you not to interrupt the pleasure I take in this transporting sight, but partake it with me. How ravishingly delightful must it be to you? I never tasted anything like it, and am yet the most unhappy of all here. You may judge, my lord, by the first moment of their meeting, the consequences of the reunion of these charming friends. It has excited throughout the whole house a sound of gladness, a tumultuous joy that has not yet subsided. Eloisa was in such an agitation as I never saw her in before. It was impossible for her to think of anything all that day, but to gaze on her new visitor and load her with fresh caresses. Nobody even thought of the saloon of Apollo. There was no occasion for thinking of it when every place gave equal pleasure. We were hardly, even the next day, composed enough to think of making an entertainment on the occasion. Had it not been for Walmer, everything would have gone wrong. In the meantime, everyone was dressed in the best manner. No other care was admitted than what tended to amusement. The entertainment was not grand, but extremely joyous. Throughout the whole there reigned a pleasing confusion and disorder, which was its greatest embellishment. The morning was spent in putting Mrs. Orb in possession of her employment of intendant or housekeeper, and she betrayed the same eagerness to enter into her office, as a child does after a new plaything, at which we were highly diverted. In entering the saloon at dinner, both cousins were agreeably surprised to see on every side their names in cipher, artificially formed with flowers. Eloisa guessed in an instant to whom she was obliged for that piece of ingenuity, and embraced me in a transport of joy. Clara, contrary to former custom, hesitated to follow her example, till Walmer reprimanding her, she blushed and embraced me. Her sweet confusion, which I observed but too plainly, had an effect on me which I cannot describe, but I could not feel myself in her arms without emotion. After dinner, a fine collation was set out in the gyneceum, or women's apartment, where for once Mr. Walmer and I were admitted and were entertained agreeably. In the evening all the house, now increased by 3 persons, assembled to dance. Clara seemed ornamented by the hands of the Graces, never having appeared to so much advantage as on that day. She danced, she chatted, she laughed, she gave orders, she was capable of everything. Having protested she would tire me out, she danced down 5 or 6 country dances in a breath, and then reproached me for footing it with the gravity of a philosopher. I, on the other hand, told her she danked like a fairy, that she was full as mischievous, and that she would not let me rest night nor day. You shall see to the contrary, says she, here, that will set you to sleep presently. With that she started up, and led down another dance. She was really indefatigable, but it was otherwise with Eloisa. She could hardly support herself, her knees trembled as she danced, she was too much affected to be cheerful. One might observe a tear of joy every now and then trickle from her eyes. She regarded her cousin with a kind of delicious transport, took a pleasure in conceiving herself the guest for whom the entertainment was made, and looked fondly upon Clara as the mistress of the house who entertained her. After supper, I played off the fireworks I brought from China, which had a pretty effect. We sat up great part of the night. At length it became time to break up. Mrs. Orb was tired, or had danced enough to be so, and Eloisa was desirous she should not sit up too late. After this we became insensibly tranquil, and good order took place. Clara, giddy and inconsiderate as she seems, knows how to check her sallies and put on an air of authority when she pleases. She has, besides great good sense, an exquisite discernment, the penetration of Walmer, and the goodness of Eloisa, and though extremely liberal, has a good deal of discretion in her generosity. For though left so young a widow, and charged with the care of a daughter, the fortunes of both increase in her hands, so that there is no reason to apprehend the house will, under her direction, be less prudently governed than before. In the meantime, Eloisa has the satisfaction of devoting herself entirely to an occupation more agreeable to her taste, that is, the education of her children, and I doubt not but Harriet will profit greatly by one of her mothers having relieved the other. I say her mothers because by the manner in which they both behave to her, it is difficult to distinguish which is really so that some strangers, who arrived here today, are still, or appear to be, in doubt about it. In fact, they both call her Harriet, or my child, indifferently. She calls the one her mamma and the other her little mamma. She has the same love for both, and pays them equal obedience. If the ladies are asked whose child it is, each answers it is hers. If Harriet be questioned, she says that she has 2 mothers, so that it is no wonder that people are puzzled. The most discerning, however, think her the child of Eloisa. Harriet, whose father was of a fair complexion, being fair like her, and something resembling her in features. A greater maternal tenderness appears also in the soft regards of Eloisa than in the sprightlier looks of Clara. The child puts on also a more respectful air, and is more reserved in her behavior before the former. She places herself involuntarily oftener on the side of Eloisa, because she most frequently talks to her. It must be confessed all appearances are in favor of our little mamma, and I perceive the deception is so agreeable to the 2 cousins, that it may be sometimes perhaps intended. In a fortnight, my lord, nothing will be wanting here but your presence, and when you are arrived, I shall have a very bad opinion of that man, who should be tempted to ransack the world for a virtue or a pleasure, which may not be found in this house. Letter CX Lei to Lord B. For these 3 days past I have attempted every evening successively to write to you, but found myself, through the fatigue of the day, too sleepy to effect my purpose at night, and in the morning I am again called upon early to my employment. A pleasing tranquility, more intoxicating than wine, takes possession of my senses, and I cannot without regret bear a moment's avocation from the new and agreeable amusements I find here. I cannot indeed conceive that any place would be disagreeable to me in such company, but do you know why Clarence in itself is agreeable? It is that here I find myself actually in the country, which I could hardly ever say before. The inhabitants of cities know not how to enjoy the country, they know not what it is to be there, and, even when they are there, know not what to do with themselves. They are ignorant of all rustic business and amusements, they despise them, they seem at home as if they were in a foreign country, and I am not at all surprised that they are displeased with it. Among the country people, we should live as they do, or not associate with them at all. The Parisians, who imagine they go into the country, mistake the thing, they carry Paris along with them. They are attended with their singers, their wits, their authors, and their parasites. Cards, music, and plays engross all their attention. Their tables are spread in the same manner as at Paris. They sit down to their meals at the same hours, are served with the same dishes, and in the same pomp. In a word, they do just the same things in the country as they did in town, where, for that reason, it had been better they had stayed. For however opulent they are, or careful to omit nothing they are accustomed to, they always find something wanting, and perceive the impossibility of carrying Paris altogether along with them. Thus, that variety they are so fond of eludes their search. They are acquainted only with one manner of living, and are therefore a continual burthen to themselves. To me, every rural employment affords something agreeable, nor is there any so painful and laborious as to excite our compassion for the laborer. As the object of both public and private utility, husbandry is peculiarly interesting. And, as it was the first employment of man in his state of innocence, it fills the mind with the most pleasing sensations, and affects us with the agreeable ideas of the golden age. The imagination cannot help being warmed by the prospects of seed-time and harvest. If we look around us and see the fields covered with haymakers, and with flocks of sheep scattered at a distance, one is sensibly affected with a pleasure arising one knows not how. The voice of nature thus sometimes softens our savage hearts, and though its dictates are too often fruitless, it is so agreeable that we never hear it without pleasure. I must confess that the misery which appears on the face of some countries, where the taxes devour the produce of the earth, the eager avarice of a greedy collector, the inflexible rigor of an inhuman master, take away much of the beauty of the prospect. To see the poor jaded cattle ready to expire under the whip, to see the unhappy peasants themselves emaciated with fasting, clothed in rags, groaning with fatigue, and hardly secured from the inclemencies of the weather by their wretched huts. These are deplorable sights, and it makes one almost blush to be a man when one thinks how the very vitals of such poor objects are drained to satisfy their cruel masters. But what pleasure is it, on the other hand, to see the prudent and humane proprietors in milder governments make the cultivation of their lands the instrument of their benevolence, their recreation, their pleasures. To see them with open hands distribute the bounties of Providence. To see their servants, their cattle, and every creature about them fatten on the abundance that flows from their barns, their cellars, and granaries. To see them surrounded with peace and plenty, and make of the employment that enriches them a continual entertainment. How is it possible for one to be inattentive to the agreeable illusions which such objects present? We forget the age we live in, and the vices of our contemporaries, and are transported in imagination to the time of the patriarchs. We are desirous to set one's own hands to work, to join in the rustic employment, and partake of the happiness annexed to it. Oh, how delightful were the days of love and innocence, when the women were affectionate and modest, the men simple and content. Such were the days when a lover did not regret 14 years of servitude to obtain his mistress. Fair daughter of Laban, keeper of thy father's flocks, how amiable must thou have been, how irresistible thy charms. No, never doth beauty exert its power so much as when in the midst of rural scenes and rustic simplicity. Here is the real seat of its empire. Here she sits on her throne, surrounded by the graces, adorned by whose lands she captivates all beholders. Excuse this rhapsody, my lord, I return now to my subject. For this month past, the autumnal heats have been preparing a favorable vintage, which the first has already induced us to begin, the parched leaves falling off the vines, and exposing to view the clustered grapes, whose juicy ripeness invites the hands of the gatherers. vines loaded with this salutary fruit, which heaven bestows on the unfortunate as a cure for all their woes. The sound of the casks, tubs, and tuns, which they are hooping anew on every side, the songs of the gatherers with which the vintage re-echoes, the continual trotting backwards and forwards of those who carry the grapes to the press, the harsh sound of the rustic instruments that animate the people to work. The agreeable and affecting picture of a general good humor, which seems to be extended at that time over the face of the whole earth. Add to these the fog, which the sun exhales in a morning and draws up like the curtain of theater, to display so delightful a scene. All conspire to give it the air of an entertainment, and that an entertainment which is the more pleasing on reflection, that it is the only one in which mankind have art enough to join utility with delight. Mr. Walmer, who has one of the best vineyards in the country, has made all the necessary preparations for his vintage. His backs, his winepress, his cellar, his casks, are all ready for that delicious liquor for which they are designed. Mrs. Walmer herself takes charge of the crop, the choice of the laborers, and the order and distribution of the several parts of the work falling to her share. Mrs. Orb takes care of all entertainments, and of the payment of the day laborers agreeable to the police established here, the laws of which are never infringed or broken. As to my part, I am set to inspect the press and enforce the directions of Eloisa, who cannot bear the steam of the backs, and Clara did not fail to recommend me to this employ, as it was so well adapted to a toper. Thus, everyone having an allotted task, we are all up early in the morning, and are assembled to go to the vineyard. Mrs. Orb, who never thinks herself sufficiently employed, undertaking further to observe and rate those that are idle, in doing which I can safely say, with respect to me at least, that she acquits herself with a malicious assiduity. As to the old baron, while we are all employed, he walks out with his gun, and comes, every now and then, to take me from my work, to go with him a thrush shooting, and I am taxed by my companions with being secretly engaged to him, so that by degrees I lose my old name of philosopher and get that of an idler, appellations which in reality are not so very different. You see by what I have told you of the baron that we are quite reconciled, and that Walmer has reason to be content with his second experiment. Shall I hate the father of my friend? No, were I his son, I could not respect him more than I do. In fact, I know not any man more sincere, more open, more generous, or more honorable in every respect than this old gentleman. But the extravagance of his notions and prejudices is odd enough. Since he is certain I cannot be united to his family, he is extremely civil, and provided I be not his son-in-law, he will readily give up everything and allow me a superiority to himself. The only thing I cannot forgive him is that when we are alone, he will sometime rally the pretended philosopher on his former lectures. His pleasantry on this head hurts me, and I am always vexed at it, but he turns my resentment into ridicule and says, "Come along, let us go bring down a thrush or two, we have carried this argument far enough." And then he calls out as we go out of doors, "Here, Clara, Clara, provide a good supper for your master, I am going to get him an appetite." Notwithstanding his age, also, I can assure you, he brushes among the vines with his gun, with as much activity as myself, and is incomparably a better marksman. I have some satisfaction, however, in that he dares not drop a word before his daughter, the little scholar prescribing no less to her father than to her preceptor. But to return to our vintage. It is now a week since we have been employed in this agreeable occupation, yet we have hardly done half our work. Besides the wines intended for sale and for common use, which are only simply though carefully made, our benevolent fairy makes others of a more exquisite flavor for us drinkers, I myself assisting in the magical operations. We make wines of all countries from the grapes of one vineyard. To make one sort, she orders the stalks of the bunches to be twisted when the grape is ripe, and lets them dry by the heat of the sun upon the stalk. For another, she has the grapes picked and stoned before they are put into the press. Again, for a third sort, she has the red grapes gathered before sun-rising and carefully conveyed to the press, fresh with their bloom and covered with the morning dew, to make white wine. She makes a sweet wine by putting into the casks must, reduced to a syrup by evaporation, a dry wine by checking its fermentation, a bitter cordial by steeping wormwood, and a muscatel wine with the help of simples. All those different wines have their peculiar methods of preparation, every one of which is simple and wholesome. And thus an industrious economy makes up for a diversity of soils and unites 20 climates in one. You cannot conceive with what assiduity, with what alacrity, all our business is done. We sing and laugh all day long without the least interruption to our work. We live all together in the greatest familiarity, are all treated on a footing, and yet no one forgets himself. The ladies put on none of their airs, the countrywomen are decent, the men droll but never rude. Those are the most caressed who sing the best songs, tell the best stories, or hit off the best joke. Our good understanding even gives rise to pleasant bickerings between us, and our mutual raillery is exerted only to show how far we can bear with good temper each other's severity. There is no returning home to play the gentle folks. We stay all the day long in the vineyard, Eloisa having caused a lodge to be built there, whither we retreat to warm ourselves when cold or to shelter us from the rain. We dine with the peasants, and at their hour, as well as work with them. We eat their soup, a little coarse indeed, but very good and seasoned with excellent herbs. We laugh not at their downright behavior and rustic compliments, but in order to free them from constraint, give in to their own ways without affectation. This complacence on our side also is not lost upon them. They are sensible of it, and, seeing that we are so ready to go out of our way for them, are more willing to go on in their own for us. At dinner, the children are brought from the house, and pass the rest of the day in the vineyard. How rejoiced are the peasants to see them! Then, taking them up in their sturdy arms, they bless them, and wish heaven may prolong their days to resemble their parents, and make them in like manner a blessing to their country. When I think that the most of these men have borne arms, and understand the use of the sword and musket, as well as the management of the hoe and pruning knife, in seeing Eloisa so loved and respected by them, and herself and children received with such affecting acclamations, I cannot help calling to mind the virtuous and illustrious Agrippina, showing her son to the troops of Germanicus. Incomparable Eloisa, who exercises in the simplicity of private life the despotic power of wisdom and beneficence, your person a dear and sacred trust deposited in the hands of your countrymen, every one of whom would defend and protect you at the hazard of his own life. It is yours to live more securely, more honorably, in the midst of a whole people who love you, than monarchs surrounded with guards. In the evening, we all return home cheerfully together, the workpeople being lodged and boarded with us all the time of the vintage, and even on Sundays after the evening service, we assemble and dance together till supper time. On the other days of the week, also, we remain all together, after we are returned home, except the Baron, who, eating no suppers, goes to bed early, and Eloisa, who with her children stays with him till his bedtime. Thus, from the time we take upon ourselves the business of the vintage till we quit it, we never once mix the city and country life together. These Saturnalia are much more agreeable and discreet than those of the Romans. The constraint they affected was too preposterous to improve either the master or the slave, but the peaceful equality which prevails here re-establishes the order of nature, is productive of instruction to some, of consolation to others, and of a friendly connection between all. Our assembly room is an old hall with a great chimney and a good fire in it. On the mantelpiece are lighted up 3 lamps, made by Mr. Walmer's orders, of tin, just to catch the smoke and reflect the light. To prevent giving rise to envy, everything is carefully avoided that might in the eyes of these poor people appear more costly than what they meet with at home, no other mark of opulence being displayed than the choice of the best of common things, and a little more profusion in their distribution. Supper is served upon 2 long tables, where the pomp and luxury of entertainments is amply supplied by good humor and plenty. Every one sits down to table, master, laborers, and servants. Every one without distinction gets up to help himself, without exception or preference, the whole repast ending in gratitude and festivity. All drink at their discretion, subject to no other rules than those of decency and sobriety. The presence of superiors, whom they so truly respect, keeps the workpeople within bounds, yet lays no restraint on their ease and cheerfulness. And should anyone happen to forget himself and give offense, the company is not disturbed by reprimands, the offender being dismissed the next day without farther notice. Thus do I take advantage of the pleasures of the country and the season. I resume the freedom of living after the manner of the country, and to drink pure wine pretty often, but I drink none that is not poured out by the hands of one or other of the 2 cousins, who take upon them to measure my thirst by the strength of my head, and to manage my reason as they think proper. nor does anyone know better how to manage it, or has like them the art to give or take it away from me at pleasure. When the fatigue of the day, or the length and festivity of the repast, add to the strength of the liquor, I indulge myself without restraint in the sallies it inspires. They are no longer such as I need suppress, even in the presence of the sagacious Walmer. I am no longer afraid his penetrating I should see into the bottom of my heart, and when a tender idea arises in my memory, one look from Clara dissipates it. One look of Eloisa makes me blush for my weakness. After supper, we sit up an hour or two to peel hemp, everyone singing a song in turn. Sometimes the women sing all together, or one sings alone, and the rest join in chorus to the burthen of the song. Most of their songs are old tales, set to no very agreeable tunes. There is notwithstanding something antique and affecting, which on the whole is very pleasing. The words are generally very simple, unaffected, and often very sorrowful. They are, nevertheless, diverting. Clara cannot forbear smiling, Eloisa blushing, and myself from giving a sigh, when the same turns and expressions are repeated in these songs, which have heretofore been made use of between us. On those occasions, as I look upon them, the remembrance of times past rushes upon my mind. I am seized with a trembling, an insupportable burthen oppresses my heart, and leaves so deep an impression of sorrow that I can hardly shake it off. I find, nevertheless, in these evenings a sort of pleasure which I cannot describe, and which is nevertheless very great. The union of people of different conditions, the simplicity of their occupation, the idea of ease, concord, and tranquility, the peaceful sensation it awakes in the soul. These altogether have something affecting that disposes every one to make choice of the most interesting songs. The concert of female voices is also not without its charms. For my part, I am convinced that of all kinds of harmony there is none so agreeable as singing in unison, and that we only require a variety of concords, because our taste is depraved. Does not harmony in fact exist in every single note? What then can we add to it, without changing the proportions which nature has established in the relation of harmonious sounds? Nature has done everything in the best manner, but we would do better, and so spoil all. There is as great an emulation among us about the work of the evening as about that of the day. And a piece of roguery I was guilty of yesterday brought me into a little disgrace. As I am not the most expert at hemp peeling, and am sometimes absent in thought, I begun to be tired with always being pointed at for doing the least work. I shoveled the stalks with my feet therefore from my next neighbors to enlarge my own heap. But that inexorable Mrs. Orb, perceiving it, made a sign to Eloisa, who, detecting me in the fact, reprimanded me severely. Come, come, says she aloud, I'll have no injustice done here, though in jest. It is thus people accustom themselves to cheating and prove rogues in good earnest, and then, what is worse, make a jest of it. In this manner we pass our evenings. When it is near bedtime, Mrs. Walmer stands up and says, Come, now let us to our fireworks. On which every one takes up his bundle of hemp stalks, the honorable proofs of his labor, which are carried in triumph into the middle of the courtyard, and they're laid as trophies in a heap and set on fire. Every one, however, has not indiscriminately this honor, but those to whom Eloisa adjudges it by giving the torch to him or her who has done most work that evening. And when this happens to be herself, she does it with her own hands without more to do. This ceremony is accompanied with acclamations and clapping of hands. The stalks soon burn up in a blaze, which ascends to the clouds, a real bonfire about which we laugh and sing till it is out. After this, the whole company are served with liquor, and every one drinks to the health of the conqueror and goes to bed, content with a day passed in labor, cheerfulness, and innocence, which he would willingly begin again the next day, the next after that, and every day to the last of his life. Letter CX Live to Mr. Walmer. Enjoy, my dear Walmer, the fruits of your labor. Receive the acknowledgments of a heart which you have taken so much pains to render worthy of being offered to your acceptance. Never did any man undertake so arduous a task, never did any one attempt what you have executed, nor did ever a susceptible and grateful mind feel more than that with which you have inspired me. Mine had lost its force, its vigor, its very being, but you have restored them all. I was dead to virtue, to happiness, and owe to you that moral life to which you have raised me. O my benefactor, my father, in giving myself up entirely to you, I can only offer, as to the deity, the gifts I have received at your hands. Must I confess to you my weakness and my fears? Hitherto I have always distrusted myself. It is not a week ago that I blushed for the weakness of my heart and thought all our pains had been lost. That cruel and discouraging moment, however, thanks to heaven and you, is past, never to return. I do not think myself cured, only because you tell me so, but because I feel it. I stand no longer in need of your answering for me, who have put me in a state to answer for myself. It was necessary for me to be absent from you and Eloisa, to know what I should be without your support. It is at a distance from her abode that I learn not to be afraid to approach her. As I write the particulars of our journey to Mrs. Orb, I shall not repeat them here. I am not unwilling you should know my foibles, but I have not the courage to tell you of them. It is, my dear Walmer, my last fault. I feel myself so far already from being liable to commit the like again, that I cannot think of it without disdain, and yet it is so little a while since, that I cannot acknowledge it without shame. You, who can so readily forgive my errors, will doubtless forgive the shame which attends my repentance. Nothing is now wanting to complete my happiness. My Lord B has told me all. Shall I then, my dear friend, be devoted entirely to you? Shall I educate your children? Shall the eldest of the three be preceptor to the rest? With what ardor have I not desired it? The hope of being thought worthy of such employment has redoubled my assiduity to second your paternal care and instructions. How often have I not expressed my earnestness, in this particular, to Eloisa? With what pleasure have I not interpreted the discourse of both of you, in my favor? But although she was convinced of my zeal for your service, and seemed to approve of its object, she never entered so explicitly into my designs as to encourage me to speak more openly. I was sensible I ought rather to merit that honor than ask for it. I expected of you and her that proof of your confidence and esteem. I have not been deceived in my expectation, nor shall you, my dear friends, believe me, be deceived in yours. You know that, in the course of our conversation on the education of your children, I have thrown together upon paper some of those sentiments which such conversation furnished me with, and which you approved. Since my departure, some new reflections have suggested themselves on the same subject. I have reduced the whole into a kind of system, which, when I have properly digested, I shall communicate to you for your examination. I do not think, however, I shall be able to make it fit for your inspection till after our arrival at Rome. My system begins, or finishes, that of Eloisa, or rather, it is nothing more than a connection and illustration of hers, for it consists only in rules to prevent the natural disposition from being spoiled, in subjecting it to the laws and customs of society. I have recovered my reason by your care. My heart is again sound and at liberty. I see myself beloved by all whose love I could wish to possess. Futurity presents me with an agreeable prospect. With all this, my situation should surely be delightful, but it is decreed, my soul shall never enjoy tranquility. As the end of our journey approaches, I see the crisis of the fate of my illustrious friend. It is I who, so to speak, ought to decide it. Cannot I at least do that once for him which he has so often done for me? Cannot I nobly discharge the greatest and most important duty of my life? My dear Walmer, I retain all your lessons in my heart, but to make them useful, why don't I possess your sagacity? Ah, could I but one day see Lord B happy! Could I, agreeable to your projects, see us but all assembled together, never to part again? Could I entertain a wish for anything on earth besides? Yes, one, the accomplishment of which depends not on you, nor me, nor on any other person in the world, but on him who has a reward in store for the virtues of Eloisa, and keeps a secret register of your good actions. Letter CXLV, to Mrs. Orb. Where are you, my charming cousin? Where is the amiable confidant of that feeble heart, which is, on so many accounts, yours, and which you have so often comforted in despair? Come, and let me lay open to you the confession of its last error. Is it not always your province to purify it by confession and pardon? Is there a fault which it can reproach itself with after it hath confessed it to you? No, it is no longer the same, and its regeneration is owing to you. You have given me a new heart, which now offers you its first services. But I shall not think myself quite free from that which I quit, till I have deposited it in your hands. The moment of my life in which I had most reason to be contented with myself was that in which I left you. Recovered of my errors, I looked upon that instant as the tardy era of my return to my duty. I begun it, therefore, by paying off part of that immense debt I owed to friendship, in leaving so delightful an abode to follow a benefactor, a philosopher, who, pretending to stand in need of my services, put the success of his to the proof. The more disagreeable my departure, the more I piqued myself on making so great a sacrifice. After having spent half my time in nourishing an unhappy passion, I consecrated the other half to justify it, and to render, by my virtues, a more worthy homage to her, who so long received that of my heart. I proudly contemplated the first of my days in which I had neither given occasion for my own blushes, for yours, for hers, nor for those of anyone who was dear to me. My Lord B, being apprehensive of a sorrowful parting, was for our setting out early, without taking a formal leave. But though hardly any body was stirring in the house, we could not elude your friendly vigilance. Your door half open and your woman on the watch, your coming out to meet us, and our going in and finding a table set out and tea made ready. All these circumstances brought to my mind those of former times. And, comparing my present departure with that which came to my remembrance, I found myself so very differently disposed to what I was on the former occasion, that I rejoiced to think Lord B was a witness of that difference, and hoped to make him forget at Milan the shameful scene of Besançon. I never found myself so resolute before. I prided myself in displaying my temper before you, behaving with more fortitude than you had ever seen in me, and gloried, in parting, to think I had appeared before you such as I was going ever afterwards to be. This idea added to my courage. I supported my spirits by your esteem, and perhaps should have left you without weeping, if a tear, trickling down your cheek, had not drawn a sympathetic drop from my eyes. I left you with a heart fully sensible of its obligations, and particularly penetrated with such as your friendship has laid me under, resolved to employ the rest of my life in deserving them. My Lord B, taking me to task for my past follies, laid before me no very agreeable picture, and I knew by the just severity with which he censured my foibles that he was little afraid of imitating them. He pretended, nevertheless, to be apprehensive of it, and spoke to me with some uneasiness of his journey to Rome, and the unworthy attachments which, in spite of himself, led him thither. But I saw plainly that he exaggerated his own dangers, to engage my attention the more to him, and draw it off from those to which I was myself exposed. Just as we got into Villeneuve, one of our servants, who was but badly mounted, was thrown off his horse, and got a small contusion on his head, on which his master had him bled, and determined to stay there that night. We accordingly dined early, and afterwards took horses and went to Beck's to see the silk manufactory, where, at my lord's desire, who had some particular reason for requesting it, I took a sketch of the building and works, so that we did not return to Villeneuve till night. After supper we chatted a good while over our punch, and went to bed pretty late. It was in this conversation he informed me of the charge intended to be committed to my care, and what measures had been taken to bring it about. You may judge of the effect this piece of information had upon me. A conversation of this nature did not incline me to sleep. It was at length, however, time to retire. As I entered the chamber appointed for me, I immediately recollected it to be the same in which I had formerly slept, on my journey to Sion. The view of it made an impression on me, which would be very difficult for me to describe. I was struck with such lively ideas of what I then was, that I imagined myself again in the same situation, though 10 years of my life had passed away in the interval, and all my troubles had been forgotten. But alas! That reflection was but of a short duration, and the next moment oppressed me with the weight of my former afflictions. How mortifying were the recollections that succeeded to my first reverie! What dreadful comparisons suggested themselves to my mind! Ye pleasures of early youth, ye exquisite delights of a first passion, oh why, said I, doth your remembrance wound a heart already too much oppressed with griefs? Thrice happy were those days. Days now no more, in which I loved and was beloved again, in which I gave myself up in peaceful innocence to the transports of a mutual passion, in which I drank its intoxicating draughts, and all my faculties were lost in the rapture, the ecstasy, the delirium of love. On the rocks of Mailery, in the midst of frost and snow, with the frightful precipices before my eyes, was there a being in the creation so happy as I? And yet I then wept. I then thought myself unfortunate. Sorrow even then ventured to approach my heart. What therefore should I be now, when I have possessed all that my soul held dear and lost it forever? I deserve my misfortune, for having been so little sensible of my happiness. Did I weep then? Didst thou weep? Unfortunate wretch! Thou shalt weep no more, thou hast no right to weep, why is she not dead? Said I in a transport of rage, yes, I should then be less unhappy. I could then indulge myself in my griefs. I should embrace her cold tomb with pleasure. My affliction should be worthy of her. I might then say she hears my cries, she sees my tears, she is moved by my groans, she approves and accepts of my homage. I should then, at least, have cherished the hope of being united to her again, but she lives and is happy in the possession of another. She lives, and her life is my death. Her happiness is my torment. And heaven, having taken her from me, deprives me even of the mournful pleasure of regretting her loss. She lives, but not for me. She lives for my despair, who am 100 times farther from her than if she were no more. I went to bed under those tormenting reflections. They accompanied me in my sleep and disturbed it with terrible apprehensions. The most poignant afflictions, sorrow and death composed my dreams, and all the evils I ever felt represented themselves to my imagination in 1,000 new forms to torment me over again. One vision in particular, and that the most cruel of all, still pursued me. And though the confused apparitions of various phantoms several times appeared and vanished, they all ended in the following. Methought I saw the departed mother of your friend on her deathbed, and her daughter on her knees before her, bathed in tears, kissing her hands and receiving her last breath. This scene, which you once described to me, and which will never be effaced from my memory, was represented in striking colors before me. "Oh, my dear mother," said Eloisa, in accents that chilled my very soul, "she who is indebted to you for her life deprives you of yours. Alas! Take back what you gave me, for without you it will be only a life of sorrow." "My child," answered her languishing mother, "God is just, and his will must be obeyed. You will be a mother in your turn." And she could say no more on this. Methought I went forward to look upon her. But she was vanished, and Eloisa lay in her place. I saw her plainly and perfectly knew her, though her face was covered with a veil. I gave a shriek and ran to take off the veil. But methought after many attempts to lay hold of it I could not reach it, but tormented myself with vain endeavors to grasp what, though it covered her face, appeared to be impalpable. Upon which, methought, she addressed me in a faint voice, and said, "Friend, be composed, the awful veil that is spread over me is too sacred to be removed." At these words I struggled, made a new effort, and awoke. When I found myself in my bed, harassed with fright and fatigue, my face covered with big drops of sweat and drowned in tears. My fears being a little dissipated, I went to sleep again. Again the same dream put me into the same agitations. I awoke again and went to sleep the third time, when the same mournful scene still presented itself, the same appearance of death, and always the same impenetrable veil, eluding my grasp and hiding from me the dying object which it covered. On waking from this last dream, my terror was so great that I could not overcome it, though quite awake. I threw myself out of bed, without well knowing what I did, and wandered up and down my chamber, like a child in the dark, imagining myself beset with phantoms, and still fancying in my ears the sound of that voice, whose plaintive notes I never heard without emotion. The dawn of day, beginning to cast some light upon the objects in my chamber, served only to transform them, agreeable to my troubled imagination. My fright increased, and at length entirely deprived me of reason. Having with some difficulty found the door, I ran out of my room, bolted into that of Lord B., and drawing open his curtains, threw myself down upon his bed almost breathless, crying out, she is gone, I shall never see her more." His lordship started out of his sleep, and flew to his sword, imagining himself attacked by robbers. But he presently perceived who it was, and I soon after recollected myself. This was the second time of my life that I had appeared before him in such confusion. He made me sit down and compose myself, and as soon as he had learnt the cause of my fright, endeavored to turn it into ridicule, but seeing me too deeply affected with it, and that the impression it had made was not to be easily effaced, he changed his tune. "For shame," says he with an air of severity, "you neither deserve my friendship nor esteem. Had I taken a quarter of the pains with one of my footmen which I have done with you, I had made a man of him. But you are fit for nothing." "It is indeed, my lord," answered I, too true. "I had nothing good in me but what came from her, whom now I shall see no more, and am therefore good for nothing." At this he smiled and embraced me. "Come, come," says he, "endeavor to compose yourself. Tomorrow you will be a reasonable creature." He then changed the conversation and proposed to set out. The horses were accordingly ordered to be put to. In getting into the chaise, my lord whispered something to the postilion, who immediately drove off. We traveled for some time without speaking. I was so taken up with my last night's dream that I heard and saw nothing, not even observing that the lake, which the day before was on my right hand, was now on my left. The rattling of the chaise upon the pavement, however, at length awoke me out of my lethargy. I looked up, and to my great surprise, found we were returned to Clarence. About a furlong from the gate, my lord ordered us to be set down, and taking me aside, "You see my design," said he. "It has no need of further explanation. Go, thou visionary mortal," continued he, pressing my hand between his, "go and see her again. Happy as exposing your follies only to your friends, make haste, and I will wait for you here. But be sure you do not return till you have removed that fatal veil which is woven in your brain." What could I say? I left him without making any answer, and, trembling as I advanced, slowly approached the house. "What a part," said I to myself, "am I going to act here? How dare I show myself? What pretext have I for this unexpected return? With what face can I plead my ridiculous terrors and support the contemptuous looks of the generous Walmer?" In short, the nearer I drew to the house, the more childish my fears seemed to me, the more contemptible my extravagant behavior. My mind, however, still misgave me, and I went on, though every step more slowly, till I came just to the courtyard, when I heard the door of the Elysium just open and shut again. Seeing nobody come out, I made a tour round the aviary, keeping as close to it as possible. I then listened, and could hear you conversing together. But though I could not distinguish a word you said, I thought I perceived something in the sound of your voice so languishing and tender, that I could not hear it without emotion. And in Eloisa's a sweet and affectionate accent, not only such as is usual to her, but so mild and peaceful as to convince me all was well. This restored me to my senses at once, and woke me in good earnest from my dream. I perceived myself immediately so altered that I laughed at my ridiculous fears, and while I reflected that only a hedge and a few shrubs prevented me from seeing her alive and in good health, whom I imagined I should never see again, I renounced for ever my fearful and chimerical apprehensions, and determined, without more ado, to return without even seeing her. You may believe me, Clara, when I protest to you that I not only did not see her, but went back, proud of not having been so weak as to push my credulity to the end, and of having at least done so much credit to myself as not to have it said of a friend of Lord Beas that he could not get the better of a dream. This, my dear cousin, is what I had to tell you, and is the last confession I have to make. The other particulars of our journey are not at all interesting. Let it suffice, therefore, to assure you that not only his lordship has been very well satisfied with me since, but that I am still more so with myself, who am more sensible of my cure than he can be. For fear of giving him any needless distrust, I concealed from him my not having actually seen you. When he asked me if the veil was drawn aside, I answered without hesitation in the affirmative, and we have not mentioned it since. Yes, cousin, the veil is drawn aside forever, that veil which has so long hoodwinked my reason. All my unruly passions are extinguished. I see and respect my duty. You are both dearer to me than ever, but my heart knows no difference between you, nor feels the least inclination to separate the inseparables. We arrived the day before yesterday at Milan, and the day after tomorrow we shall leave it. In about a week we hope to be at Rome, and expect to find letters from you on our arrival. How tedious will seem the time before I shall see those two surprising persons who have so long troubled the repose of the greatest of minds. O Eloisa, O Clara, no woman that is not equal to you is worthy of such a man. Letter CXLVI, from Mrs. Orbe. We all waited impatiently to hear from you, so that you will easily guess how much pleasure your letters gave our little community. But what you will hardly imagine is, that they should give me less than any other person in the house. They all were pleased that you had happily passed the Alps. For my part, I had no pleasure in reflecting that the Alps were between us. With respect to the particulars of your return, we have said nothing of them to the Baron. Besides, I skipped over some of your soliloquies in reading your letter before everybody. Mr. Walmer is so ingenuous as only to laugh at you, but Eloisa could not recollect the last moments of her dying mother without shedding fresh tears. Your letter had no other effect upon her than reviving her affliction. As to myself, I will confess to you, my dear preceptor, that I am no longer surprised to see you in continual astonishment at yourself, always committing some new folly and always repenting of it. You have long passed your life in self-reproach overnight and in applauding yourself in the morning. I will freely acknowledge to you, also, that the great effort of your courage in turning back when so near us, just as wise as you came, does not appear to me so extraordinary as it may to you. There seems to me more vanity in it than prudence, and I believe, upon the whole, I should have liked a little less fortitude with more discretion. From such a manner of running away, may not one ask, to what purpose you came? You were ashamed to show yourself, and it is of your being afraid to show yourself that you ought in fact to be ashamed. As if the pleasure of seeing your friends were not an ample recompense for the petty chagrin their raillery might give you. Ought you not to have thought yourself happy in the opportunity of diverting us with your bewildered looks? As I could not laugh at you then, however, I will laugh at you now, though I lose half the pleasure in not seeing your confusion. Unhappily, there is something worse than all this, which is that I have caught your fears without having your means of dispelling them. That dream of yours has something in it so horrible that I am at once terrified and afflicted with it, in spite of all I can do. In reading your letter, I am apt to blame your agitation. After I have read it, I blame your security. It is impossible to see a sufficient reason for your being so much affected, and at the same time for your becoming tranquil. It is very strange that your fearful apprehensions should prevail till the very moment in which you might have been satisfied, and that you should stop there. Another step, a motion, a word had done the business. You were alarmed without reason and composed again without cause, but you have infected me with a terror which you no longer feel, and it appears that if you have given an instance once in your life of your fortitude, it has been at my expense. Since the receipt of your fatal letter, my heart is constantly oppressed. I cannot approach Eloisa without trembling at the thoughts of losing her. I think every now and then I see a deadly paleness overspread her countenance, and this morning, as I embraced her, tears burst involuntarily from me and poured down my cheeks. Oh, that veil, there is something so prophetic in it that it troubles me every time I think of it. No, I cannot forgive you for not removing it when you had it in your power, and fear I shall never have a moment's peace of mind till I see you again in company with her. You must own that, after having talked so long of philosophy, you have here given a very unreasonable proof of yours. Dream again, and come and see your friends. It were better for you to do this and be a visionary mortal than to run away from them and be a philosopher. It appears by a letter of Lord B.'s to Mr. Walmer that he thinks seriously of coming to settle with us. As soon as he is determined, and his heart has made its choice, may you both return steadfast and happy. This is the constant prayer of our little community, and above all that of your friend, Clara Orbs. P.S. If you really heard nothing of our conversation in the Elysium, it is perhaps so much the better for you. For you know me to be vigilant enough to see some people without their seeing me, and severe enough to verify the proverb that listeners seldom hear any good of themselves. Letter CXLV from Mr. Walmer. As I write to Lord B., and explain myself so fully with respect to you, I have hardly anything more to say at present than to refer you to his letter. Yours would perhaps require of me a return of civilities, but these I had rather make in actions than in words. To make you one of my family, to treat you as my brother, my friend, to make her you loved your sister, to put into your hands a paternal authority over my children, to invest you with my privileges after having robbed you of yours, these are the compliments I have to make you. If, on your part, you justify my conduct, it will be sufficient praise. I have endeavored to honor you with my esteem. It is yours to honor me by your merit. Let no other encomiums pass between us. So far am I from being surprised at seeing you affected with a dream, that I see no very good reason for your reproaching yourself for being so. One dream, more or less, seems to be of no importance in such systematical gentlemen as yourself, whose very principles are visionary. What I reproach you for is less the effect of your dream than the species of it, and that for a reason very different perhaps from what you may imagine. A certain tyrant once condemned a man to death for dreaming that he had stabbed him. Recollect the reason he gave for that sentence, and make the application. What? You are going to determine the fate of your friend, and you are thinking of your old amours. Had it not been for the conversation of the preceding evening, I should never forgive you that dream. Think in the daytime of what you are going to do at Rome, and you will dream less at night of what is doing at Vevey. The little Frenchwoman is sick, which keeps Mrs. Walmer so constantly employed that she has not time to write to you. Some body, however, will willingly take upon themselves that agreeable talk. Happy youth, to whose happiness everything conspires, the rewards of virtue all await your merit. As to that of my good will, trouble no one with it, it is from you only I expect it. Letter CXLVI to Mr. Walmer. Let this letter be kept to ourselves. Let the errors of the best of men be forever buried in profound secrecy. In what a dangerous task have I engaged? O my sensible and generous friend, why do I not retain your counsel in my memory, as I do your benevolence at my heart? Never did I before stand in more need of your prudence, nor did ever the apprehensions of falling short of it so much embarrass the little I have. Ah, what is become of your paternal advice, your instruction, your knowledge? What will become of me without you? Yes, I would give up every flattering prospect in life to have you here, in this critical moment, though but for 1 week. I have been deceived in all my conjectures. I have as yet done nothing but blunder. I was afraid only of the Marchioness. After having seen her and been struck with admiration at her beauty and address, I applied myself, with all my might, to wean the affections of her noble lover from so attracting an object. Charmed with the thoughts of bringing him over to the side where I thought there was no danger, I launched out in the praise of Laura, and spoke of her with the esteem and admiration with which she had inspired me. In weakening his stronger attachment for her rival, I hoped, by degrees, entirely to destroy both. My lord easily gave in to my design, and, exceeding even the bounds of complaisance, perhaps to punish my importunities, by alarming me on the other side, affected a much greater warmth of passion for Laura than he really felt. But what shall I say to him now? The ardor of his passion remains without any affectation. His heart, exhausted by so many trials, was left in a state of weakness of which she has taken the advantage. It would be difficult indeed for any man long to affect a passion for her, which he did not feel. In fact, it is impossible to look upon this lovely unfortunate without being struck by her air and figure. A certain cast of languor and depression, which constantly shades her charming features, in damping the vivacity of her looks, renders them but the more affecting. And as the sun darts its rays through the passing clouds, so do her eyes cast the more piercing looks through the clouds of grief that obscure their luster. Her very dejection has all the grace of modesty. In seeing, one pities her; in hearing, one respects her. In short, I can avow, in justification of my friend, that I know only 2 men in the world who could see and converse with her without danger. O Walmer, he is lost to reason. I see and feel it. I own it to you with bitterness of heart. I tremble to think how far his extravagant passion may make him forget himself and his duty. I tremble lest that intrepid love of virtue, which makes him despise the opinion of the world, should hurry him into the other extreme, and lead him to trespass even the sacred laws of decorum and decency. Shall my lord B contract such a marriage? Can you think it under the eve of his friend too? Who sees, who suffers it, and who lies under infinite obligations to him? No, he shall rip open my breast, and tear out my heart with his own hand, ere he shall thus abuse it. But what shall I do? How shall I behave myself? You know his impetuosity of temper. Argument will avail nothing, and his discourse of late has only increased my apprehensions for him. At first, I affected not to understand him, and reasoned indirectly in general maxims. He in turn affected not to understand me. If I endeavor to touch him a little more to the quick, he answers sententiously, and imagines he has refuted me. If I reply and enforce my argument, he flies into a passion, and talks in a manner so unfriendly, that a real friend knows not how to answer him. You may believe that, on this occasion, I am neither timid nor bashful. When we are doing our duty, we are too apt to be proud and tenacious. But pride has nothing to do here. It is necessary I should succeed, and unsuccessful attempts will only prejudice better means. I hardly dare enter with him into any argument, for I every day experience the truth of what you told me, that he is a better reasoner than I, and that the way to win him to my party is not to irritate him by dispute. Besides, he looks a little cold upon me at present. Appearances would make one apt to think he is uneasy at my importunity. How this weakness debases a man in so many respects superior to the rest of mankind. The great, the sublime Lord B stands in awe of his friend, his creature, his pupil. It even seems by some words he has let fall concerning the choice of his residence if he does not marry, that he has a mind to try my fidelity by opposing it to my interest. He well knows I ought not, neither can I leave him. No, I will do my duty and follow my benefactor. If I were base and mean, what should I gain by my perfidy? Eloisa and her generous husband would not trust the education of their children to one who hath betrayed his friend. You have often told me that the inferior passions are not easily converted from their pursuit, but that the superior ones may be armed against themselves. I imagined I might be able to make use of that maxim in the present case. In fact, the motives of compassion, of a contempt for the prejudices of the world, of habit, of everything that determines my Lord B on this occasion, are of that inferior nature and elude all my attacks, whereas true love is inseparable from generosity, and by that one always has some hold of him. I have attempted that indirect method, and despair not of success. It may seem cruel, and to say truth, I have not done it without some repugnance. All circumstances, however considered, I conceive I am doing service even to Laura herself. What would she do in the rank to which she might be raised by marriage, but expose her former ignominy? But how great may she not be in remaining what she is? If I know anything of that extraordinary young lady, she is better formed to enjoy the sacrifice she has made than the rank she ought to refuse. If this resource fails me, there remains one more in the magistracy, on the account of their difference of religion. But this method shall not be taken till I am reduced to the last extremity and have tried every other in vain. Whatever may happen, I shall spare nothing to prevent so unworthy and disgraceful an alliance. Believe me, my dear Walmer, I shall be tenacious of your esteem to the latest hour of my life, and whatever my lord may write to you, whatever you may have said, depend on it, cost what it will. While this heart beats within my breast, Lauretta Pisana shall not be Lady B. If you approve of my measures, this letter needs no answer. If you think me in any wise mistaken, oblige me with your instructions. But be expeditious, for there is not a moment to lose. I shall have my letter directed by a strange hand, do the same by your answer. After having read what I have written, please also to burn my letter and be silent as to its contents. This is the first, and the only secret I ever desired you to conceal from my two cousins. And if I had dared to consider more in my own judgment, you yourself should have known nothing of it. Letter CXLix, Mrs. Walmer to Mrs. Orb. The courier from Italy seemed only to wait for your departure, for his own arrival, as if to punish you for having stayed only for him. Not that I myself made the pretty discovery of the cause of your loitering. It was my husband who observed that after the horses had been put to at 8 o'clock, you deferred your departure till 11, not out of regard to us, but for a reason easy to be guessed at. From your asking 20 times if it was 10 o'clock, because the post generally goes by at that time. Yes, my dear cousin, you are caught. You cannot deny it. In spite of the prophetic Chalot, her Clara, so wild or rather so discreet, has not been so to the end. You are caught in the same toils from which you took so much pains to extricate your friend, and have not been able to preserve that liberty yourself to which you restored me. It is my turn to laugh now. Ah, my dear friend, one ought to have your talents to know how to laugh like you, and give even to raillery the affecting turn and appearance of kindness. Besides, what a difference in our situation! With what face can I divert myself with an evil, of which I am the cause, and from which you have taken upon yourself to free me? There is not a sentiment in your breast that does not awake a sense of gratitude in mine, even your weakness being in you the effect of virtue. It is this which consoles and diverts me. My errors are to be lamented, but one may laugh at the false modesty which makes you blush at a passion as innocent as yourself. But to return to your Italian courier and leave moralizing for a while. This courier, then, who has been so long in coming, you will ask what he has brought us. Nothing but good news of our friends, and a letter as big as a packet for you. Oh ho, I see you smile and take breath now. As the letter is sent you, however, you will doubtless wait patiently to know what it contains. It may yet nevertheless be of some estimation, even though it did not come when expected. For it breathes such a but I will only write news to you, and I dare say what I was going to say is none. With that letter is come another from Lord B, to my husband, with a great many compliments also for us. This contains some real news, which is so much the more unexpected, as the first was silent on the subject. Our friends at Rome were to set out the next day for Naples, where Lord B has some business, and from whence they are to go to see Mount Vesuvius. Can you conceive, my dear, that such a sight can be entertaining? But on their return to Rome, think, Clara, guess what may happen. Lord B is on the point of being married, not, I thank heaven, to that unworthy Marchioness, who he tells us on the contrary is much indisposed. To whom then? To Laura, the amiable Laura, who yet, what a marriage! Our friend says not a word about it. Immediately after the marriage, they will all three set out and come thither, to take their future measures. What they are to be, my husband has not told me, but he expects that Saint Preux will stay with us. I must confess to you his silence gives me some little uneasiness. I cannot see clearly through it. I think I see an odd peculiarity of circumstances and contest of human passions absolutely unintelligible. I cannot see how so good a man should contract so lasting an affection for so bad a woman as the Marchioness, or indeed, how a woman of such a violent and cruel temper could entertain so ardent a love, if one may so call her guilty passion for a man of so different a disposition. Neither can I imagine how a young creature, so generous, affectionate, and disinterested as Laura, could be able to support her first dissoluteness of manners. How that flattering and deceitful tenderness of heart, which misleads our sex, should recover her. How love, which is the ruin of so many modest women, should make her chaste. Will Lady B then come hither? Hither, my dear Clara, what do you think of it? After all, what a prodigy must that astonishing woman be, who, ruined by a dissolute and abandoned education, was reclaimed by her tenderness of heart, and whom love hath conducted to virtue. Ought anyone to admire her more than I, who have acted quite contrary, who was led astray by inclination, when everything else conspired to conduct me in the paths of virtue? I sunk not so low, it is true, but have I raised myself like her? Have I avoided so many snares and made such sacrifices as she has made? From the lowest ignominy, she has risen to the highest degree of honor, and is 1,000 times more respectable than if she had never fallen. She has sense and virtue. What needs she more to resemble us? If it be impossible for a woman to repair the errors of her youth, what right have I to more indulgence than she? With whom can I hope to stand excused, and to what respect can I pretend, if I refuse to respect her? And yet, though my reason tells me this, my heart speaks against it, and, without being able to tell why, I cannot think it right that Lord B should contract such a marriage, and that his friend should be concerned in the affair. Such is the force of prejudice. So difficult is it to shake off the yoke of public opinion, which, nevertheless, generally induces us to be unjust. The past good is effaced by the present evil, but is the past evil ever effaced by any present good? I hinted to my husband my uneasiness as to the conduct of Saint Preux in this affair. He seems, said I, to be ashamed to speak of it to my cousin. I know he is incapable of baseness, but he is too easy and may have too much indulgence for the foibles of a friend. No, answered he has done what he ought, and I know will continue to do so. This is all I am at liberty to tell you at present of the matter. But Saint Preux is honest, and I will engage for him. You will be satisfied with his conduct. It is impossible, Clara, that Walmer can deceive me, or Saint Preux him. So positive an assurance, therefore, fully satisfied me, and made me suspect my scruples to be the effect of a fallen delicacy, and that if I was less vain and more equitable, I should find Laura more deserving the rank of Lady B. But to take leave of her for the present and return to ourselves. Don't you perceive too well, in reading this letter, that our friends are likely to return sooner than we expected? And is not your heart a little affected by it? Does it not flutter and beat quicker than ordinary? That heart too susceptible and too nearly akin to mine? Is it not apprehensive of the danger of living familiarly with a beloved object, to see him every day, to sleep under the same roof? And if my errors did not lessen me in your esteem, does not my example give you reason to fear for yourself? In your younger years, how many apprehensions for my safety did not your good sense and friendship suggest, which a blind passion made me despise? It is now, my dear friend, my turn to be apprehensive for you, and I have the better claim to your regard, as what I have to offer is founded on sad experience. Attend to me then, ere it be too late, lest, having passed half your life in lamenting my errors, you should pass the other in lamenting your own. Above all things, place not too great a confidence in your gaiety of temper, which, though it may be a security to those who have nothing to fear, generally betrays those who are in real danger. You, my dear Clara, once laughed at love, but that was because you were a stranger to the passion, and not having felt its power, you thought yourself above its attacks. Love is avenged and laughs in its turn at you. Learn to distrust its deceitful mirth, lest it should one day cost you an equal portion of grief. It is time, my dear friend, to lay you open to yourself. For hitherto you have not taken that interesting view. You are mistaken in your own character, and know not how to set a just value upon yourself. You consider in the opinion of Chelat, who, because of your vivacity of disposition, judged you to be little susceptible of heart, but a heart like yours was beyond her talents to penetrate. Chelat was incapable of knowing you, nor does any person in the world know you truly but myself. I have left you in your mistake so long as it could be of service to you, but at present it may be hurtful, and therefore it is necessary to undeceive you. You are lively, and imagine yourself to have but little sensibility. How much, alas, are you deceived? Your vivacity itself proves evidently the contrary. Is it not always exerted on sentimental subjects? Does not even your pleasantry come from the heart? Your raillery is a greater proof of your affection than the compliments of others. You smile, but your smiles penetrate our hearts. You laugh, but your laughter draws from us the tears of affection. And I have remarked that among those who are indifferent to you, you are always serious. If you really were no other than you pretend to be, tell me, what motive could have so forcibly united us? Where had been those bonds of unparalleled friendship that now subsists between us? By what miracle should such an attachment give the preference to a heart so little capable of it? Can she who lived but for her friend be incapable of love? She who would have left father, husband, relations, and country to have followed her. What have I done in comparison of this? I, who have confessedly a susceptible heart, and permitted myself to love, yet, with all my sensibility, have hardly been able to return your friendship. These contradictions have instilled into your head as whimsical an idea of your own character as such a giddy brain can conceive, which is, to conceit yourself at once the warmest friend and the coldest lover. Incapable of disowning these gentle ties with which you perceived you were bound, you thought yourself incapable of being fettered by any other. You thought nothing in the world could affect you but Eloisa, as if those hearts which are by nature susceptible could be affected but by one object, and as if, because you loved no other than me, I could be the proper object of your affection. You pleasantly asked me once if souls were of a different sex. No, my dear, the soul is of no sex, but its affections make that distinction, and you begin to be too sensible of it. Because the first lover that offered himself did not affect you, you immediately concluded no other could. Because you was not in love with your suitor, you concluded you could never be in love with anyone. When he became your husband, however, you loved him, and that with so ardent an affection that it injured even the intimacy with your friend. That heart, so little susceptible, as you pretend, could annex to love as tender a supplement to satisfy the fond desires of a worthy man. Ah, my poor cousin, it is your task for the future to resolve your own doubts, and if it be true. Ciecun fredo amante, y grave mal securo amica. I am greatly afraid I have at present one reason more than ever I had to rely upon you. But to go on with what I had to say to you on this subject. I suspect that you were in love much sooner than you perhaps imagine, or at least, that the same inclination which ruined me would have reduced you, had I not been first caught in the snare. Can you conceive a sentiment so natural and agreeable could be so tardy in its birth? Can you conceive that, at our age, we could either of us live in a familiarity with an amiable young man without danger, or that the conformity so general in our taste and inclination should not extend to this particular? No, my dear, you, I am certain, would have loved him if I had not loved him first. Less weak, though not less susceptible, you might have been more prudent than I, without being more happy. But what inclination could have prevailed in your generous mind over the horror you would have felt at the infidelity of betraying your friend? It was our friendship that saved you from the snares of love. You respected my lover with the same friendship, and thus redeemed your heart at the expense of mine. These conjectures are not so void of foundation as you may imagine, and had I a mind to recollect those times which I could wish to forget, it would not be difficult for me to trace even in the care you imagined you took only in my concerns, a farther care, still more interesting, in those of the object of my affection. Not daring to love him yourself, you encouraged me to do it. You thought each of us necessary to the happiness of the other, and therefore, that heart, which has not its equal in the world, loved us both the more tenderly. Be assured that had it not been for your own weakness, you would not have been so indulgent to me. but you would have reproached yourself for a just severity towards me with an imputation of jealousy. You were conscious of having no right to contend with a passion in me, which ought nevertheless to have been subdued. And, being more fearful of betraying your friend than of not acting discreetly, you thought, in offering up your own happiness to ours, you had made a sufficient sacrifice to virtue. This, my dear Clara, is your history. Thus hath your despotic friendship laid me under the necessity of being obliged to you for my shame, and of thanking you for my errors. Think not, however, that I would imitate you in this. I am no more disposed to follow your example than you mine, and as you have no reason to fear falling into my errors, I have no longer, thank heaven, the same reasons for granting you indulgence. What better use can I make of that virtue to which you restored me, than to make it instrumental in the preservation of yours? Let me therefore give you my farther advice on the present occasion. The long absence of our preceptor has not softened your regard for him. Your being left again at liberty, and his return have given rise to opportunity, which love hath been ingenious enough to improve. It is not a new sentiment produced in your heart, it is only one which, long concealed there, has at length seized this occasion to discover itself. Proud enough to avow it to yourself, you are perhaps impatient to confess it to me. That confession might seem to you almost necessary to make it quite innocent. In becoming a crime in your friend, it ceased to be one in you, and perhaps you only gave yourself up to the passion you so many years contended with the more effectually to cure your friend. I was sensible, my dear, of all this, and was little alarmed at a passion which I saw would be my own protection, and on account of which you have nothing to reproach yourself. The winter we passed together in peace and friendship gave me yet more hopes of you, for I saw that so far from losing your vivacity, you seemed to have improved it. I frequently observed you affectionate, earnest, attentive, but frank in your professions, ingenuous even in your raillery, unreserved and open, and in your liveliest sallies, the picture of innocence. Since our conversation in the Elysium, I have not so much reason to be satisfied with you. I find you frequently sad and pensive. You take as much pleasure in being alone as with your friend. You have not changed your language, but your accent. You are more cautious in your pleasantry. You don't mention him so often. One would think you were in constant fear lest he should overhear you, and it is easy to see by your uneasiness that you wanted to hear from him, much oftener than you confessed. I tremble, my good cousin, lest you should not be sensible of the worst of your disorder, and that the shaft has pierced deeper than you seem to be aware of. Probe your heart, my dear, to the bottom, and then tell me, again I repeat it, tell me if the most prudent woman does not run a risk by being long in the company of a beloved object. Tell me if the confidence which ruined me can be entirely harmless to you. You are both at liberty. This is the very circumstance that makes opportunity dangerous. In a mind truly virtuous, there is no weakness will get the better of conscience, and I agree with you that one has always fortitude enough to avoid committing a willful crime. But alas, what is a constant protection against human weakness? Reflect, however, on consequences, think on the effects of shame. We must pay a due respect to ourselves if we expect to receive it from others, for how can we flatter ourselves that others will pay to us what we have not for ourselves? Or where can we think she will stop in the career of vice, who sets out without fear? These arguments I should use even to women, who pay no regard to religion and morality, and have no rule of conduct but the opinion of others. But with you, whose principles are those of virtue and Christianity, who are sensible of and respect your duty, who know and follow other rules than those of public opinion, your first honor is to stand excused by your own conscience, and that is the most important. Would you know where you are wrong in this whole affair? It is, I say again, in being ashamed of entertaining a sentiment which you have only to declare, to render it perfectly innocent. But with all your vivacity, no creature in the world is more timid. You affect pleasantry only to show your courage, your poor heart trembling all the while for fear. In pretending to ridicule your passion, you do exactly like the children who sing in the dark because they are afraid. Oh, my dear friend, reflect on what you yourself have often said. It is a false shame which leads to real disgrace, and virtue never blushes at anything but what is criminal. Is love in itself a crime? Does it not, on the contrary, consist of the most refined as well as the most pleasing of all inclinations? Is not its end laudable and virtuous? Does it ever enter into base and vulgar minds? Does it not animate only the great and noble? Does it not ennoble their sentiments? Does it not raise them even above themselves? Alas! If to be prudent and virtuous we must be insensible to love, among whom could virtue find its votaries on earth? Among the refuse of nature and the dregs of mankind. Why then do you reproach yourself? Have you not made choice of a worthy man? Is he not disengaged? Are not you so too? Does he not deserve all your esteem? Has he not the greatest regard for you? Will you not be even too happy in conferring happiness on a friend so worthy of that name, paying with your hand and heart the debts long ago contracted by your friend, and in doing him honor by raising him to yourself as a reward to unsuccessful, to persecuted merit? I see what petty scruples still lie in your way. The receding from a declared resolution by taking a second husband, the exposing your weakness to the world, the marrying a needy adventurer, for low minds, always lavish of scandal, will doubtless so call him. These are the reasons which make you rather ashamed of your passion than willing to justify it, that make you desirous of stifling it in your bosom, rather than render it legitimate. But pray, does the shame lie in marrying the man one loves, or in loving without marrying him? Between these lies your choice. The regard you owe to the deceased requires you should respect his widow so much, as rather to give her a husband than a gallant. And, if your youth obliges you to make choice of one to supply his place, is it not paying a further regard to his memory, to fix that choice upon the man he most often esteemed when living? As to his inferiority in point of fortune, I shall perhaps only offend you in replying to so frivolous an objection, when it is opposed to good sense and virtue. I know of no debasing inequality, but that which arises either from character or education. To whatever rank a man of a mean disposition and low principle may rise, an alliance with him will always be scandalous. But a man educated in the sentiments of virtue and honor is equal to any other in the world, and may take place in whatever rank he pleases. You know what were the sentiments of your father when your friend was proposed for me. His family is reputable, though obscure. He is everywhere deservedly esteemed. With all this, was he the lowest of mankind? He would deserve your consideration. For it is surely better to derogate from nobility than virtue, and the wife of a mechanic is more reputable than the mistress of a prince. I have a glimpse of another kind of embarrassment, in the necessity you lie under of making the first declaration. For, before he presumes to aspire to you, it is necessary you should give him permission. This is one of the circumstances justly attending an inequality of rank, which often obliges the superior to make the most mortifying advances. As to this difficulty, I can easily forgive you, and even confess it would appear to me of real consequence if I could not find out a method to remove it. I hope you depend so far on me as to believe this may be brought about without your being seen in it. And on my part, I depend so much on my measures that I shall undertake it with assurance of success. For notwithstanding what you both formerly told me of the difficulty of converting a friend into a lover, if I can read that heart which I too long studied, I don't believe that on this occasion any great art will be necessary. I propose, therefore, to charge myself with this negotiation, to the end that you may indulge yourself in the pleasure of his return, without reserve, regret, danger, or scandal. Ah, my dear cousin, how delighted shall I be to unite forever two hearts so well formed for each other, and which have been long united in mine. May they still, if possible, be more closely united. May we have but one heart amongst us. Yes, Clara, you will serve your friend by indulging your love, and I shall be more certain of my own sentiments, when I shall no longer make a distinction between him and you. But if notwithstanding what I have alleged, you will not give into this project, my advice is at all events to banish this dangerous man, always to be dreaded by one or the other. For, be it as it may, the education of our children is still less important to us than the virtue of their mothers. I leave you to reflect, during your journey, on what I have written. We will talk further about it on your return. I send this letter directly to Geneva, lest, as you were to lie but one night at Lausanne, it should not find you there. Pray bring me a good account of that little republic. From the agreeable description, I should think you happy in the opportunity of seeing it, if I could set any store by pleasures purchased with the absence of my friends. I never loved grandeur, and at present I hate it, for having deprived me so many years of your company. Neither you nor I, my dear, went to buy our wedding clothes at Geneva, and yet, however deserving your brother may be, I much doubt whether your sister-in-law will be more happy, with her Flanders lace and India silks, than we in our native simplicity. I charge you, however, notwithstanding my ill-natured reflections, to engage them to celebrate their nuptials at Clarence. My father hath written to yours, and my husband to the bride's mother, to invite them hither. Their letters you will find enclosed. Please to deliver them, and enforce their invitations with your interest. This is all I could do in order to be present at the ceremony, for I declare to you, I would not upon any account leave my family. Adieu, let me have a line from you, at least to let me know when I am to expect you here. It is now the 2nd day since you left me, and I know not how I shall support 2 days more without you. P.S. While I was writing this letter, Miss Harriet truly must give herself the air of writing to her mamma too. As I always like children should write their own thoughts, and not those which are dictated to them, I indulged her curiosity, and let her write just what she pleased, without altering a word. This makes the 3rd letter enclosed. I doubt, however, whether this is what you will look for in casting your eye over the contents of the packet. But for the other letter, you need not look long, as you will not find it. It is directed to you, at Clarence, and at Clarence only it ought to be read, so take your measures accordingly.